Much better, thank you.
So I,
Morning, everyone. My name is Mike Vizier. Our chair, Gideon Krakoff, is just landed, and so he'll be in about 10:25. But I would like to go ahead and call the May 12th meeting of the DTSC Independent Review Panel to order. So just the standard. Well, let me go ahead and welcome in introductions. If we could start with our esteemed council.
Good morning. Deborah Barnes, Deputy Attorney General, Counsel for the Independent Review Panel.
Good morning. I'm Arzu Campbell, Associate Professor at Western University of Health Sciences. I am the panel member with scientific expertise.
And Gideon Krakoff will be in. He was appointed by the Senate Rules Committee as a community representative. He's an environmental lawyer in Los Angeles. I'm Mike Vizier. I'm retired. I used to work for the San Diego County CUPA that enforces hazardous waste laws in San Diego County, so very familiar with working DTSC, and I was appointed by the governor as the local government expert. Oh, it's I was just going through the agenda, but we typically start with a Pledge of Allegiance, so if we everybody rise. So I'd like to welcome everybody in the audience and appreciate DTSC's participation. And the meeting announcements, we're not going to have a translation service today because it wasn't requested in advance. Due to budgetary restraints, we've changed it where we request that it be requested in advance of the meeting so that we can have that done. The restrooms out the back door to the left, and the exits are labeled. Follow the signage accordingly. There's a general comment period on the agenda, item 6, and we'll have comment periods after each agenda item. So if you wish to make a comment, please fill out a comment card and give it to Erica, and the comment cards are in the back of the room. The meeting is being broadcast over the Cal EPA website, and webcast questions can be sent to DTSC public meeting at dtsc.ca.gov. So the next item on the agenda is agenda review. Because our chair is late, I would definitely like to, well, he's requested we're going to have a closed session. We would like to move that up to immediately after lunch, and then once we come back into the open session approximately 1:30, but we'll know closer when we adjourn for lunch. Then we'll move the chair report to there. So I've got 2 agenda items to move around myself. Any other changes? Public have any comments or any desires with the agenda? Nothing? Okay. The next item on the agenda is review and approval of the minutes from the March 9th meeting and the April 6th and 7th meetings.
I would like to move to approve.
I guess I'll second. I reviewed them and they look very good. Larry and Eric, appreciate the good work there. And so make a motion to approve the minutes. And so it's kind of odd. I've never been in a panel where the quorum is just 2, but Member Campbell, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Vice Chair Vizier votes aye. So Chair. Okay, we're up to general public comment. Do we have any?
Vice Chair, we have 4 emails on the general public comment, agenda item 6.
So will you go ahead and read them then, Eric, or?
And we also have a comment that was sent at our last meeting, the meeting in Bakersfield, but due to time constraints, it couldn't be read. So on our council's advice, we put we summarized the comments in the minutes of the last meeting, and we're going to read the comment at this meeting under general comment. However, and it was from Denise Duffield, but she notified us that it wasn't necessary to do so. So we won't, because I believe there are several other comments in the queue on the same issue. So just for the record, we were going to read it, but Denise thought it would not be necessary and would rather not. So.
Okay, the first one was received Wednesday for 28 p.m. From McKee Palms at AOL.com. On behalf of the residents and business owners in Avocado Heights, Bassett, City of Industry, Hacienda Heights, La Puente, and North Whittier, we ask your assistance in the matter of the Quimetco RSR Incorporated Hazardous Waste Facility located at 720 South 7th Avenue in the City of Industry, California 91746. Quimetco has a long history of polluting the local communities and a history of violations and documented contamination that has not been responsibly addressed. Instead of focusing on cleaning up the documented contamination, Quimetco and the regulatory agencies are centered in increasing Quimetco's throughput by 25% and renewing Quimetco's Title 22 hazardous waste permit without moving forward with cleaning up the hazardous waste levels of lead that have been repeatedly tested and documented over the last 2 decades. DTSC plans to test for lead and arsenic are completely inadequate. DTSC are asking people to sign an access agreement that is craftfully worded and to allow Quimetco and their contractors to access properties and take samples of paint and other materials in an attempt to claim that the lead present did not come from them. Testing done in 1991, around 2004 to 2005, and more recently yielded high lead levels in the soil and solubility tests, so it is time to start cleaning up the contamination that is already documented to exist without delay. Another disturbing fact is that Quimetco appears to be receiving hazardous waste from all over the world for processing in the middle of the community. We urge you to sponsor legislation that would prohibit the importation of hazardous waste into the state to be processed at the Quimetco facility. These communities and those surrounding them should not have to bear the burden of receiving, incinerating, and processing hazardous waste from the entire western United States, let alone from throughout the entire world. We are requesting your support and supporting the renewal of Quimetco's Title 22 hazardous waste facility permit that was issued in 2005 by the Department of Toxic Substances Control. That permit has a variety of conditions that have never been met to this day. We also respectfully request that Quimetco begin the inevitable cleanup of the contamination that exists in the community. The next one is received Wednesday at 9:56 p.m. This is from Denise Duffield, whom we just spoke about. Dear IRP members, during the April 7th meeting, I submitted a comment informing the panel that SSFL CAG, which presenter Alec Uzumeg represents, is a Boeing front group that does not represent the views of the community and propagates false information about SSFL and its cleanup. This information was also presented to the IRP by SSFL community members in December 18, 2015 IRP meeting. In fact, several slides of the presentation were dedicated solely to the CAG. Additionally, you have received a detailed report by Consumer Watchdog document the AstroTurf, i.e. fake grassroots group established by a polluter to lobby against its cleanup obligations, nature of CAG. After reviewing the webcast of Uzumic's presentation, I must inform you that practically every word he spoke was not true, sometimes egregiously so. I would like to first remind the IRP that SSFL is one of the most polluted sites in California, impacting hundreds of thousands of people. The community has fought for over 30 years to get the site cleaned up. DTSC's handling of the cleanup has been a case study in the agency's failures and of regulatory capture. A DTSC staff person once told me, as SSFL goes, so go other sites throughout the state. In other words, what happens at SSFL is incredibly important and pretends what other impacted communities can expect, as well as if there is any chance for real reform at DTSC. The IRP should pay close attention to the SSFL cleanup. I was therefore disappointed with the panel's response to Uzimek. The IRP should have questioned Uzimek about the CAG's ties to Boeing, its deviance from the CAG statute requirements, and its $32,000 funding source, the identity of which it refuses to disclose. The panel also should have questioned the veracity of Uzimek's statements about the cleanup agreements. Instead, the panel went along with Uzimek as if it had not heard a word that the SSFL community had previously presented. I will address Uzimek's comments about SSFL health impacts. Other statements he made will be refuted in subsequent emails from the SSFL community members. Uzimek states that SSFL health studies have found no correlation between SSFL and cancer. This is false. A multi-year study funded by the federal government and conducted by a team headed by Professor Hal Morgenstern from the University of Michigan, formerly UCLA, found rates for key cancers in members of nearby public increased the closer the person lived to SSFL. Another multi-year federally funded study, a team led by Professor Yoram Cohen of UCLA, found evidence of toxic exposures to the off-site population in excess of EPA standards. Earlier studies by regional cancer registries found elevated rates of bladder cancer associated with the proximity to SSFL. An extensive many-year study by the UCLA School of Public Health found elevated death rates for lung cancers, lymphoma, leukemia, among other workers based on their exposures to radioactivity and chemicals at SSFL. And, as noted by Jane Williams in her comments, a cluster of retinoblastoma cases are rare eye cancer affecting your young children was identified within the area in the community that was downwind of SSFL. The CAG has repeatedly harassed authors of SSFL health studies. Dr. Morgenstern and Dr. Cohen wrote an op-ed in Ventura County Star. It has a link, which I will provide for you guys after the meeting. Last year, in response to CAG, member Abe Weitzberg, they wrote, "We were shocked to see the misrepresentations in Dr. Weitzberg's column about our studies of potential off-site impacts from radioactive and chemical materials at the Santa Susana Field Laboratory. The UCLA study found evidence and potentially significant off-site exposures to hazardous chemicals and radioactivity from SSFL. The second study found rates of key cancers in the community were more than 60% higher within 2 miles of the site than further away. Weitzberg misrepresents both. The fact that such a CAG exists and has been allowed to spread misinformation about the cleanup while sanctioned by DTSC is indicative of deep capture by the polluters. I implore the IRP to pay closer attention to the concerns of longtime SSFL community members and advocates. We are now seeing collusion between DTSC staff and the responsible parties and their surrogates to eviscerate the cleanup agreements and any hopes the community had that they might one day see the site fully cleaned up and not have to worry being exposed to its toxic contamination. Sincerely, Denise Duffield." We received 2 more while I was reading, so I'll try to be
Please
fast.
go ahead.
This one was received Wednesday, 9:57. Dear IRP member, this is from Cindy Gortner. Dear IRP members, as a mother of 3 who lives near the site of Santa Susana Field Lab, As a member of the People's Senate, I'm writing to correct the record regarding misinformation presented to the IRP about the SSFL cleanup at the April 7th meeting by Alec Uzumek. Uzumek presented the CAG as being representative of the community. In fact, the CAG was created by Boeing's urging and is led by a handful of people who are former employees of Boeing, its predecessors and contractors. Uzumek worked for Boeing's predecessor, North American Aviation, for 7 years, and its then headquarters in Downey, for which the Santa Susana site was the field lab. Abe Weisberg was an official at SSFL in charge of the safety for the SNAP reactors, one of which experienced 80% fuel damage in an accident. Weisberg remains a consultant for the DOE, one of the responsible parties at SSFL. He has now requested special time to address you as supposed community member. Brian Suhata was Boeing's project manager for SSFL. Ross Berman used to work for both Tetra Tech and CH2M Hill, contractors for the responsible parties. Why did no member of the IRP explore Uzumek's ties and those of his group to the parties responsible for the pollution and who have been lobbying to get the responsible parties relieved of their cleanup obligations? Uzumek told the IRP that it had asked the SSFL work group to join the CAG, and that the work group said it wouldn't participate in a group where it couldn't control the agenda. These statements are false. The CAG intentionally did not seek diverse perspectives as required by statute. Its August 2015 minutes state, the CAG has received criticism as far as our opinions not being diverse in nature. However, statements of diverse opinions or minority opinions would conflict with our mission to provide a single consensus opinion. Clearly, the CAG does not want any participation from those who support the cleanup agreements, such as the SSFL work group. Uzumek's statement to you was fabricated from whole cloth. Uzumek told the IRP that the CAG's views are representative of those of the community. In fact, the CAG opposes the cleanup agreements, which received over 3,700 comments in support with only a small handful opposing. Thousands have now signed petitions asking for the agreements to be upheld. Hundreds attend work group meetings, a handful attend the CAG. Uzumek told the IRP that in 2007, DTSC raised the ante and on required cleanup by saving it would clean up to suburban residential. In fact, the 2007 consent orders do not include any cleanup standard, but rather require cleanup to long-standing DTSC and US EPA guidance, which set up as based on the land uses permitted by current zoning and general plan designations, which allow agriculture the strictest standard. Going back to the Schwarzenegger administration, DTSC has repeatedly promised that it would be the standard. Furthermore, the standard that Boeing is now pushing as supposedly suburban residential is about 100 times weaker than even the US EPA's suburban residential standard. It would in fact leave 98% of the contamination on the site not cleaned up. Given that the SSFL community presented to the IRP last December 2015 about the CAG and its attempts to mislead and advocate against the SSFL cleanup, I was disappointed the IRP didn't pose any critical questions to Uzumek. Why, for example, did you not ask why the CAG will not disclose the source of $32,000 funding? Why did you probe the CAG's control? Why did you not probe the CAG's control by people associated with the responsible parties? DTSC's actions to remove support from the longstanding SSFL work group, which does represent the community's views about the cleanup agreements and officially authorize a sham CAG, is part of the deep problems at DTSC that the IRP is supposed to get to the bottom of. Thank you for what you're doing to protect the community, Cindy Gortner. This one is from William Preston Bowling, received at 10:05 p.m. Dear IRP members, I am a community member near SSFL and a member of the People's Senate. I am writing to you today to address incorrect claims about the SSFL cleanup by Alan Uzamek and at the April 7th IRP meeting. Uzamek said that the 2010 cleanup agreements, administrative orders on consent or AOCs between DTSC, NASA, and DOE were prepared by two fellows with little or no scientific background. In fact, the AOCs were proposed by a Nobel Prize winning physicist, Dr. Stephen Chu, who at the time was the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy and by Assistant Secretary for the Department of Energy's Office of Environmental Management. DOE Secretary Dr. Inez Trier. Both are distinguished scientists with extensive knowledge and expertise in matters of energy and environment. Uzamek said the AOCs don't consider health require 8 times the soil removal as US EPA methods, don't allow statistics, wipe out our history, and implied the cleanup would harm cave paintings and wildlife corridor needed to maintain DNA diversity. As previously presented, the IRP by SSFL to the IRP by SSFL community members, none of this is true, and our scare tactics the CAG and responsible parties with which is allied have employed to try and block the cleanup agreements. The AOCs were designated to provide a simple health protective cleanup that would restore the land to the condition it was prior to being degraded by toxic nuclear and chemical contamination. They do not require moving the soil that is not contaminated as Uzamek claims. And if the cleanup used standard US EPA risk-based methodology per the land use for which the property is zoned, which is what DTSC said it would require of Boeing in 2010, it would require similar soil removal amounts. Uzamek and Boeing are pushing a standard that is not only not appropriate for the site, it is not even a recognized standard by the EPA, as it fails to consider garden pathways. Regarding Uzamek's other assertions, the rocket test stands he claims he wants to preserve are where some of the worst chemical contamination is located. 500,000 gallons of TCE are estimated to pollute SSFL as a result of washing down the test stands with toxic solvent. Native American artifacts such as the Chumash cave paintings are protected by the cleanup agreements, as are endangered plants. Furthermore, the vast majority of the cleanup will take place in areas that are already disturbed by the SSFL communities, buildings, and roads, land that has been grossly impacted from the polluting activities that took place there. I urge the IRP to pay careful attention to the SSFL cleanup. SSFL is one of the most polluted sites in the state. Instead of working to protect nearby communities, DTSC is dedicating considerable resources to help the responsible parties evade their cleanup commitments. This not only hurts those who live near SSFL, it is a terrible precedent for other cleanup sites throughout the site. The failure of IRP to ask critical questions of the spokesman for a front group for the SSFL polluters diminishes public confidence. Sincerely, William Preston Bowling. Two more.
Is that the last one? One more? Two more. Okay, go ahead, Eric, please. Thank you.
One. This is from Liza Tucker. 1. DTSC alleges that scrap metal recycling operations at the Sims facility at 699 Seaport Boulevard in Redwood City releases light fibrous material, some of which deposits onto nearby property and becomes a waste. Some of the waste, which resembles dryer lint, contains cadmium, copper, lead, and zinc at levels that exceed hazardous waste regulatory thresholds and is considered toxic. The release, migration, deposition, and accumulation of this waste outside the facility constitute the unlawful disposal of hazardous waste and a failure to minimize the possibility of a release of hazardous waste. Action was taken against Sims, Why doesn't DTSC use the same approach developed in its enforcement actions against SA Recycling and Sims Metals with other large metal shredders and other facilities that emit hazardous waste particulate matter into the atmosphere that later accumulates on the ground? Why wasn't the same approach initially established in 2009 used at Exide, and why isn't it being used at Quemetco? The approach discussed above was originally pioneered by OCI, but ignored by the rest of DTSC. This is a prime example of how incompetent management can significantly reduce the effectiveness of a successful regulatory enforcement program simply because they don't understand new and innovative approaches to environmental protection. 1. On criteria of DTSC to identify whether permitted hazardous waste facilities are subject to AB 1075, a facility must have a violation that creates a significant risk of harm to the public health or safety of the environment resulting from acute or chronic exposure to hazardous waste or hazardous waste constituents, and the threat makes it reasonably necessary to take action to prevent, reduce, or mitigate exposure. A violation of any order issued by the department or a federal or state felony conviction for a violation relating to the generation, transportation, treatment, storage, recycling, disposal, or handling of hazardous waste. Additionally, a facility must have 3 or more incidents of violation for which a person or entity has found liable or has been convicted with respect to a single facility within 5-year period. How is it possible that only Exide meets these criteria? Fibrotech never fulfilled a U.S. EPA order issued decades ago to clean hexavalent chromium from the groundwater. It has been fined by DTSC multiple times for violations, including sludge spills and stacking far too many barrels in storage. Please explain in detail why this facility does not meet criteria for permit denial. Liza Tucker, Consumer Advocate, Consumer Watchdog. Just received one more. This is from Christina Walsh. My name is Christina Walsh. I've been deeply involved in the investigation and cleanup of SSFL laboratory for the last 15 years and live at the 2-mile mark from the site. I started as a young mom, worried about nuclear mess at the top of the hill that no one in my neighborhood knew anything about. So in 2001, I created cleanuprocketdyne.org, which is a link to the website, and helped to pass SB 990 for proper cleanup of the site. I provided more than 2,000 aerial photographs of the site to EPA during its investigation and was part of the community oversight of the radiological survey that was done by US EPA using $43 million of the ARRA funding. My museum at the time was the daily launching point for the background study, and it was said that my first weekend of groundwork saved the agency $50,000, eliminating time-consuming and costly research of the local area, US EPA Dempsey 2007. Today, the cleanup still hasn't begun, and instead, DTSC, as the lead agency, has led the public on a wild goose chase with one side providing radiological fear-mongering courtesy of Mr. Daniel O. Hirsch, and the other providing complete denial through DTSC's own CAG, which has become a surrogate for the polluter who distributes brochures of denial to the public, including tabling at public events, always at DTSC's authorized community advisory group. And DTSC has refused to even critique those documents, which are widely distributed to contradict the millions of pages which document half a century of burn pits, accidents, fires, and even several partial nuclear meltdowns. Unfortunately, DTSC allows the polluter to present all the data to the public, while DTSC stands silently next to them. Now we have an independent review panel, when the CAG, which I petitioned for, only now allows the denial narrative to be heard. This is documented through Marcia Rubin of DTSC, and now one side of the community goes to the Dan Hirsch meetings and the other side goes to the Denial CAG meetings, and DTSC holds only 2 meetings per year held in a speed dating format, so that the public cannot hear the comments of other members of the public because they are split into groups and allowed only 10 minutes in each. In short, the system is designed to get around the public. We have seen the convenient change the face process every 18 months, which has allowed such schedule slippage that the deadline of the cleanup, set at 10 years in 2007 to be 2017, will arrive before the cleanup even begins. All pushing the public around just like this process, cramming it into one day to ensure that the least amount of public can participate. Our public meetings about SSFL are usually held all in 1 week by each of the RPs to their convenience, but to the public, this ensures that very few will attend each meeting. That would be to check out one's live for an entire week, and no one does that. That is deeply known by the agency and used to its advantage. When I look at the videos from the previous IRP meetings, I appreciate the work done by the People's Senate because this panel takes the time to review the public process as it happens at each site. The IRP will have no chance in improving a very broken process designed to keep accountability out of the process. Let's look at the independence of this panel, since the chair has stated in several meetings that this panel is bound by Statute Bill 83, which gives a link to our website. Amended in Assembly June 17, 2015, amended in Assembly Senate Bill number 83. Chair, would you like me to read Senate Bill 83? I believe we're all pretty versed in it. Correct. Did you want me to forego that portion of the email?
Why don't, the vice chair continue to chair the meeting for a second?
No, we don't need to read, only a small portion of Senate Bill 83 has to do with the independent review panel, and that's already on our website and on the web page, and so I see no reason. The panel's very familiar with it, as is everybody in DTSC. I see no reason to read that into the record now.
Okay, I'll move on from there. She has comments after the Senate Bill 83. Now here's what I have to ask question. How is it that the technical staff managing this process, who are supposed to be independent of the department, according to the statute this IRP is bound by, when the staff member assigned to receiving inquiries and information from the public answers the director of the department's phone? Why does Eric answer Barbara Lee, the director's telephone? Question mark. Independent Review Panel. In 2015, Senate Bill 83 established the Independent Review Panel within the Department of Toxic Substances Control. The IRP is comprised of 3 members tasked with reviewing and making recommendations regarding improvements to the DTSC's permitting, enforcement, public outreach, and fiscal management pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 57014. The IRP also shall make recommendations for improving DTSC programs. The first meeting of the Independent Review Panel was on November 18th. Questions and comments can be directed to Eric Areca or Larry Rolfus. I inquired about this and was told that he was promoted, as if that explained the problem. How is this independent if only email addresses provided to the public go straight to the executive office? According to them, he's been working here for her for weeks and has not been replaced here. So why does it still direct people to email Eric when he is certainly not independent? In fact, it's highly inappropriate for the director to hire the person who is supposed to be looking into her activities and should be seen as a breach and severe conflict of interest for the panel and legislature and department. I request that the investigation independent of the department be done into when and how Eric wound up working for the director and what that timing was. The Exide project certainly does not demonstrate any real effort to provide appropriate and suitable public outreach. I went to the Exide hearing and was shocked. First, why are all the questions handled by the director herself? With many answers of, I don't know because I'm not familiar with that area. when the director of the project sat comfortably and anonymously in the audience with these answers kept to himself. Instead, the public was told she had to leave early to catch a plane to feed her cat. Why were the public not provided these very easy answers by the agency? Spanish translation was not done properly by a human, but by Google, and out of 10,000 potential homes being investigated, there were less than 100 people in the audience. The meeting was held while parents would be picking up their kids from school, so it's intentionally done to minimize participation. When I spoke to Mr. Hiomi, I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, about the math and how children and pregnant were being prioritized as the agency had promised when they are only investigating 2 homes per week. 10,000 homes and people are not getting answers about their blood lead levels. The IRP is supposed to be about accountability. I've reported that the CAG I petitioned for has been taken over by the polluters, and any views about certain contamination have been pushed out, as I have also pushed out through threats and rumors that equate to sexual harassment, also reported immediately to DTSC staff whom refused to address. Still to this day, instead of adhering to the rules of diversity as written in DTSC's own handbook, they deleted the handbook from the internet and have refused to answer these questions. Accountability is what we need, and this is more of an inside job designed to keep the public they are supposed to be protecting out. Christina Walsh, cleanuprocketine.org, SaveSantaSusanna.org, childrenofexile.org, environmentalmonsters.com. That is it, Vice Chair.
So that includes the general public comment agenda item.
Yes, sir.
Chair's arrived, so I would like to turn the meeting over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm sorry that we were delayed this morning flying out of Burbank. So we're in item number 6. My name is Gideon Krakow. I'm an environmental lawyer from Los Angeles. The Senate Rules Committee appointment to the public or the community representative seat, and I am the chair of the panel. That last commentor, what was the name of that commentor?
Christina Walsh.
Is there any affiliation for Ms. Walsh?
I believe she is head organizer of all the websites listed at the end of the email. Do you want me to recap them for you, sir?
Okay.
Cleanuprocketine.org, SaveSantaSusanna.org, childrenofexile.org, environmentalmonsters.com.
Thank you. You have a comment, Dr. Campbell?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to make a point. We always have public comments, and we're respectful of having those public comments be read into the session. One thing I want to point out, though, is that we really need to have our public commentaries recognized, that we are here to respect diverse opinions and diverse statements. We have a majority of the public comments regarding how the statements from Mr. Alec Uzemek were false and not representative of what the People's Senate feel. And that is fine, but we still need to be respectful that Mr. Uzemek came here and voiced his opinion. We need to be respectful. The IRP hopefully is impartial. We try to be very impartial, very objective, and hear different sides of what people's opinions are. And I hope that all of the people who are taking part in our proceedings will be impartial and will be respectful and have kind of more of a sense that this is not about personal attacks on individuals. I want to remind everyone that we, as the members of the IRP, want to find resolutions that address the problems in not only a feasible manner, but also logically and, again, impartially. So please recognize that we need to be respectful of diverse opinions, different opinions, ones that we don't necessarily agree with, that we can listen to them and try to really recognize that our work as members of the IRP is to listen to everyone and really try to do the best we can possibly do. So please, again, let me remind everyone, let's be respectful and let us be objective and understanding of the fact that there are different voices out there, different opinions out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Any additional general public comment?
No, sir.
So we're going to move on. My understanding is that item number 7, the chair's report, has been deferred to after lunch. Is that correct, Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, but that movement was made on the assumption you wouldn't be here at that time, so I'm certainly open to changing that.
We can take it right after lunch. I think that's fine. The next item is the staff report. Mr. Rolfes?
Well, I guess finally we're catching up. The panel didn't have a support staff initially, and I didn't come aboard until February. But I feel all caught up now, especially with minutes. We've approved all of those pending minutes. Also, I've found time to put together to track all of the panel's recommendations and data requests. And I assume that'll be discussed later in the meeting. It was in your packet and available for the public as well. The panel at the Bakersfield meeting, the panel made recommendations for its second 90-day report and delegated the job of wordsmithing the report to the chair. So I worked with the chair on wordsmithing the document, and we turned it in actually a few days early. It was due on April 27th. We turned it in on April 21st. That was the day that the chair was here to testify to Senate Budget Committee 2. And we distributed it at that hearing to the senators and so forth who were there, following the requirements for reports of that nature. We turned the report in to the Office of the Clerk in the Assembly and the Office of the Secretary of the Senate and Ledge Counsel, the Governor's Office, and also sent the summary of the report directly to every member of the legislature. So that's behind us, and then have 90 days until our next report. Also have been working on, at the Bakersfield meeting, 2 surveys were suggested. One, a survey of DTSC employees, and then possibly a survey of our contact list. And Eric has been working on building up a contact list for the panel, people in the public and so forth that the panel may want to reach out to in one way or another. So we have that contact information, about 58 or so individuals. And then I've been working with Mike. Was Vice Chair Vizier was volunteered for the job of putting together that survey. So I've been working with him on that, and we have a draft in your packet as well. The other little major item is, as was mentioned earlier, Eric received a promotion and is working for the panel on a part-time basis right now. And we are there. A job announcement has gone out for his replacement, and that is. Application deadline was a few days ago, and we have the Human Resources Department has done some initial screening, and so that's where that is. And that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Rolfes. Comments? Questions? Mr. Mr. Vice Chair?
I just want to, again, applaud your work, and I congratulate Eric on his promotion.
Campbell?
Same here, congratulations.
Is there any public comment on this item?
No, Chair.
So thank you very much, Mr. Rolfus. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you. You're enthusiastic, diligent, and we're just very blessed to have you. And we can talk more about these topics sort of in the chair report and about Mr. Areca as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next topic is item number 9. Dr. Solomon, Dr. Johnson, and Dr. Rico are all here? Thank you. Item number 9, presentations on blood lead levels in the area around Exide Technologies site. There will be 2 presentations on an analysis of blood lead levels in the area around the Exide facility and how the state can better coordinate and use blood data. One presentation will be made by Dr. Jill Johnson and Andrea Rico from the USC Keck School of Medicine. The other presentation will be made by Dr. Gina Solomon, Cali, PA Deputy Secretary for Science and Health, and I believe Dr. Solomon will be going first today. Welcome. Welcome, Dr. Solomon. If you want to tell us perhaps a little bit about yourself and how long the presentation will be, and I think what we'll try to do is save questions till the end.
Oops, I realized, okay. To present today on the analysis of blood lead data near Exide Technologies. And as my slides are being pulled up, do you have a paper copy as well? I brought some extras. Okay, excellent. I have bigger copies for anybody who might need, whose eyes might be heading in the same direction as mine.
Paper
These
copies of the report are in the back. of the room.
Yeah, no, I just meant of the PowerPoint. But yes, great. Recognizing the problem of soil contamination around Exide. Oh, by the way, do I have a clicker here? Not in evidence.
A very scientific way of putting it. Just how long is the presentation, the PowerPoint?
The presentation's, I guess, about 15 minutes or so. Should I go quicker?
No, I just want to make sure the panel's aware of that. We'll try to leave questions to the end unless we feel like we urgently have a question there.
I don't think we have a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. Eric, do we have that in our binder, in our information here?
It should be in your binder, but if it's the presentation from Dr. Solomon?
Have this one. This is a different one,
Yeah,
right?
Oh, I'll bring, they're in the back.
They're
and
right
I will,
here.
It came late and.
I think there's
They're
some
right
over
there.
there. So thank you so much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
apologies for that.
No worries.
So colleagues, you want to try to leave questions till the end? Yes. Thank you.
Great. So in recognition of the issue of soil contamination around Exide and the fact that there is a biomarker for lead in blood, we requested an analysis from the California Department of Public Health to take a look at patterns of blood lead level in these zones around Exide to see if there was anything that could be gleaned from that kind of analysis. And just to raise a little caution before starting out, lead is one of those things that is multifactorial. In other words, I keep clicking it forward and then it goes back. Is there a problem somehow? Yeah, okay, it needs to stay on that slide. Lead comes from numerous sources. So there are many sources of lead in all of our communities, lead in paint, lead from different things that might be ingested, such as imported candies, and lead, as we well know from the situation in Flint, can also be an issue in drinking water. And all of these sources, plus lead that comes from facilities such as Exide, is indistinguishable in blood. So when you measure blood lead, you don't really have a signature that can differentiate lead from one source from lead from another. So that's a challenge, of course, that we face right off the bat when we try to look at this kind of information. So if you're trying to move my slides, please don't. Okay, because it keeps bouncing around. So the blood level, blood data in California is collected and mandated to be reported electronically to the California Department of Public Health. All children that are enrolled in any public programs in California, so in WIC, in Medi-Cal, any other similar programs, are mandated to be tested with blood lead levels at ages 1 and 2, and any who are not in public programs are supposed to be screened as well, first verbally if they face any risk factors, and then blood leads. So there are about 700,000 blood leads from children reported to the Department of Public Health every year. When we spoke with them, they pointed out that 2012 was the most recent year for which they had fully quality controlled data. We were interested in recent years because of the question of, is there a current risk to kids in that community? But 2012 actually seemed like it might be a good year to look at, in addition, because that was the last year that Exide was operating, and so we thought, well, there might be, if there were an issue in the area around Exide, we might be more likely to see it then. Blood lead is reported as micrograms of lead per deciliter of blood, and so you'll see that funny annotation, that little μg/dl, and that's the notation for how it's reported. And the reporting threshold was another challenge that we faced right off the bat. Labs tend to report out at their limit of detection. The limit of detection or reporting threshold varies by laboratory. Some labs only report out less than 5 or greater than, a number greater than 5, or greater, less than 3 is just reported as less than 3. So we didn't get really detailed data in the low end of the distribution, which is a challenge. The data on blood lead levels are medical information. So it's personal, protected under HIPAA, which is a federal law, can't be shared. So the analysis had to be done by the health department, couldn't be shared directly with Cal EPA or DTSC, which was another challenge. So first, one question was, were there kids with true lead poisoning in this community as currently defined in California? Right now, LA County will go out and do individual investigations of kids if they have one blood lead level greater than 20 or two, one and then a repeat, greater than 15. So we asked them how many in the 8 zip code zone around Exide had actually been investigated under those criteria in the period from the beginning of 2012 until the latest point that we could get at that point, which was October 2015. During that time period, there were 9 children that fit the case definition within those 8 zip codes. We got general information, a spreadsheet on them. 6 of them had a syndrome called pica, which is potentially relevant because it's when people eat non-nutritive material, such as soil, paint chips, dirt. That's medically called pica. So that would have put those children at risk. That behavior pattern would have put those children at risk. 6 of the homes were found to have lead paint that was visibly deteriorating. 2 of the homes had soil over 400 parts per million. Both of those homes also happened to have deteriorating lead paint. And then in addition to those 2, there were also 3 more that had soil lead levels that were over 80, and 2 of those also had lead paint. In the investigation, 3 of the kids also had other sources, and you can see this isn't adding up to 9. It's because several kids had multiple sources of lead in their environment, which is a fairly typical problem with this cumulative impacts from lead. So the other sources included eating foods out of clay pots, consuming Mexican candies, and potential take-home occupational exposures from the parents. So I just want to also point out that those cutoffs for investigating cases of lead poisoning are not very satisfying from a public health perspective, and because they're still quite high. Historically, blood lead levels used to average out around 15 to 20 micrograms per deciliter. So when I was a kid, that was the average. But now, fortunately, the lead levels have come down quite a lot in the population and are now well under 2, down in the range of 1 microgram per deciliter is the average. As lead was phased out of gasoline, the lead levels in blood went down. But the other thing that happened at the same time is that our scientific knowledge of lead increased quite a bit. So now we know that very, very low levels of lead can cause significant effects on neurologic development in children. And so at the same time that our levels of lead have tended to come down as a society, the knowledge that we have shows us that even these very low levels are very worrisome. And so we need to be very concerned about levels of lead that in the past were not considered to be of concern. And now we're very concerned at blood lead levels well under 5, even though we don't have great data on that from the laboratories at the moment. So here's getting into the current analysis. They did take a look at 2012 data. Because it's the most recent year for which they had a full data set. Children under age 6, because they're the most at risk from lead because of the fact that they crawl around in the dirt, put their hands in their mouths. It was nearly 12,000 children that were tested in that year in the 8 zip code area around Exide. And they divided this dichotomously to children with blood lead levels greater than or equal to 4.5, close to 5. It's the lowest they felt that they could get reliably, or children with levels below 4.5. They looked at a number of different things, how far the child lived from the facility, the direction, other factors such as the child's age and sex, and they also evaluated the age of the housing. And this is a map that shows the general data. It shows the census tracts within that 8 zip code area. Exide Technologies is a sort of a green square toward the center of the map, surrounded by a blue irregular zone that defines that roughly 1.7 mile radius of potential soil contamination that DTSC is investigating. The DPH analysis went out beyond the 1.7, obviously, because we were looking for possible gradations. In other words, was there a difference in blood leads as you got closer or further? You can see that the census tracts with the cross-hatching, either diagonal or X's, are below the LA average for children with blood leads over 4.5. The yellow is just about the LA average or a little bit above, and then the orange and browner census tracts have blood lead levels, percents of kids with blood lead levels over that threshold that are higher than the LA average. You can see that the census tracts...
Can you just repeat the last 30 seconds again?
Sure. So the cross-hatched areas on the map have percent of kids with blood leads over 4.5 that are below the average for the LA basin. About 1.9% of children in the LA basin, 1.95%, I think precisely, have blood lead levels over 4.5. And so the bottom category is less than 1%, which is the diagonal crosshatch, and then the X's are up to about 2%, which is about up to the LA average. Then the yellow is just above the LA average. 2 to 3% of kids in those census tracts have blood lead levels greater than or equal to 4.5, and then 3 to 4% is that orange color, and greater than 4% is that browner color. The census tracts in this area you can see vary quite a bit in size, and that's because census tracts are designed to have a similar population but not a similar land area. And so some of them are pretty big because those are largely industrial areas. They don't have a lot of residences. So it skews it visually and makes it a little bit trickier to interpret a map like this. Especially you can see the large brown census tract that sort of goes down to the east of the facility. It's all one big zone. So this gives you, though, a visual sense of where what we could see at the census tract level.
Can you just go back to that slide for a minute?
Sure.
Does anybody need more time with that slide?
And I can certainly go back to it at the end. I wanted to just give you a visual sense before we got into the analysis.
But Excide's the green box in the,
Exide's the green box next to the word Bandini, which is the street. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Any other questions? So this just gives you the information at the census tract level. What CDPH, though, did in this analysis is they looked at the house. So in other words, where within those census tracts were the kids with the higher blood leads versus lower? And so when you...
That map together, DTSC or DPH?
DTSC put the map together based on you'll see in the report, Table 1 is an Excel spreadsheet that has each census tract and the percentages within that census tract. So we basically... initially, when the report came out, we got a lot of questions from the public saying, well, we see this list of census tracts, but what's it look like on a map? And so basically, we put it on a map so people can see it, and it helps sometimes to have a visual.
Yeah, let DPH know that in the future.
Yeah, well, DPH did this as a courtesy to us, and it was... we really appreciate the analysis that they did, and so adding a map was pretty easy lift for us to do. So initially, if you just look at distance, so a univariate analysis of only blood lead and distance, there appears to be an association there, because you can see the LA background, so about 1.9% of children with blood leads greater than or equal to 4.5 is that top bar. If you're in that outer zone of between about 1 mile and about 1.4, it's not a regular zone, the 8 zip codes, but it seems that there might be a slightly higher, almost 2.5% of kids with the higher blood leads, and then closer than 1 mile to Exide. Within that first mile, over 3.5% of children were in that higher blood lead category. So that appears to be a significant association there, was something that we noted. They also looked at just a univariate analysis of age of housing and found just if you're living in a census tract with more than 40% of the housing built before 1940 versus less than 20% pre-1940, as an initial rough estimate, that you see sort of a similar thing where the smaller amount of housing pre-1940 is about at the LA average, and more pre-1940s housing quite a bit higher. And so those two things popped out initially. And then they looked at how the two interrelated, because when they actually looked more closely, they discovered, just to make things a bit more complicated for all of us, the housing nearer the Exide facility tends to be older than the housing further away. And so these two issues, the distance effect and the age of housing effect, interrelate.
Those two blue bars mean?
Sure. So the two blue bars, the top blue bar is if the child is living in a census tract where less than 20% of the homes were built pre-1940. And the lower blue bar is where more than 40% were pre-1940. And I can show you subsequently they got into a lot more detail about age of housing, but this was sort of a first cut of is age of housing relevant here. And this seems to indicate it may be.
So they looked at all of the children at or above 4.5, and then
Regardless of where they lived with respect to Exide, just in terms of age of housing in the census tract.
so they took that number, and then what do the blue bars mean?
So the blue bars show what percentage of them have blood lead levels greater than or equal to 4.5. So the kids,
What's the first bar?
the first bar is fewer homes in the census tract that are old.
And those kids had lower blood lead levels.
Those kids have lower blood leads.
And then the second bar?
And the second bar is more homes in that census tract that are old. And those kids tended in general to have higher blood, likelihood of having a higher blood lead level. But again, this was a very rough first look. So this slide ignores distance from Exide. The previous slide on the distance effect ignores age of housing. So we're just looking solely at those factors. And it seems that there are associations both with distance here and with age of housing here. But then CDPH tried to put the two together. So they did two different multivariate analyses. Well, actually, it got even more complicated on the next slide, but we'll start with this. So two different approaches. One where they used U.S. Census data. So they used the median age of housing in the census tract. And they were able in that analysis to use all 12,000 nearly children in the analysis. The second analysis they did was a sub-study where they looked at the actual age of the homes. They went back to the LA Assessor's Office and looked up every child with a blood lead greater than or equal to 4.5. So it's a bit over 300 kids. And then they matched those kids with randomly selected other children with blood lead levels less than 4.5, and they went to the LA Assessor's Office and got the actual age of the homes in which those kids lived. So you can see that sub-study has a lot fewer kids, though it does have all of the children from the higher blood lead range. So what you see in both of these is remarkably similar results. That in both cases, there was a very slight increase in probability, between 10% and 13% increase in probability of a child having a blood lead greater than or equal to 4.5 with every mile closer to Exide that they lived. So that's not a large percentage change, but it was noted. However, it was not statistically significant. And so you'll see there the distance not statistically significant in both analyses with these numbers saying p equals. So p-value is a statistical estimate of probability, and you interpret a p-value as basically the likelihood that you would see that degree of effect by chance alone. And so a p of 0.1 is basically a 10% probability that you would see that degree of effect by chance. And then in the sub-study analysis, it's a 0.36, which is basically a 36% chance that you would see this magnitude of result by chance alone. So these are considered statistically not significant because the usual cutoff is 5% or 0.05. And you'll see just below the distance effect, they looked at median age of housing and then actual year of construction in the same multivariate analysis, and they found that both were highly significant, so less than a 1% chance of seeing this degree of blood lead shift due to chance alone. And in fact, they found a doubling of risk of having a blood lead over 4.5 if you lived in a pre-1925 house. So that was sort of the most dramatic.
The reason you look at distance is because you would expect there to be a relationship of proximity to Exide potentially being a factor?
Yeah, I mean, we know that there were emissions from Exide that, and DTSC is already chasing down, lead from the facility in soil in the area. That was because of lead being emitted either through the stacks or fugitive emissions from that facility. And as it went, as it blew on wind patterns out from the facility, you'd expect to see contamination in the soil. And then the question here, and this is the question that CDPH was trying to answer basically, is there an association there between that, what may have occurred in the soil and what ended up in children's blood? And that's a second question, because it presumes another thing, which is that kids were actually exposed to it, that they got that soil into their bodies, which may or may not happen depending on children's behaviors and
Right, but the
all
reason
kinds
why
of
you look
things.
at distance is because you would expect the closer in, you would see a correlation if it were Exide?
We thought we might see a correlation. And in the univariate analysis, we thought there actually was a correlation. And it was only when CDPH did this multivariate analysis that we realized, well, the correlation we thought we saw in the univariate does not seem as, certainly doesn't seem as dramatic when you factor in the housing. We hadn't initially realized that there was this sort of gradient in terms of the age of housing that was also related to distance. And then they did a very complex model which looked at distance, housing, the direction from the facility, the age of the child, and the sex of the child. Younger children and male children tend to be more likely to have higher lead levels. And in that analysis, they found approximately a 9% increase in probability of a child having a blood lead greater than 4.5. With each mile that got closer to Exide. It was, again, not statistically significant. They found that in that particular analysis, the median year build was, pretty close to statistically significant, p equals 0.06. The areas to the north, there was an association between being in that kind of the zone to the north. Whether that was Exide related or related to other factors is unknown. And then the younger children were definitely more at risk. So the conclusion from this analysis that I draw is that lead exposure comes from many sources. It's difficult to tease the sources apart when you're looking at blood lead. Housing is clearly an important source. Distance is a little bit eclipsed in this particular analysis when housing is included. But again, blood lead is not always the best way to direct, cleanup activities because of the limitations if you don't know where that lead is coming from. So there are a lot of different things that can be done. One of the things I think that is very important, and this harks back to the slide where I mentioned that phenomenon called pica, when some kids tend to eat things like soil or paint chips. Some of the kids that did have elevated blood lead levels had soil levels that were not that high. And so what we do still want to keep an eye on blood lead data, because if, for example, a family came forward, they can tell us if they choose to share their own medical information with us. They can tell us if they have a child with an elevated blood lead. And in, I think in my view, it would make sense to prioritize those homes for testing and cleanup because those kids are clearly already at higher risk and they are potentially being exposed. And so that's something we can do right away. There is this issue of sort of a little bit looking at other opportunities, and are there ways to collaborate to address paint at the same time that soil is being addressed, because that will result in probably a better public health outcome for the community. And I know that there's some effort in that regard going on. And in addition, there may be ways to look more broadly at blood lead levels, in the LA area or in California in general, and look at ways to improve the the different ways that we're tracking, reporting, and reducing and addressing blood lead levels. And so that might be something that could be done, for example, with university partners, clinicians in the area, governments and NGOs and community representatives. So those are the kinds of things that might be some possible next steps.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solomon, for your communication with us and with the community on this very important topic. Questions from the panel? Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, the potential action, work with university. What, is that universities or specific?
We've had some preliminary discussions, and so, but it could be with different universities. We were thinking that it would be helpful to have, if some kind of a group were to be convened to talk about lead issues, that it might make sense for it to be non-governmental and perhaps have an academic type convener. So we'll see. It might be more than one university, I suppose, but...
Is OEHA involved in any way?
We have talked with OEHA. This issue has primarily been between CDPH, which is the holder of all the blood lead data, and DTSC because of the focus on Exide. But obviously, we do touch base with OEHA on lead issues, and they have consulted with us on some of the ideas about cleanup approaches in terms of thresholds and so on.
Is this study unique, or is I'm sure there's something going on in Flint, Michigan now, but and similar. But are you aware of other research in this area?
Well, I believe that that colleagues from USC are here to present some research that they're doing on the same issue, and I know they've been taking a very careful look at this information as well. So I think you'll be hearing from them very shortly. And I think that there are certainly around the country, there are a lot of researchers looking at this set of issues in a lot of communities around the U.S. On this particular issue in the LA Basin, I think you're hearing from some of the researchers most focused on it in the next presentation.
And my final question is there any research, or research might be the wrong word, study or approaches to the psychological implications of this? My background, worked for the Department of Environmental Health in San Diego, and we'd have investigate with typically UCLA, actually, particular cancer clusters, actually, and there's if your next door neighbor and you put together a correlation in your own mind, and clearly the community becomes very concerned, but scientifically it's not borne out, that it's a legitimate concern, and the more we publicize these kind of things like Flint, Michigan, etc. I had a radiologist from Manhattan Beach about a month ago asked me, said, is this all over California too? We just don't know about it, lead in water. I mean, and she was pretty well trained. So, but I mean, is anybody looking at how to mitigate that? Might be a good term. I don't.
Is the question about lead in water specifically, or is it just
No, it's very much broader than that. Hexavalent chrome, xylene in your in the ground, chlorinated solvents. Any time a pollution plume is pointed out, there's concern for people who live near the plume.
Yeah, I very much hear that concern, and I think it's the job of many of us who work for government, as you well know, to stay up at night and worry about all of these issues. And I know that people in communities are also staying up at night and worrying about these issues. And it is, one of the things that, communities such as the one around Exide is facing is a lot of cumulative impacts from a variety of challenges in the community from, numerous sources, so that this, Exide, I think, is also piling on to a background of concerns and real problems. So, whether any of that can be solved right away is a question. I think it's all something that we need to be working as hard as we can to address. And so I certainly I hope we are working as hard as we can to move all of this forward.
I can remember the facility. We said, well, you're telling the public that 10 to the ninth powers, the cancer risk is only this. Is not what we want to do. I mean, I don't know. I think we need to look into that very. It's not going to become less of a problem.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's a very good summary of the issue.
Dr. Campbell.
Yes, I have a few questions regarding some of the data. So lead was removed from paint. Basically, there was a law that was passed in 1978, I guess. What was the reason of looking at pre-1940 housing? Was there a certain reason for that cutoff date?
That's a good question. I think CDPH looked at several different cutoffs. The tricky thing about lead in paint is that there was a long phase out. So in the much older homes, lead tended to be used in all of the paint at quite high concentrations. And then as time went on, the concentrations of lead in paint went down. And then as time went on further, the wall paint tended to be lead-free, but the paint on the trim, such as windowsills and door frames, was leaded because it was considered more, well, I guess it was more durable. And so you see this sort of gradual shift towards lower concentrations of lead in homes without a real bright line at 1978. And so when we're screening children for potential, should I do a blood lead test on this child? You do ask, well, do you live in a pre-1978 home? Because after that, we're pretty sure it's lead-free. But before that, it may or may not be. And so in this kind of analysis, they found that the older the homes, the more dramatic the association, the pre-1925 homes, the pre-1940 homes.
And I was wondering, do you think there's other characteristics about the homes that may predispose them to having maybe this kind of a correlation? Because if they, it allows, the houses are built in such a manner that allows more lead to get in through, like window sills or something like that, where you have actually, if there's lead in the air, if it gets into the houses, that's going to be another source. And I agree that there's probably multiple different sources. It's very multivariant. I mean, it's very difficult to pinpoint exactly where it's coming. But maybe something about the structural integrity of the houses that are older that may actually allow lead from the outside to get into the house and cause exposure inside the house.
Yeah, I think that this is a point at the advisory group meeting on Exide that Dr. Rico made, so I should probably let her make it. But it was a very good point, I thought, so I'll answer in response to your question, that she pointed out that the older homes were probably exposed to Exide's lead from, airborne lead for longer periods of time, and therefore might actually have been more likely to accumulate ambient contamination, which is a really, valid issue, and teasing those issues apart would be very, very difficult. In the situation of those 9 children with the very elevated blood lead levels, deteriorated paint was specifically noticed. Not only that there was lead paint, but that it was peeling, flaking, chalking, which is when you touch the wall and stuff comes off like chalk on your fingers. So those kinds of things obviously are important as well, the condition of the paint. But the age of the home may also be a marker for, a duration of exposure of the home, essentially, to airborne emissions from Exide. So we don't know that for sure.
It's very difficult to do studies like this. There's so many different confounding factors. Diet of the children, just basically sometimes the economic status and occupational work of the parents. So these type of studies, it is understandably are very, very difficult. And to tease out any correlation is very difficult. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Anything-
Other questions?
No more questions from me.
Thank you very much. I got a couple questions. So the Department of Public Health published a report on what they found, correct?
Yeah, they provided the report to us. We actually, DTSC released the report and made it public.
So let's make sure, Larry, that we get a copy of that report and put it up on our website, please. Do you agree that that report was relatively difficult to read for a layperson?
The report was difficult to read for a layperson and was even dense for a scientist, but it was intended to be a technical report produced for a sister agency. I don't think they were intending it to be a report directly to the public. So we've been, I've been trying to communicate the results as best I can in clearer language. But it was very helpful, I think, for a sister agency to get all of the numbers and the data and have all that information. I know there are technical experts who work with the community who also, I think, appreciated all of the statistical nitty-gritty.
Are there lessons to be learned about how to make such reports more comprehensible for lay people in the future?
I think that's a good question. It depends on the purpose of the report. If the report is intended primarily for a lay audience, then that might be, it might, I think, have been done differently. But I think the intent was to produce it as a technical report in this case.
So what written information has been presented to the community interpreting that report? Is it your PowerPoint, or is it something else that DTSC has put together?
DTSC did do, when it released the report, put together some, sort of general information about the report in terms of some of the key points in there. And then we had several calls, one teleconference with community members in which we talked through their questions, and I presented the report verbally to them. And then I did go down both to the advisory group meeting and to the open community meeting last month and gave presentations very similar to the one that you just heard.
But those were a couple of weeks after the report was released, correct?
Well, the teleconference was the day of the report release. The community meetings, yes, followed that.
You noted here, I think on the fourth page of the slide, that we looked at an 8 zip code area. Can you explain, was that the area that DPH studied, was the 8 zip codes?
Yes, that's the area that those zip codes bumped up against in one way or another. The different communities, the zip code boundaries, unfortunately, are a little difficult to see on this map. They're in a sort of a pale blue, but you can see that they sort of, when pieced together like a jigsaw puzzle, kind of covered the area generally around Exide and going out a little ways. And they were chosen as a zone for analysis just because they had to pick they had to essentially pick a chunk of area to analyze. So they chose 8 zip codes, which contained about 100 census tracts, to see, to do this gradient type analysis.
And again, this is based on the principle that if Exide were causing elevated blood levels, you would find it in proximity to the facility, correct?
Yeah, the idea was to make sure that that whole zone within the 1.7 miles was picked up, as well as an area outside that, to see if there was a gradation by distance.
So there's no evidence that we have that Exide was causing blood lead levels over 15 in these 8 zip codes?
Over 15 was just the 9 cases in the 2.5-year period, and those had a number of different other issues going on in those particular children. In the larger study of nearly 12,000 children, we saw very slight, if any, evidence of a distance-related effect. But as I said before, it was a subtle, or it would be potentially a subtle effect against a background of other sources of lead as well.
So this map that we're looking at right here, this is a map that had to do with blood lead levels.
Yes.
Could a similar map be done with soil levels?
Yes, potentially it could be done, yeah.
Have you ever seen one?
I have not. It would require a fair amount of data to compile the map, but would be certainly feasible.
Would it be helpful for the same reason that you thought it was helpful to prepare this map?
It could be very helpful. As you saw from this map, that some of the census tracts are large, some are small, and if there's, I guess what I would say is it would depend on the amount of variability house to house and block to block. And so it might be possible that you would not see a lot of clear sort of gradation at a census tract level. Block to block you might, but then you start getting into confidentiality issues. So it's a tricky question, but I think it's possible you'd see something at a census tract level, possible that some of the nuance of, especially in that closer zone where the census tracts are large, that some of the nuance would be lost on a map like this.
So let's take the census tract aside. Do you think it'd be helpful to map the soil lead levels? Whether it's census tract, block by block?
I think it would be helpful. I'm trying to think of how to do it. As a physician, I'm always concerned about confidentiality of individuals and their own health-related information, their own testing, and so that would obviously be a consideration. But if that can be protected, a map would be very helpful. Maps are a nice way to present data.
Maybe this is off topic, and if it is, feel free to not, if you're not comfortable responding, that's fine. You're aware that there is soil data out there that shows that there are several homes above 1,000 part per million?
Yes.
Do you have any feeling as to whether that kind of concentration could be caused alone by lead paint or leaded gasoline? Or does that kind of concentration indicate that there is some sort of stationary source that also is contributing?
Those very high lead concentrations can be caused from lead paint, especially in the area right near the house, which they often refer to as the drip line, where quite a bit of paint over the years can flake, and if you're unlucky with your soil sample, you might scoop up a paint chip, which can skew the results or have the potential to. So yes, on the paint front, I'm not as sure, honestly, on the gasoline question, though certainly right near freeways and busy roads, there's been deposition of quite impressive quantities of lead over the many years that lead was used in gasoline. So it seems like it may be possible. But obviously, as I said in response to Dr. Campbell's question, it's difficult sometimes to tease the sources apart. And so sometimes what's needed are other indicators that would sort of trace the potential source of the lead, which is, I think, what DTSC is trying to do in
What
this
about
case.
1,000 part per million in the soil not near the drip line? Would your answer be the same?
I honestly don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it presumably could be due to a variety of different sources. That's a high concentration of lead. It's definitely one that would be of concern, regardless of where it comes from.
Thank you very much. So just on the final slide here, is there anything that the department and DPH can do better in terms of coordination? Because this is not the only place in the state where there might be lead issues. Is there a way that the department and DPH moving forward, because that's squarely in the panel's jurisdiction, to figure out ways to improve things like this coordination? Are there ways that this can be done better in the future, or any lessons learned that the panel can potentially consider for recommendations?
That's a very good question. And I know that CDPH has been looking quite closely at their next steps on lead in general. And they have a proposal in the budget to lower the threshold for investigating cases of lead poisoning in California. So they, assuming that the legislature approves that would bring more children into that category where their homes and individual circumstances would be investigated, which is a positive. They're also looking closely, I believe, at their data systems and trying to think about ways to continually improve. So those are all active discussions. It's a little difficult to speak for another agency here.
What about asking, though, about the coordination between the two agencies?
Well, I could say that, speaking frequently is important because interestingly enough, with this analysis, we spoke to get them going, but then wanted the analysis to be pretty independent. So we did not speak a lot during the process until right around when we got the final report. And it's be interesting to know, to get input on whether it's better to sort of keep a little bit more of a sort of a firewall of independence in situations like this between the agencies and departments, or to collaborate more closely. I think there are pros and cons to each.
But so, for example, if DPH is finding high blood levels in a certain area, would they know to come to the department and say, listen, do you have any sources in this area that could be contributing? I mean, how does that happen?
That's a very interesting question. I'm not totally sure how that would happen. CDPH, has told us that in most of their actual lead poisoning case investigations, they find a source usually within the home that they, work then with the family or the landlord or whatever to address. And so I certainly would. They know that they can come to us, and if there were a situation where they identified a nearby industrial source, we certainly would want to know about it.
Dr. Campbell, you have a follow-up on that?
Yeah, I just want to address a question that you posed that I think is very important, because I do have the Excite presentation with me, and they did show us some soil lead level information. And it's really interesting because there is a figure in Appendix E that I wanted to bring to your attention that actually looks at soil level. But if you put it hand in hand with the map that is up there, very interesting, that area that over there is 4.1% is not indicated at all with the levels of soil in this figure. I think now that we have the blood lead level information, I would want to get that area kind of mapped out because they have, like the egg site area, and of course that's the area with the greatest concentration of soils. I'm sorry you could probably not see this, but this was from a presentation that was given to us from egg site. And I just want to note that this is the area on your map that you're showing the highest concentration of blood lead levels. And unfortunately, that is blank. So we cannot try to correlate whether or not the soil levels actually are in any way associated
Yeah,
with what we have.
to-
So.
I was looking at the same graph, and I know that Dr. Campbell and I are probably the only two people, but they did not test soil east of, it looks like the 710, except in one area that was much closer to the intersection of the 710 and the 5, right around where Washington Street and the City of Commerce was tested, but nothing down along Slauson, for instance, was.
Right, but I think the point is that the department is doing that sampling now, so over time, this information, we've been doing this for a year already, and ultimately, the data should speak for itself.
I think part of the problem is there is a rail yard in that area, so there are not a lot of residences in a portion of that zone, sort of industrial and rail yard. And so that may end up being sort of a blank spot for, and of course it's in the same census tract as homes, which makes it look weird. But obviously it is, I think that your advice to take a look at that map more closely and at this map and identify, potential areas is really well taken. Thank you.
You mentioned that when families self-identify with higher BLLs, that those homes could be prioritized for testing and cleanup. Do you know if the department is doing that?
Yes, they have said that they will, and actually there have been now, I believe, 2 cases of children who had blood lead levels in the range of about 3. So actually they would not have even been in the higher category in this analysis, but we still consider those to be significant. And the department went out right away and tested those homes. And we certainly, we've been begging families to get their children tested and come forward to let us know if they are elevated. And by elevated, we really mean anything above the average blood lead level in the U.S., which is around 1. We want to get in there as a priority.
So we're going to take public comment, if any, in a minute. So our panel is going to be thinking about, in the upcoming weeks and months, about any appropriate recommendations regarding the lessons learned from this exercise with the blood lead levels, to the extent that we'd want to think about sort of more concrete, maybe a little bit less ad hoc and informal relationship between DPH and DTSC when it comes to these things. Would you be willing to speak with our staff to help us think about how to formulate something like that and whether it would be appropriate?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this topic?
Yes, sir. We have a series of emails from Christina Walsh, a few that harken back to her earlier emails, and a real-time update via her Dr. Solomon's presentation.
So we can give these 5 minutes. Are they on this presentation or are they on other topics?
The majority of them are on the presentation and 2 of them not.
Do we have to take public comment on things that are not related to this presentation?
At some point, it would be advisable to take those comments, but you don't necessarily have to take them at this time.
So why don't we take 5 minutes from Ms. Walsh, but let's start with the comments that are germane to this presentation, please. And at the end of 5 minutes, we'll stop.
They are very quick emails. They're not long emails this time. Okay. Received from Christina Walsh at 10:53 a.m. Spending $1 on lead paint testing is to defend Exide. DTSC is testing 2 houses per week and only getting access agreements from owners when most are renters. Shame, all exclamation point, on you for calling this independent. This is California's Flint, and you can look forward to my new book called Environmental Monsters. Some monsters are real, and some are regulators in the pockets of polluters. Received from Christina Walsh at 11:28. Why don't you ask her, in reference to Dr. Solomon, why they never, all capitalized, seem to expect the public to be interested in facts without being bombarded with technical bull? There are always a need for public version, yet never is. Received from Christina Walsh at 11:28 a.m. All capitalized. They talked about paint chips. Received from Christina Walsh at 11:29. The advisory group meeting was held at 4 p.m. when kids were being picked up at school. Received from Christina Walsh at 11:30. I just talked to expert Richard Hume, and they only have 10% access agreements because it's mostly renters who have no rights. 2 per week. How long will that take to get to 10,000? Especially, how do they prioritize pregnant women that way? Question mark. Received from Christina Walsh at 11:31. How can there ever be evidence when the blood lead and the soil sampling are never compared according to Richard Hume? He agreed that this was a problem, but she just talked, in reference to Dr. Solomon, to the public about paint chips instead of using the opportunity to inform the public about the dangers of lead. Received from Christina Walsh at 11:44. How can they prioritize children and women who are pregnant when they are only spending sampling 2 houses per week, when they are doing CEQA for over a year? How long are women pregnant, and how are you finding them? This leaves the 2 comments that are off topic. Would you like me to read those, sir? Yeah, go till 5 minutes. My comments were less than 5 minutes and were relevant, all capitalized, and were not, all capitalized, read in their entirety, and was not answered. I had legitimate questions, exclamation point. I hereby request a meeting with the IRP to provide my testimony about the sexual harassment efforts used by Mr. Uzimek and the CAG to make sure voices they didn't want heard would be silenced. When will the time be made available for me to meet with this panel? Question mark. Why, all capitalized, was my comment not acknowledged? Mr. Uzimek and his pals spread false rumors about me having affairs and pushed me out of the CAG as a result. It was public. It was humiliating and nearly cost me my marriage, and most importantly, it was false. This panel is not independent, all capitalized. Why is Eric answering the director's phone while still directing information to him? I have asked many questions for months from the IRP and received 0 response.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Are there additional public comments?
No, sir.
Anything further for Dr. Solomon at this time? Thank you very much. We will now go on to Dr. Johnson and Ms. Rico. So welcome. How long do you think your PowerPoint presentation is?
Probably about 15 minutes.
Great. So we'll try to go through that without questions. If we have clarifying things while you're going, like we did for the last one, we'll ask those. But otherwise, we will keep it towards the end. Please be sure to introduce yourselves and give us a little bit of background on who you are and your research. And we'll get this PowerPoint started in just a second, and let's wait until it's up.
I'll start. So I'm Dr. Jill Johnston. I'm assistant professor in environmental health at Keck School of Medicine at the University of Southern California. I've been working around the Exide issue for the past 9 months since I've been in Los Angeles. but have expertise in environmental epidemiology and community-based exposure assessments around hazardous waste sites nationally. I'll let Andrea introduce herself.
Andrea Ricco. I am also on the faculty at Keck School of Medicine in the Department of Preventive Medicine, and I do environmental health work. Much of my work is on community engagement and outreach, helping the public to understand some of the science that our scientists are doing, particularly on air pollution issues, and to help the scientists learn from the community about issues that they should be researching. Thank you. And I'm on the X-Side Community Advisory Committee. Thank you.
All right, so thank you for the opportunity to come here and present. And we wanted to talk about some of our observations and make recommendations regarding how we can look at lead issues, specifically around X-Side, but also thinking more broadly so that we can protect communities across the state of California. And so it's well established that lead is very dangerous. It's a potent neurotoxin, especially for children, and it's harmful at very low levels. So the case definition, as Dr. Solomon mentioned, uses 15 micrograms per deciliter, but really, any levels at 2 or 3 are concerning and can have harmful impacts for children. But to take a step back, lead has been regulated for decades, and there's many agencies in the state of California who somehow look at lead, regulate lead, or collect data concerning lead and environmental exposures. So as we heard from DTSC has programs to look at lead specifically in soil. The California Department of Public Health also has this childhood lead poisoning prevention plans that collects all the blood lead data that's reported from children in the state of California. There's also a partner occupational lead poisoning prevention branch that has data from adults and specifically workers from across the state. And they seem to function to work primarily to identify these cases of elevated blood lead levels. Cal-OSHA is an additional agency that looks at worker and workplace safety and has lead regulations. The South Coast AQMD provides air permits for different stationary facilities and includes lead in air permits. And finally, the County Department of Public Health, which conducts blood lead screenings and reviews these lead poisoning cases that they're referred to by the state. So just to provide sort of an overview of what sort of data is collected and who are potentially some of these different players across the state that are somehow interfacing with this issue of lead and how it can affect children. So we've seen that there seems to be a somewhat systematic collection of data, but we have not observed to date that this data is used for public health surveillance. And so why is that important? I mean, while it is important to identify these cases of lead poisoning, it's also important to use data for the analysis and interpretation of health-related issues so we can plan, prevent, and evaluate lead poisoning or lead exposure that's happening across the state. So performing case management is not doing public health surveillance, and there's potentially a lot of ways that we could brainstorm and think about on how we can use data and what's already collected to try to implement a program that would really be protective and try to prevent cases of lead exposure in the communities. As identified around X-Side, it's very difficult to share information not only with the public or with universities, but also just between agencies across the state. And thinking about ways to synthesize this information. So for example, occupational, blood lead data, exposure data, soil data could help us perhaps identify some of the bad actors in the community or some of these facilities that may be exposing community residents to lead. So specifically to the blood lead data, and some of this was covered by Dr. Solomon, But the case definition used by the state of California is fairly out of line with current scientific evidence and also recommendations from 2012 by the CDC that uses 5 micrograms per deciliter as its definition of what is elevated. We also see that labs in the state use very outdated reporting systems, and that they should be using sort of state-of-the-art technology, which is widely available, that can report blood lead levels at the detection limit of 1 microgram per deciliter. And in some of our conversations with different labs in the city of Los Angeles, they actually do have this technology, but the convention is to report to the state only if the value is above 5. So we're losing a lot of information in this practice, and in a way that can help us, identify children that are at risk. It does not appear that the blood lead data is routinely geocoded or shared publicly in any sort of spatially refined way at census tract levels or even at county levels. That data can be really hard to find.
What does that mean, not geocoded? What does that mean?
So that the addresses of the children, so my understanding is part of this Excite thing, it was really difficult to use the database that had the addresses of the children and know where that was on a map. But it's fairly commonplace with programs that exist that you'd be able to just upload address information and have it display on a map.
Why does the address information matter?
Because if we want to look at spatial patterns and identify communities or neighborhoods that look like we're seeing excess rates of elevated blood levels, then we want to know where they're located. And finally, that only children that are part of public programs are required to be tested for lead, and so this may miss at-risk children.
What do you mean by that?
So only if you're on Medi-Cal or food stamps or some other public program, there's a state mandate that you receive a blood lead test if you're 1 or 2 years old. However, if you have private insurance or other forms, you're not required to have a blood lead test. You're supposed to get screened by your pediatrician, but that may or may not happen. And so we don't know, of the total number of children tested, how many are not tested and how many data are we missing that information for. So one, as was mentioned previously, is sort of, I think, important when some of these reports are presented to share the data visually. It was difficult to try to communicate a lot of the data presented in the report back to the public around Exide. Secondly, a major limitation of this analysis is that it uses what we call a binary variable. So we only know if it's above or below this cutoff of 5. And so when you use that kind of binary analysis, it's much more difficult to recognize patterns or recognize this distance decay effect that we're looking for to try to attribute an association to Exide.
What do you mean?
So we're missing a lot of information. So if we had a continuous variable, if we knew all the blood lead levels, if they were anywhere from 1 to 20, then we could try to see, okay, as you move out a mile, do blood lead levels on average decrease by 1 microgram per deciliter? And so you have a lot more data when you have actual numbers to conduct that kind of analysis and to look for these subtle variations in spatial patterns.
But isn't that what you have here? No?
No, this only looks at the percent of children that are above 5. So we don't know what their blood lead levels are. We only have information about the percentage of children above 5. And so that's different than looking at what is the average blood lead level in each of these census tracts and how does that change across space, which could allow a little bit more nuanced pattern, because when we know we have a lot of cumulative sources of lead, sometimes we want to look for these more subtle variations across a community. And
Have that data, or only CPH has that data?
They have that data, and even the labs aren't required to report blood lead levels below 5. They can just say it's anywhere between 0 and 5, so they don't even have all that data. Some of the labs have it, and then some of them would not. So this only represents 2012, so it's only 1 year of data. And if we look at this 1.7 mile area, there's actually not a whole lot of census tracts in it. And so that can also make it harder to see a pattern. And just a couple other comments based on some of the more technical aspects of the report. But what we have here, what we see is that older homes are closer to Exide. So it's a little bit hard to tease out how much is related to proximity and how much is related to age of the home. And without knowing exactly how they model the data, it's really, I think, challenging to make a conclusion about how the two interact and influence each other.
Do you agree that proximity would be an important factor if Exide were responsible?
I think proximity plus knowledge about the wind direction patterns. So not just proximity alone, because we know there's very strong wind patterns in Los Angeles that have a huge influence on exposure to airborne contaminants. And also I would just add an air of caution when we think about the use of statistical significance in sort of epidemiological theory. That p-value that we talk about is important when you have randomized sampling or sort of randomized assignment of exposure, neither of which we have in this case. So there's definitely a move away among academicians in epidemiology to not focus on that p-value about establishing what associations are meaningful or not. There's other parameters to look at.
You explained those in this presentation?
I didn't get into that technical detail, but I'm happy to talk about that.
So if you're not going
further.
to use statistical significance, what else do you use?
You can use the standard error of your values to see how much variability is in it. So you can look at variability rather than only looking at the p-value. Because sometimes when your data is real noisy, and in this case when the number of children that have a greater than 5 microgram per deciliter blood level is relatively low. It's less than 5% of all the data you have. It makes some of your modeling fairly unstable and fairly noisy. So sometimes it can be hard to pick up this statistical significance when you have this kind of data that you're looking at. So some recommendations on the use of blood lead data around XI would be to expand the number of years included in the analysis. This graph here is airborne lead emission data from the AQMD that starts in January of 2006 and goes up to 2014, and we see a major drop in airborne emissions as a result of new EPA regulations that went in place in January 2012. And so that just may indicate that this may not be sort of the worst case scenario that we may expect to see in this community if we're looking historically. I know a lot of the labs will use 3 rather than 5 as their cut point for reporting. So if we use 3 instead of 5 as the cut point, what would we see? Then we need to consider wind direction and these risk isoplaths that were produced by AQMD when we think about this distance decay function. And also suggest restricting the sample to the children who are most at risk, which would be those that are less than 3 years old, because they tend to have to ingest a lot more dust and receive a much higher dose of dust because of the hand-to-mouth behavior in this age group. And also, I think presenting this data at the block level rather than the census tract could help us look at any potential patterns that may be there. And finally, as was discussed, some extent that there's a lot of limitations in looking at this blood lead data, and I think it'd be really important to use and see the soil data that can guide cleanup and testing efforts. It's sort of much more plausible that this soil lead data would follow a distance decay pattern. It gets more complicated when we're looking at biomarkers such as blood. And I have yet to see sort of any spatially refined data from DTSC or the Los Angeles County Department of Health that's also been collecting soil data.
Spatially refined soil data means a map?
Yeah. And like not, that doesn't just say like for the whole area, 20% of the houses are above 1,000, but would look at these small neighborhood levels like census blocks
On a map.
on a map. Correct. And that this information can inform sort of where at least, the first round of priority is put into remediation efforts and to testing efforts. And that also it's important to think about the relationship between the soil lead levels and indoor dust lead levels and whether or not we see a relationship between the two.
Thank you. I'm going to go over a few of the ideas that we have in terms of prevention and ways that we think some of the state agencies should be working together more productively. Is it the right one? First of all, we think that collaboration is really a key to prevention. That, and again, these are opinions of myself and my colleague Jill Johnston. We recommend that there be a statewide lead task force to develop methods for surveillance of lead exposures in California that would include environmental, public health, and occupational agencies at the state and the local level. And that a task force such as this could review best practices in other states. You mentioned Flint earlier. There's a lot of activity in Baltimore. The state of Maryland now has a new requirement to test all children for blood lead levels. And so there are a lot of activities that are happening around the country. And a task force such as this not only could improve communication among the agencies in the state and at the local level, but also review best practices. And that this might be a way to improve the methods to utilize and share information across departments. We have found that even within, say, the Department of Public Health, the childhood lead poisoning program doesn't really talk to the occupational health lead program, and that they have databases that don't really talk to each other. And so these are some of the information sharing issues that could be improved. Another key to prevention is looking at workers, and this has been largely ignored in the Exide issues that have been debated. But we believe that worker and employers, that the blood leads of workers should be used to identify potential hot spots for lead exposure, not meaning that the individual worker's name would be released, for, which we would not want for confidentiality, of course, but that we believe that if, for example, the county health department knew that Exide was a bad actor because the state health department knew that Exide was a bad actor in terms of elevated blood leads, that perhaps there might have been some action around Exide beyond what actually occurred.
Let me ask you a question on that. That's an OSHA? Is OSHA involved in that? Who's looking at worker blood lead levels?
Cal OSHA would be, but they, I just did a Public Records Act request to Cal OSHA, and I don't know the exact number, but certainly under, let's say under 50 companies, I believe, have been investigated, have been found to have violations of the OSHA lead standard over the last 8 years. The Cal OSHA lead standard is very outdated, and to their credit, both Cal OSHA and the Department of Public Health are trying to revise that standard to be more preventive for people. And
but there's no requirement that workers test their blood for lead, or is there?
There is a requirement, and some companies do that, follow the requirement, some don't.
Is it based on the operations or
No.
SIC code or something?
Partly it is. There are certain SIC codes that have the potential for high leads. You also, some of the workers, if the air lead level is high in a workplace, the workers have to be tested for blood leads. And when the workers are tested, whether it's voluntary or mandatory, the blood lead levels for the workers have to be reported to the state.
To who?
To the state health department.
And then what do they do with it if you know?
I do know, but there's a lab issue again that I'd like to raise, and that is that the laboratories, even though the enabling legislation says that the laboratories are supposed to report the name of the employer to the state health department, they very often don't. And the state doesn't really have a way to go after the lab to find them or to do something with regard to that. So they have the onerous operation of calling the labs and trying to get the names of the employers. Then when the state health department gets the name of the employers, if there are employers that have a number of workers with elevated blood lead levels, the state will launch an investigation of that and also meet on a voluntary basis with the company, sort of a voluntary compliance operation that the state health department has. And if the company is not then doing something about cleaning up the workplace for the worker, the state health department has the ability to notify Cal OSHA. Currently, the state has not been notifying the county health department of the county health department every month gets a list of workers in the state with elevated blood lead levels. But let's say that 7 of those worker complaints were from Exide. The county health department doesn't have a way to know that they're from Exide because currently the state does not tell the county what the employers are in these blood leads. So Jill and I have actually met with the state health department, and I think there's some headway on finding ways that the state health department can tell the county health department, or one could argue could tell AQMD or DTSC about a potential bad actor of a company with a lot of workers having elevated blood lead levels in a way that protects the confidentiality of the workers. So we've been talking to some of the leadership of the health department about that. Number 3 would be protective remediation, to leverage these various resources to address multiple exposure pathways to lead in a community. So again, there's a lot of concern about the lead in paint and also the soil data, but I think the resources of the different departments are not being harnessed in a way that is most useful in terms of public health. We need to ensure that DTSC is not impacting the interior of houses when they're doing the exterior cleanup. We had early conversations about people, really urging people to leave their houses when the soil cleanup was being done, and that then the DTSC should go into the house to make sure that the inside levels weren't increased somehow by the outdoor cleaning, and that there could be a cleaning company who really knew what they were doing in terms of removing lead dust. So I think that's something that really needs to be pursued with DTSC. For months, many of us have raised concerns about the cleanup workers who are doing the cleanups of the soil and what kinds of protections they have to ensure that they are not going home at the end of the evening. Apparently, they are changing their overalls. Maybe they're washing their boots. It's unclear that they're leaving their boots at work, raising questions about whether they might be contaminating their cars and therefore their children with lead that they're bringing home from a lead cleanup site to their own homes, and thereby impacting other children that we wouldn't have expected.
What's your understanding of what kind of analysis is being done of dust inside the homes?
I think I guess I would have to ask DTSC to comment on that. I don't have a clear understanding. And if they are, I don't know how many homes have asked for the cleanup inside the house after the soil lead cleanup, which obviously should happen. And I don't know, what they're if they're testing afterwards to make sure that the levels are low. So that would be a couple of important questions.
Do you know if the inside of the homes is being cleaned, or are we just talking about soil typically?
The inside of the homes, there are vouchers for people to have their inside of the homes cleaned. I think some people have been reluctant to do that, and part of the reason why DTSC has hired some additional sort of community workers, if you will, to go door to door is to help them understand why cleaning the inside of the house is important with regard to the soil cleanup. that you could potentially have more dust inside your house afterwards, and you really want to get it cleaned
Couldn't you have
properly.
dust inside your house before the cleanup too?
Of course. Of course. And that's all. So shall I bring Jill back up and see if we have any questions?
Thank you very much. Did we want to take a quick, oh no, we're good, okay. Questions? Mr. Vice Chair?
Not so much questions as comments. I can see in the audience two people that I've worked with on lead issues already. One, the DTSC office in San Diego County on a school-related lead issue, a Sacramento County Coupa on an auto, they weren't a dismantler, they were in the business of selling wrecked autos. But lead, and the DTSC knows it. Any radiator shop, any auto body shop, I've seen it for people repainting dumpsters, ships. It's ubiquitous, and there's lots and lots of data out there. There's a requirement for government to report lead and asbestos in their buildings to the workers. That when we used to have people measure it before they dispose of it for lead paint. Very common, but the data is this is one of those mega data type of things, and of course, I would sit in meetings, and listen to because we investigated lead and usually lead chips. I mean, the paint chips would be there. Grab a chip and analyze it. Yeah, that's probably the source of the elevated blood level in the child. Sometimes candy, sometimes eating vessels, or but it's a very common material, and was huge, and I think this is all very interesting and good, but I mean you're just getting on the surface of the amount of data that's out there, just touching it. But I have found in my experience that usually the closer to the source, it decreases exponentially from from distance to the source. I'm pretty confident of that. But that's more of a comment than anything. But I mean, my impression is you're just
Thank you for your comment.
touch on this.
Thank you for your comment. One of the things I would point out is that lead is ubiquitous, and one of the problems we've had with the agencies and the silos is that each agency is dealing with something about lead, but they are not talking to each other. So we don't have a way to pull together all that information to try to protect workers and communities from it, because it's not being it's not being shared in any kind of way that could be really meaningful. And I would make a comment that Dr. Philip Landrigan, who's with the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, he and a partner, a physician, did an editorial for Time magazine a few weeks ago. And they said that the number one thing we need to do, of course, is to get rid of lead in America. And there are millions of sources of it. And the number one thing we should be doing is mapping every facility in the country where lead is still used in production. And I would argue if we could start with LA County and then go to the state of California, we should be seeing from all the data that we have in all these amazing databases, we should be pooling that information and doing a map of every facility in the state that currently uses lead, or maybe that has used lead over the last 50 years. So we have a better idea, and we don't have to scramble every time an Exide comes up or a Qumetco comes up or some other company comes up that has a problem, but we can be more proactive.
Sorry. Some of the problems regarding different labs doing the different testing. We know just that from an academic setting given that sometimes different labs get different results. And so for consistency's sake, it would probably be a good idea if all of the samples could be processed and tested in one central laboratory, where then you would get some more consistency in the results, and then it would make more sense to have everything mapped up. What I'm worried about is if different labs are using different techniques, and if the techniques they're using has different sensibilities, that would really affect the overall data. Even if the agencies communicated together, it would be such a hodgepodge of data points that would be very difficult to make sense of it. So there would probably be a need to have the blood go to a central laboratory where everything has already been, to some degree, standardized. What is your feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's other models to look at. Like, so for example, with soil lead, like there's EPA certified laboratories that follow a specific protocol and a specific method. So, I mean, I think thinking about ways to standardize sort of what instruments are used and what methods are used to come up with these results are important, so we can really use and leverage the data and have confidence in the data that we're seeing. And really important to look at these lower detection limits. As Andrea mentioned, looking at best practices from other states. I mean, some use the threshold of 2 as a cutoff for where they start investigating kids. And the technology is readily available, to measure values and have confidence at your measurements above 1. And so we should be using those and making sure that there's laboratories here that are using them, but they still don't report those lower limits to the state. And I mean, so that seems like very low-hanging fruit of things that can change so that we can improve the quality of data that's available.
I also have another question I wanted to ask you. Right now, we really are thinking about children at a certain age and testing them, but how about adults? I mean, would the blood levels in adults also be a good indicative of what may be the source of the exposures?
Yeah, I mean, typically we found that kids are most susceptible to lead, and there also tends to get higher doses of it, especially when we're looking at soil sources. Um, but I think, understanding, especially the occupational data, but if there was adult data to look at, then that would be important to include and understand what was going on.
Because that would be more in line with ambient exposures. I mean, children, yes, we do have pig cubbing and pie cubbing, an important source of their exposures, and they do play in dirt and everything. But if you're talking about ambient levels of lead, perhaps, although I agree that adults are maybe not as predisposed to adverse health effects, but at least their blood lead levels will give us some information as to these basically silos where there is an increase in lead. Just as you were saying with the workers' lead levels, that you could kind of see the culprits and basically where some of those exposures are occurring. Same thing with the adult blood lead levels in some areas that are close to these sources. And I don't want to just say Exide. I mean, there's other sources of lead as well. But at least it'll give us some idea as to ambient lead exposures that are occurring naturally. What is your feelings regarding that?
Yeah, I mean, I think blood lead levels in adults aren't routinely tested. So a lot of that, we don't have that information, and there's not as wide screening programs to be able to compare, levels across different populations. But I think there would, be interest, especially in some of these communities like those around Exides, and understanding what the exposure patterns look like and what potential chronic exposures could have been through lead or through other ways that we can measure that. So yeah.
One of the things I might add is that from the state health department's view, it's a very positive thing that Exide does a regular testing of their workers. So yes, they do find some with elevated blood leads, but there are other companies that just are not doing the testing. So I think that's interesting. I do think that there may be, and I think one of the fears that the state health department has had about releasing the names of the employers is they don't want employers to stop doing their testing by having their name out there. But I think that's something we need to overcome with looking at all the different agencies that work in this area, so that we should not be surprised that people who live in Boyle Heights should not be surprised that Exide is in their community by reading about it in the LA Times. I also think that there may need to be some legislative approaches to looking at whether we want more children to be tested in California, looking at those other states, if there was a task force that might look at that, but also do the regulations for laboratories need to be changed so that some of this reporting is done differently to the state. There also are, I don't know whether this requires more money, but there are 2 databases, a childhood lead poisoning database that the state runs, a state health department runs, and a worker database. They don't talk to each other, so you can't just like put in all the addresses for the workers to see whether any of the kids have the same address as the worker does. So I think some issues like that in terms of resources that could make finding some of these problems and prevention models more easy to come up with would be good.
I was just wondering, so adults usually have a physical once every year often, and blood is taken to look at cholesterol levels or whatnot. Is it possible to get some of that blood with just no names attached to it at all, just the zip code of where the individual lives in, and just blindly run an analysis?
I think one thing to be aware of is that your blood lead, the lead in your blood over a course of, and Gina would know this better than I do, but over the course of a month or two, if you're not exposed to lead, again, that the blood level is going to really decrease. So when you're an adult, if you were exposed to lead as a child, you might find it in your bones. But you're not, if you were 35 years old and you were exposed before you were 5, there's going to be lead in your body, but it's not going to show up in that blood lead test.
Sure, not old blood, but maybe just recent blood, and that way you can see chronic exposures that have occurred recently in that zip code.
It's possible. Again, the children are the most vulnerable, and why there's so much focus on getting them out of that environment and atmosphere before they are exposed too much. And that's why one of the new issues that has come up recently in the press or the scientific literature is this issue of contamination of cars by workers who are either working in an industry that uses lead or these cleanup workers. And that's why we've been really concerned that DTSC should even perhaps go back for the workers who have already been doing these cleanups and take an XRF machine and test the interior of their cars to be sure that the DTSC or Exide cleanup workers, who is ever paying for them, are not tracking that lead dust into their own homes.
Anything further? So so you would support, so this panel has the opportunity to make recommendations to the legislature. So you would support a recommendation that indicated that 5 should be the level to determine what's elevated in children?
Oh.
You said it went from 15 to 10. You would support 5?
Yeah, I think it should at least be 5.
And you would also support a recommendation that the detection limit that the labs report be lowered?
Yes, I think that should be lowered to 1 microgram per deciliter.
So we're going to make recommendations for public health now.
I don't know. I'm just asking these folks what they would support.
Well, also that the labs be required to give the name of an employer to the state health department. And
No, I understand that.
Yeah,
Let me just take
okay.
these at a time here. And you would support some recommendation that requires all children to blood levels to be provided to the state, not just the folks on Medi-Cal.
Yes.
And you would support a recommendation that would sort of beef up the enforcement on employers reporting blood lead levels?
Correct.
So would you be able to write up specific, discrete recommendations and provide them to our staff that we could potentially consider in the future?
Yes, we can do that.
We asked this question earlier to Dr. Solomon about the soil results at 1,000 part per million or above. We were finding at Exide levels in that range. In some cases, my understanding is particular homes have multiple hits in that area. The question that was asked of Dr. Solomon is whether paint and gasoline could alone be responsible for that, or do levels above 1,000 also indicate that there is something else going on, potentially nearby stationary sources that are emitting lead into the atmosphere? Do you have and my understanding from what Dr. Solomon said is that it's possible that it could only be the paint and the gasoline particularly as you get closer to the drip line, and that it's complicated. Is that the answer you have too?
I would say the following, and again, you'd have to ask DTSC for exactly how many samples they're taking at each part of the yard. Early on, like more than a year ago, and I hope it's still not happening, although I did hear someone say that it might be, DTSC was doing what you call compositing the samples. So they were taking, let's say you took 10 samples of dirt from the front yard, they were mixing them together to see what the total ended up looking like. Instead, it's important to look at the different parts of the property and what the lead levels are, so that if you're seeing 1,000 parts per million of lead in 6 different parts of the front yard, you can distinguish that it's not really the drip line that's causing that to happen in the front yard, or it wouldn't be so generic throughout the soil in the yard. And I think that would be more of an indication then that there's some kind of stationary source that is adding to people's front yards. And then you should also be looking at the neighboring yards to see if you're seeing that same kind of pattern. So I think it's a bit of a detective game, but I think that you really need to pay attention to the way the samples are done. And I'm sure that these samples that are over 1,000, the DTSC must know whether or not they believe it's just from the drip line or from other parts of the soil.
Do you have an opinion on that, Dr. Johnson?
Yeah, I agree with what Ms. Rico said, and that, if you look at the front yard, the bare spaces in the yard, and you're consistently finding this pattern of over 1,000 parts per million, and that's indicative that there's another source going on of where that could be coming from. In particular, it is possible to see these high levels in yards that are right next to freeways, so it's not, unheard of that you would find those levels from contributions to gasoline, but this widespread pattern across, away from freeways, away from the drip line, that it indicates that there'd be another source happening.
Thank you.
Have you looked at proximities to freeways?
I haven't seen any of the soil lead data, so no.
You've not?
I don't have the data to look at that.
Okay.
DTSC has not released the data to Dr. Johnson to be able to look at.
Well, I was just curious because it's my anecdotal understanding that every freeway median in the United States, you're going to see very high levels of lead. I was just wondering if you've seen any data to support that.
I haven't seen data specifically in this community around Exide. There has been some other previous studies that look at sort of average soil lead concentrations across the county of Los Angeles, and so some other background data that's available, but nothing specific to this community that I can comment on.
How about things like DTSC's lead and jewelry type of work and things like that? Have you looked at any health correlation with those type of things?
I'm aware of some of the concentration levels in some of these different products, but not any studies that specifically try to connect people that use these products and specific health
I've seen like
endpoints.
children's toys that would be high in cadmium and things like that. That would be something you would want to chew on, but you've not seen any
That shouldn't
research.
affect the soil lead levels, right?
We have this map that you put here, we've seen earlier today about the blood level data by census tract. That's what that is, right?
Yeah, that was the same. I took the data from the report.
And you've seen
mapped it.
AQMD models of the meteorology that would model isopleths of where higher emissions concentrations would be expected. You've seen those, right?
Yes.
But you haven't seen the third map, which would be this map here, but for soil.
Correct.
Do you know why?
I do not know. I have asked for the data so that we could at USC map it so we could look at some of these relationships.
Why would those relationships matter?
It matters for trying to understand if there's this relationship between soil concentration and proximity to Exide, and also try to identify areas that may be most at risk since as was mentioned, it's a daunting task to try to test 10,000 properties in this area, but perhaps we could use the available data to prioritize areas for a first round of testing or cleanup.
And you could look at the map for the blood lead, the meteorological isopleths, and the map for the soil, and that would be helpful.
Yes, I think that would be informative.
Might add one thing to that. It took 6 months for the State Health Department to come up with this report after the request from DTSC. And it would seem to us that, and I'm not expressing that we're interested, but that the State Health Department could partner with a university, whether it's Berkeley or Davis or USC, whoever it would be, who have teams of biostatisticians who could help the State Health Department figure out this data and analyze it in a much more rapid fashion than taking 6 months to get 1 year of data analyzed.
And these could be in the recommendations that you might suggest to our staff.
Okay, thank you.
I want to thank you very much for coming up today, and Dr. Solomon as well. It's been very informative, and hopefully the panel can use this in some way that is consistent with our jurisdiction. I also want to note, Ms. Rico, all of the work that you've done with the communities, sort of this interaction between science and community organizing and public health, and all the folks that you have helped and mentored in Southern California throughout your career. And, you're a hero to many people for all the work that you've done, and it's very important to acknowledge that publicly. And obviously the work is continuing, and want to thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Any public comment on this item?
Yes, sir. Email received by Christina Walsh at 12:17. What about 50 years of discharging lead into the air? Why isn't that the focus? A correspondence sent to Larry from Jane Williams, Executive Director at California's Communities Against Toxics. One, what plans do Cal EPA have to map the soil lead concentration surrounding the area around Exide? Christina Walsh received 12:27 p.m. If this was a rich community like Porter Ranch, the pregnant women would be relocated. A correspondence received from Liza Tucker. The particulate sampling technology developed by Dr. Thomas Cahill, UC Davis Professor Emeritus of Physics and Atmospheric Sciences, was successfully used by the DTSC to help prosecute a giant metal shredder on Terminal Island called SA Recycling. The technology can fingerprint the source of contamination based on particle size, weather conditions, and types of contaminants present over time. As soon as DTSC started using the technology, industry ramped up pressure to drop it. In Exide's case, DTSC failed to apply this cutting-edge technology 2 years ago. What is DTSC's policy going forward on lead fingerprinting, and should this technology be mandated for routine use? And last one received from Chris Romanini regarding Clean Harbors, Buttonwillow. First, Clean Harbors is operating with an expired permit. Why? What is the holdup?
How long is this comment?
Not long. Are there that many projects coming first in front of hazardous waste dump? In front of a hazardous waste dump. It should be unthinkable to allow them to operate without a permit. What is the time frame to finalize a permit? And if the time frame passes, will the facility be required to close until they can pass the permit process? Currently, trucks hauling hazardous waste travel through Buttonwillow fairly often, passing right in front of the school. Clean Harbors trucks are required to travel on other roads going around the town, but no one is monitoring the truck traffic. Our town and our school are at risk. Protect us. It should be required that Clean Harbors hire an outside independent contractor to oversee the trucks. This should be a requirement in the new permit. We hear Clean Harbors has very few code violations, and those are minor. Oh, based on what inspections? We question what oversight goes on in the technical areas behind the fence, but when we see outside the fence makes us suspicious of their few code violations. From their CUP, they are required to have a windbreak of trees around the facility. Lay people from the community can see what little foliage they have does not
Eric,
constitute.
let's read this comment during the enforcement section. It's really not germane to this, and it is germane to the enforcement we're going to hear later. So maybe it'll be better to have that fresher in mind at that time. Is that okay, council? Okay. Is there anything about blood lead in this comment?
No, sir.
Okay. So we'll move that over towards this afternoon for the public comment. Are there any additional public comments at this time?
No, sir.
So I want to thank everyone for this presentation. Please, Dr. Johnson and Ms. Rico, take a look at what the panel's jurisdiction is. The vice chair is correct. We don't have jurisdiction to deal with DPH, but we do have the jurisdiction to address DTSC's programs. So to the extent that your recommendations can be tailored to the jurisdiction of this panel and the department, that'd be extremely helpful. We're going to be making our next report in July. So if you can get that stuff to us in June, and we can consider it and determine whether it's appropriate, et cetera, that would be very helpful. Okay, thank you very much. Anything further, colleagues, at this time on this topic?
Just real quickly, if you can wait until we have a break, I want to show you this, what Dr. Campbell and I were looking at, this study by two professors from Carnegie Mellon.
So thank you very much. So just a time check panel. It's about 1:45. We are going to move on to the DTSC presentation on enforcement program, which will take probably a good chunk of the afternoon. I know we're going to deal with closed session and a brief chair report before then, and then we'll finish up with reporting requirements. So we'll take a lunch now. Does that make sense? So we can go about a half an hour. Is that okay, to 1:15, or do we need more time than that? 1:15. Okay. So so I guess the plan is to take a break for lunch till 1:15. Then we will go into closed session. So we'll start, we'll have an open meeting. We'll go into closed session. We'll do our closed session. We'll report back. We'll do a brief chair report, and then we'll very quickly get into DTSC presentation on enforcement program. I know that Ms. Rothschild, Mr. Kahari here, I appreciate you sitting here this morning, but just so you folks can plan, why don't we plan to start that at 1:30, so you can come back at that time and do whatever you need to until then. So does that make sense, colleagues? So we'll adjourn until 1:15? Thank you.
like not to, but I may. Why? I need to get something to eat at some point if I have that chance. Huh? No. We need to post, I have the incorrect presentation there. We've got it. Oh, the one you posted the second time? Yes. Whatever it takes, yeah.
Why are you answering like that? You're not help desk. Kind of feel like it when I'm in the room. Cal EPA password for. Hit me in the chin. Alright, it looks like we're good to go then. Thank you, Help Desk More. Hey, you get paid a lot more. You shouldn't be mad. Alright, man. There shouldn't be any more problems, so. Bye. Find out from Patrice if there's a... Guys get some food? Thought I'd be reading. If it was only DTSC in the building. Yeah, I changed that because a lot of DTSC.
Friday the 13th, you know?
Oh.
That's appropriate, Dave.
No way.
That just seems wrong.
That is
They do it on purpose. Because I had to take it twice. So.
Oh, you were in such a... That won't be you.
That's true. Yep.
Can we go on the record? Webcast? Back on the record for the May 12th, 2016 meeting of the Department of Toxic Substances Control Independent Review Panel. We're continuing here in the Byron Share Room at the Cal EPA building in Sacramento, going on with the afternoon part of our agenda. We have moved up the closed session item. We're about to go into closed session. We're going to take the closed session in the room next door, so we don't have to clear this room. Closed session is not open to the public. The IRP will meet in closed session for discussion and possible action on personnel matters consistent with Government Code Section 11126A1. We also may go into closed session to confer with legal counsel regarding potential litigation consistent with Government Code Section 11126E1 and 2. We are now going to go into closed session, and we will report back shortly. Second,
Yeah, I just let him know.
can we go back on? We'll go back on, please. I'd like to reconvene out of closed session. This is the May 12, 2016 Independent Review Panel for the Department of Toxic Substances Control meeting here at the Cal EPA building in Sacramento, California. We have just taken item 14, closed session, out of order. We are now going to go to item 15, reconvene and report on closed session. The IRP will make any announcements of actions taken during closed session consistent with Government Code Section 1126.3 and 11125.2. Council, are there any reports out of closed session?
No, there are not.
Hi.
In a second, yeah, just in a second here. So just looking at the agenda, colleagues, we have the chair report. We have DTSC's presentation on the enforcement program. We have some organizational, operational, administrative matters. And then we have the IRP reporting requirements, as well as future schedule and agenda items. One of the topics that we wanted to discuss with regard to item 12, reporting requirements, has to do with the budget change proposals, or the spring finance letters, I guess they're called, from the department. And I wanted to see whether our panel wanted to make any recommendations to the legislature with regard to those spring finance letters. I guess there's some concern that we may not get to that issue, which is quite timely and has a time sensitivity pretty much this month, if we put it last. My understanding is that there are folks from the department that are able to present on the spring finance letters. Are those people here in the room right now, Mr. Wall?
No, they're stuck upstairs because of the fire drill right now.
Oh,
Um,
okay. What we may do is take that out of order. Maybe I can have a discussion. Would we want to, because of the time sensitivity, if we don't get to that issue until June or July, it may be too late. Do we want to try to take that out of order and try to quickly discuss it, colleagues? Do you have any thoughts on that? Did I pose the question clearly?
Yes, I think so. I thought that we were going, do we include anything in our recent report regarding our finances? I thought that since Eric presented the shortcomings that we were going to face, that we decided either to talk to our representative body or to actually have maybe a statement.
Our notes were to go back to our appointing authorities and let them know that we were concerned about the budget for next year. That was simple. It wasn't a formal presentation. And I thought, hasn't the May revise already passed? Aren't we already too late?
No, my understanding it was released for consideration this month. I guess the question is this.
Okay.
Let me state it a little more clearly. We have here these 5 spring finance requests from DTSC. They're on DTSC stuff, not necessarily just the panel's budget. And the question is whether we wanted to take out of order the item where we could discuss this to make sure that we get to it today.
Well, I think it's critically important, and I think if I recall correctly, I haven't read through those, but not with this in mind, is that they parallel or are exactly the same as some of our recommendations.
Yeah, I think at least one of them is. So, Mr. Law, can you let those folks know that maybe we'll take them out of order if we can in the next 20 minutes or so, so that we can get to it, and whether that makes sense for you folks?
Sure thing, I'll let them know. I believe that they can be down here by then. It just depends on how long this drill goes, but typically I think they're about 15 minutes or so. So I will communicate that.
Okay.
May I ask what those, so basically they are based on the suggestions that we have made? No, I think I've seen
Some
them
are,
already.
but one is, 4 are not.
So,
Attention elderly occupants. Attention elderly occupants. Alarm going off on 14, 15, and 16, and 13. Fire drill. I repeat. Attention elderly occupants. Alarms were set off on floors 13, 14, 15, and 16.
so for the other 4, what is the reason that we're reviewing them?
So that we could determine whether to make supplemental recommendation to the legislature with regard to these.
For our next report, you mean?
Or we could do a report this month based on what we would deliberate on today.
Or even a separate correspondence, a letter.
That might be a better way.
But we have to
looking at it.
open up the item and discuss it to figure out what might be the proper mechanism. I guess just the question I have now is whether we want to be able to take the item out of order, because otherwise there's a good chance we're not going to get to it.
And that's item 12, right?
Correct. Would you be willing to take that out of order, assuming that we can get the staff down here to talk about it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, but we'll wait on that. I have a chair report. Chris, the people on the 15th and 16th floor, is that like the director, or who is that?
Yeah, it's the director and Francesca, so they're on their way down now.
Okay. I'd like to maybe wait for my chair report until they come, if possible. Can we start with the initial part of the enforcement program, knowing that we may, after a few minutes, have to interrupt? I know that there are several portions to it. Maybe we could take the first portion, or would that be completely messing you up, Ms. Rothschild?
In the interest of time, that's fine. We can definitely start because we want to make sure that you get to hear our whole presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to open up item number 10, DTSC presentation on enforcement program. We have a detailed presentation with only 106 slides from the department on that. I will also note, colleagues, that we received a lot of reporting with regard to the questions that we had asked. In our prior reports, colleagues, so we received information from DTSC on the SB 1249 metal shredder program, the AB 1075 three strikes enforcement bill, AB 1329, prioritization of environmental justice on enforcement. We received a presentation on compliance with inspection timelines and mandates. We received an update on the compliance with the RCRA grant work plan when it came to enforcement and some hazardous waste manifesting matters. So we received all this information. I want to thank Mr. Law and the rest of the department for putting all that together. It's extremely helpful for us. We have all reviewed that information. We're going to have questions on that as well. A lot of it is included in this large PowerPoint, but there are other questions. And just want to note, colleagues, that I think this is exactly what this panel is supposed to be doing, working in conjunction with the department to ask questions, get transparent answers to those questions, work with the department and all stakeholders to try to address the strengths, the needs that are presented in that information in a transparent and public way. I know for a fact, at least my appointing authority is very pleased that we got these timely answers from the department and that we're able in this sort of forum to have a honest discussion about it. I think that's exactly what the panel is supposed to be doing. So I want to thank Mr. Law, the director, and everyone else who helped put that information together, and very much look forward to this presentation. I see that the director is here now. We're trying to sort of juggle things around. Director, we want to talk about these spring finance letters. We want to do it quickly. Would it be appropriate to try to take those out of order at this time before we get into the presentation? Or do you want to wait till the end, knowing that there might be some time crunches?
I can go over it very quickly if you would like.
And are you the person who's supposed to go through those with us?
I'm certainly able to go through them with you. I don't have copies of them in front of me. I was waiting for the elevators to become available again after the fire drill. So why don't I give you just a quick overview, and then if you have very detailed questions, we can figure out when will be the appropriate time to go into the detail. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you very much. So let's take out of order, colleagues, as we just discussed, item 12, IRP reporting requirements. Sorry, Ms. Rothschild, for bringing you up and sitting you down. This is discussion and possible action concerning enforcement program and other recommendations for IRP written reports due under the Health and Safety Code. And we're going to hear about these these spring finance letters, and about whether the panel wants to make a supplemental recommendation, whether it would be a letter or something else, weighing in a timely fashion on these letters. Now, Council, we have the ability to do that, correct?
Yes, you do. I think under Health and Safety Code, Section 57014, Subdivision H, gives you the flexibility to address supplemental submissions to the governor for budgetary purposes.
Thank you very much. So we'll let you jump right into this, Director. Thank you very much for allowing us to take it out of order. If you can just provide a little tiny bit of background, though, about what a spring finance letter is, what the May revise is, and sort of what the timing is of it, just to lay the foundation so we can understand.
Certainly, I'd be happy to do that. The governor proposes a budget in January based on projected revenues and an understanding of various needs and priorities within the state as to how to use the revenues that the administration is anticipating it will receive. As you know, taxes primarily come in April. And so as the tax revenues start to come in, the state is able to make a more nuanced and more current projection as to anticipated revenues. And so in April, the administration may propose additional budget items through letters from the Department of Finance to the legislature. And that did in fact happen, and there were some items for the department that were conveyed as part of that process. And then when all of the revenues have, or the large majority have been received, then one last true-up is done looking at budget forecasts and needs and priorities, and also factoring in any new information that's come in about, that might further shape priorities. And a final proposal comes out, the May revised proposal, which, revises the prior budget proposal, and that is due out at the end of this week. And then there will be hearings. There were hearings on the original January 10 proposed budget from the administration in both the Assembly and the Senate. And then following the release of the finance letters in April, there were further hearings, and there will be additional hearings following the release of the May revise. Yes, the budget does have to be approved before the end of the fiscal year. What happens is both houses vote on proposed budget items in the budget. If they vote the same way, that vote stands. So if both houses, both the Assembly and the Senate, vote to approve an item in the budget, that item is approved. If they both vote to disapprove the item or reject the item, then it is rejected. If one house votes to approve and one votes either to reject or hold open the item, then it is held open and it goes to what's called conference committee. The conference committee has representatives from both houses and negotiates the final budget package. And that involves leadership as well as the leaders of the various budget committees. So the department has 5 additional proposals that were outlined in April finance letters from the Department of Finance. 2 of those items have been approved by both houses in the legislature. One was expenditures on laboratory equipment using funds that came to the department as a result of a statewide enforcement case. It's a supplemental environmental project, and it's updating various lab equipment in the laboratory, as well as certain specialized field equipment that will help with future criminal investigations that we undertake.
Would that help sort of the forensic laboratory issue that we're talking a little bit about? Is it that kind of equipment?
There are some gas chromatographs and some other equipment that is certainly useful and crucial, actually, in analyzing samples from the field to determine which constituents are present and at what levels. Some of the, I'm not sure which forensic analysis you're referring to. You know, the department has a laboratory that's known nationally as being one of the leaders in these kinds of analyses. But there are always advances that are happening in academia, and we develop methods, other academicians develop methods. So it takes a little while for equipment to be developed that furthers some of those kinds of analyses, but we are looking to replace some of our outdated equipment with more current and precise equipment. That's correct, yes. It is approved to be part of the final budget package. In addition, both houses have approved $14 million for the repair and retrofit of the dam at the former Argonaut mine site outside of Jackson, California. That site is being proposed for listing. EPA has proposed listing it as a National Priorities List site. The dam is holding back a considerable amount of mine tailings from the former dam or former mine site, and including arsenic in the hundreds of thousands of part per million range, and tons, literally tons of it. The dam sits right above the town of Jackson and State Route 49. We received word late last spring, early summer from US EPA that the Army Corps of Engineers had found the dam to be structurally unsafe and likely to fail at the next heavy rain. And we received $1.5 million in emergency funding to design the retrofit that is going forward in the coming years, but also to undertake emergency measures to divert water around the dam so that in the event of heavy rains, which were expected as part of the El Nino pattern this past year, that the dam would not be compromised. And we were able, in the space of about 8 weeks, to get those designs completed and the emergency measures installed. And even though there was a 4.5-inch rain event in that area, the dam is still holding. So we're really happy about that, happy to have the $14 million to finish the design and implement the retrofit of the dam. So those two measures are both approved by both houses. We have 3 additional...
One sec, Director. So that one also has been approved by both houses.
That's correct, yes.
And you would consider the interim actions that you did at Jackson to be a real success story for the department, correct?
Oh, very much so. And in fact, the mayor of Jackson and the city manager came up to one of the budget hearings to express their appreciation and their support for the ongoing work there.
And was that work done by the Abandoned Mines Unit in addition to some of the site mitigation folks? Or who did, or the emergency response people, who did that work?
The work was overseen by my team in cleanup. Charlie Ridenour led the work. A few other folks worked very hard on it as well. And then we had some contractors on retainer for emergency work, and we used those contractors to implement the measures.
Congratulations on that very important effort.
Thank you. So in addition to those 2 items that were approved by both houses, we have 3 items that were approved by the Assembly but held open by the Senate. The first is to increase our staffing in our permit division by 15 positions. 14 of those are permit engineers and 1 is a supervisor. This staffing would fully staff the permit division and prevent the development of future backlogs. So you saw presentations from us on our permitting enhancement work, and you inquired as to what staffing level would be sufficient to preclude future backlogs. This is the staffing level in combination with the positions that were made permanent as part of the original January 10 proposal, and in addition to the staff we currently have. I should note that this proposal also has a component to fund these positions. The proposal, again, consistent with some of the recommendations this panel has made, proposes to eliminate the option for the facilities to pay a flat fee for their permit applications and would require them instead to pay fee-for-service to cover the full cost of the permit.
So this one, I believe we already have recommended. We recommended last month in our report to augment the hazardous waste control account to fund necessary positions to achieve the goal of DTSC making 16 permit decisions a year and processing 90% of permit decisions in a 2-year period or less. This is the spring finance letter that memorializes that. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So we've already, panelists, recommended this one, although now it's actually a spring finance letter, with a number on it. So we could clarify that we support, this document.
Yeah, it's good to remind them that.
Thank you. So there's 2 others?
There are 2 others. One is a strategic program development initiative that includes 5 staff positions, including scientists, analysts, and legal support to conduct a systematic review of all of the department's programs in the same way we did the review of our permitting program using the same kinds of analytic tools, but to go systematically through segments of each of the department's programs and service areas until we've covered the entire department to ensure that we are doing our work as efficiently and as effectively as we can. The last item is for our Office of Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs. It includes 6 new staff positions, including scientists and analysts that will support the work of the Office of Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs. This is consistent with some of your earlier recommendations about ensuring that our Assistant Director for Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs, Ms. Ana Mascareñas, has the staffing support that she needs in order to fully carry out her mission, and this proposal does implement that vision.
Yeah, so colleagues, along those lines, just looking back at the prior recommendation that the director is referencing, we did recommend back in January to provide position authority and funding to strengthen the role of the Assistant Director for Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs, including more staffing and resources. So we made that recommendation. This budget, this spring finance letter requests an augmentation of $881,000, $441,000 from the TSCA account, and $440,000 from the HWCA account for 6 permanent positions to actually create an Office of EJ and Tribal Affairs. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So we've already kind of made that recommendation. Would there be any objection to formally recommending support for this specific, document?
Of course not.
No, I support it. Mine would be, what's the time frame? Who do we make the recommendation to?
Okay, so we can talk about some of the details. And then the final one is the, that the director mentioned, is the strategic program development. This requests an augmentation of $747,000, $374,000 from the HWCA and $373,000 from the TSCA to convert 5 positions from limited term to permanent for ongoing strategic program development. So these are currently 5 persons that are under Ms. Hardy?
This is the permanent enhancement work team. That work is largely completed, will be by the end of this year. And so we are proposing to retain the expertise they have developed in program review and implementing program reforms, and have them work systematically through the remainder of the department's programs.
How is this different than fixing the foundation, for example?
Fixing the foundation was a blueprint that called out the kinds of work that would need to be done, what we would need to look at. The permit enhancement work plan was an outgrowth of fixing the foundation, so the fixing the foundation called for an evaluation of the permit program to enhance its effectiveness and to eliminate the backlog, and that's what the permit enhancement work plan in specific did. So fixing the foundation is the overarching program under which we've set some goals for truing up the department, but what we're proposing here is a much deeper, more specific analysis of each program area to establish clear performance goals, metrics to track for us and for you as well as others who are interested, whether we are meeting those goals, not just in terms of how quickly we do our work, but also how well we do our work.
What would be the timing that you would expect? I saw something in here that the folks could start as early as the middle of the year. What would be the timing on getting their sort of work done, and would it be an ongoing thing that goes on for many, many years, or would this be something that we're trying to see some results in 2017, for example?
We are expecting we will see results. We will focus in on one particular part of the program. We are proposing to begin with our voluntary cleanup program and to start there. So there will in fact be an evaluation done of that program with proposals for enhancements in the program to make sure it is more transparent and has the kinds of goals and metrics that we've all been talking about. So that's where we're proposing to go first.
How did you pick that one first?
We picked that one first in response to some of the questions and comments we've heard from the public. The program has achieved many important milestones and returned quite a lot of contaminated land into beneficial use, but we understand there are questions also about how some of the health protective targets are established within the program, whether it moves as efficiently and as effectively as it can, how we communicate with those who are interested, especially affected communities. And we're taking all of that in, and that's helping to shape our priorities as we go forward. My expectation with this particular budget proposal, though, is that it isn't going to stop after we do that next slice. We expect to move systematically through the entire department, and we're also committed to an ongoing culture of excellence, and that means you don't establish performance goals and then you're done. It means you establish performance goals, you continually review yourself to see if you're meeting your performance goals, and you also review your goals to make sure that they continue to be appropriate and protective and reflective of current public policy. And so much like painting the Golden Gate Bridge is an activity that is never done. They get all the way through the painting of the Golden Gate Bridge and then it's time to go back and start again. We would expect that as part of our commitment to excellence in our performance of our jobs, that we will continually be examining what we do to make sure that we are using the most current tools, that we are reflecting the most current science, and that we are being responsive to the needs of the communities and the expectations of the policymakers that we are charged with carrying out the vision of.
Thank you. And so I'm looking here at the letter. It says you would hire the staff in July and begin on the job training of any new hires September of this year, the first annual scoping plan, December 2016, the biennial report on performance improvement.
Yes.
What would be the role of the public and sort of the transparency of what these folks are doing?
Well, a lot of that still has to be developed. We want to bring the team on. We do have, as part of the proposal, an outline that includes several points at which internal and external input is sought in the development of the initial analysis of a program, in the development of the improvement plan, and then in reviewing the effectiveness of the plan. So there are several points at which we specify we will be seeking engagement within the department to make sure we are availing ourselves of the expertise within the department, but also outside the department. That would include your expertise. It would also include the expertise of interested community members, people in academia, the business community, and others who interact with our program.
How would you see these folks interacting with our panel, for example?
I haven't put together that detailed of a plan yet. We don't have the staff on board yet. I know that this panel is anticipating a presentation on our cleanup program or some aspect of our cleanup program in the future, and we could look at incorporating this work there. I'm certainly happy to share with you the draft scoping plan when it's available.
Thank you. So what we have here, colleagues, is 5 spring finance letters, 2 of which we have already in principle supported. Also, 2 of these appear to have consensus among the legislature. That is the lab piece and the Argonaut-Jackson piece. So what we could do is draft a supplemental recommendation or letter to the governor and the legislature weighing in on these topics based on the timing that the director has mentioned. It probably would be appropriate to do that now. If we wait till June, perhaps those conference discussions already might have happened. So it would seem that if we feel comfortable and ready, that now would be a time to weigh in on these, but of course, it's up to the consensus of the panel.
Yeah, I think just ask Larry to draft a quick letter that refers, ties the two to our previous recommendations. And the third, I think, I look forward to the results of that, and I'm sure other state agencies and the unified program agencies throughout the state would be able to learn from that type of process too. So I think it's doing a lot of foresight, leadership. It's dynamic. I think it's a wonderful idea.
You're talking about the strategic program one?
Yeah, and the other two, of course, we've already had long discussions about how important we think those are.
Yeah, I really would like to thank the director for thinking of putting this in place without us really weighing in, because I think that it is important to evaluate and make sure that everything is proceeding as smoothly as possible. I personally think that it should be a short letter, but giving our strong support of all three of those.
Well, we have 5.
Well, the other 2 has already been approved, so I think that would be redundant for us to say, oh, we approve these 2 also. But the 3 that are still kind of...
Is there value for us weighing in on the other 2 as well?
I don't think that there is a downside for you to weigh in, but I don't know that if you didn't weigh in that would be a fatal flaw either.
I think we're making an awful lot of recommendations, and the fewer we keep them, the stronger they are.
Okay, but at the same time, we don't want to, not mention those 2, and it looks like, we don't like those 2 either. Would there be any objection, colleagues, and we can talk more about this, of supporting all 5 of these in a brief letter to the legislature and the governor, indicating that 2 of them we already have supported in prior recommendations, and we're pleased that we're working with the department to memorialize those and move those forward. And then with regard to the strategic program development, indicate that we support that, but also want to ensure that there is going to be transparency of that process, both internally and externally, and that we would expect the panel to be a key stakeholder in that process.
I think that's fine.
I have no objection.
We have to take a vote on that? Okay, so do we need to make a motion?
Actually, it's really up to you, Mr. Chair. There's already been verbal consensus by the panel members on the record already. If you'd like to take a vote, you can. I don't know if it's necessary at this point.
So it sounds like we have a verbal consensus and we don't need a vote. Mr. Rolfus, do you understand the recommendations?
I do.
Okay. Anything further you wanted to add, Director?
On this point, no. I would like to ask whether the panel would be comfortable with having my staff sit up here to do the presentations. My recollection from our permitting presentation is that there was a lot of time lost getting the right person up to the microphone to answer questions because they don't always relate specifically to the topic that's being presented. Sometimes they refer back to other topics, and I think it would be more efficient for you if we were all there and whoever was appropriate to answer the question could.
No problem. Before we close item 12, is there any public comment on this item, Mr. Areca? Sorry. No, there is none. So anything further on item 12? That's sort of this little interim recommendation. Our next formal report, colleagues, would be due in July on the topic of enforcement. So we don't have anything further on this.
Mr. Chair, I would also like to recommend that the panel consider, given the interest you've expressed in our labs and the work that we do, that we pick a time perhaps in the August or September timeframe for us to come and do some presentations to you about the labs and the work that they do, and we can look for an opportunity to open the doors of the lab so you and interested members of the public could have a tour.
So you're saying that we could, sometime in the fall, have a meeting in Berkeley, and part of that would include a tour of the lab?
Either Berkeley or Pasadena. We can work out which facility could most readily accommodate, not only you, but also an open public meeting in the process.
Thank you. I'm sure we would welcome that. Okay, we're going to now take the chair report, and then we will go into the enforcement presentation. Hopefully, we'll have time to do that. Just let's give a minute here. So, and folks can start coming up, or so we don't have to waste time. So just a very brief chair report. This is item number 7. Several items that we'll go through very quickly here. The first is I do want to acknowledge that Mr. Areca, our intrepid and first staffer for the IRP, has accepted another job in the department. We regret to see him go, and it's the transition is something we're going to be working on, but we want to thank you, Eric, for all the great service and really hard work and excellent work that you put in. We are pleased that you're looking forward to joining the department. It's a good sign when the department is able to attract people like you. And so we wanted to, thank you very much for your service. We know that we're working to get a replacement hired. We are going to continue to call on you as appropriate during this transition, and I want to thank the director and the deputy director to assure us that the panel's not going to suffer too much as we go through this transition, but I want to thank you for your service and have a little gift for you. It's just a bottle of wine here. I don't know if you have to report it on your Form 700. You might have to. Panel, and want to thank you very much for everything you've done.
If it has a value of $25 or more, he does.
And I think, our council will straighten all this out. I don't know if other panelists, did you have a comment you wanted to make for Mr. Areca?
Just, congratulations and good luck in your new position.
The same, yeah. And I'd like to echo that. It's good that DTSC continues to attract, hire, and train good people.
The announcement we have along staff is we have a nice accomplishment for Mr. Rolfus, who can explain to us a little bit about this, but this is a tremendous honor. If you recall, Mr. Rolfus came before he came to us from the Landscape Contractors Association, and he was just at a big gala shindig. He was selected for the Green Hall of Fame, which is quite an accomplishment, and based on all the prior service you had, obviously folks really hold you in high regard. It's quite an accomplishment. Can you tell us a little bit about the Green Hall of Fame and what that was like being enshrined?
Well, it's actually the Green Industry Hall of Fame, and translated, that probably it probably really means landscape industry. Folks in the landscape industry often like to call it the green industry, which gets them mixed up with environmentalists. But I put in nearly 31 years with the California Landscape Contractors Association. Assistant executive director most of those years, and so I'm now in a Hall of Fame, and if anybody wants my autograph, I give them out.
So we also have one for you, Larry, and a congratulatory bottle of sparkling wine for your enshrinement panel, and that's from the whole panel.
Reporting threshold.
That one you may have to talk to council about, your Form 700. Okay, so with those announcements out of the way, just a couple other quick items. As mentioned before, I did have the opportunity to speak to the Senate Budget Committee 2 on April 21st, made some remarks summarizing a little bit of the work of the panel to date. We had the opportunity also that day to present our second report to the panel. In general, it was well received. We spoke just before the director. The director was covering these budget finance requests for the spring. So did have the opportunity to do that. I circulated those remarks so you folks can see what was said. I also just was contacted in my role as the panel chair by Tony Barbosa of the LA Times. The LA Times had some questions about Exide and what the role of the panel is. After speaking with some folks, at least with my appointing authority, did explain to Mr. Barbosa what the role of the panel was, indicating that the role of the panel is not an Exide-only panel, and briefly explaining to him what the jurisdiction of the panel was. I don't believe he's written that article yet, but I did want to note for the record that I'd been contacted. The department still has the department has a couple of openings. Just wanted to note for the record, Ms. Rothschild is moving on to San Diego, so is going to be missed, and that's a big shoes to fill and a big hole for the department. To note for the record, Ms. Rothschild's position is open. My understanding also is that still the site mitigation position, these two very important deputy director or assistant director positions are going to be open at this department. So if anybody listening on the webcast or others are interested in those positions, please apply. My understanding is the department is doing a very aggressive search nationally to fill those really important positions, and it would be great soon that the director has her deputy and has those two positions filled and a real full management team. My understanding is that the chief counsel also is sort of an interim, and that's a position that potentially needs to be filled in the long term. But want to thank you for your service and identify the importance of getting all those positions filled, as I know the director understands. However, there are good people joining the department. In addition to Mr. Areca, we have Zuleika Bayar, was just appointed by the governor to one of the director deputy positions. I believe that she's going to be responsible for working on all this Exide work and going to be heading that up. Is that correct?
Yeah, Zoe Bayer is our new assistant director in our site mitigation program, assistant deputy director in our site mitigation program, and she will be in charge primarily of the Exide cleanup, the area around the Exide facility. She starts on May 23rd.
Good luck with that, and I think we should all wish her the best of luck. That's a very difficult position to jump into. Also want to note for the record that I've had some very good discussions with the director and her deputy director, Ms. Negri, over the past month. Really appreciate that communication. I think it's essential to the panel functioning well. Yes, we are an independent panel, but we have to know how the department and the staff are doing, because ultimately we can make all the recommendations in the world, but if the department can't carry those out, or if the staff aren't fully engaged in implementing the recommendations, they're not going to be as effective. So having that communication is essential to the functioning of this panel, and I want to thank the director and the assistant director for taking a lot of time over the last month to have that good communication. Thank you very much. I also want to note, I've been seeing a lot of things come across the desk here, good things that the department is doing that I think are important in addition to all of the critical eye that we are putting on the department. But I think it's essential that we also identify a balanced way some of the things that the department are doing. Maybe not everyone thinks they're perfect, but they certainly are steps forward. For example, the department is doing off-site sampling and beginning to do some sort of off-site analysis. We're embarking on that effort at Ag Park. Same thing at Cometco, which hasn't been done for a generation. The department just adopted its supplemental environmental program policy in the last week, which is one of the recommendations that we made earlier this year. There's good work that was being done at Jackson. So I think it's important as this panel goes forward that we hear about some of the positive things that the department is doing. I think perhaps we should consider in the future providing a venue for the director in a candid way, both in terms of transparent and strengths and needs for the department, but a place where you can discuss sort of what you're seeing from your position and give the panel a sense of all the different things that the department are doing, including the kind of things that I just mentioned. So I'd seen these things over the last month and thought it was important to identify them. So that's the chair report. Is there any comments on that?
San Diego's getting a great person who'll also assume one of her roles is investigating childhood lead exposure and enforcing the hazardous waste. So one person will be responsible for both of those programs in San Diego County.
Very good. Anything further?
I also agree that it would be nice to have a place in our agenda where the director can actually go ahead and candidly explain what is happening in DTSC so that the public can be aware of all the positive and not just focus on the negative. And I think that's important moving forward to learn to be more constructive than destructive in a lot of the ways that we're moving forward. So.
I also know one thing I forgot here in my notes, that an email was sent yesterday by the director entitled DTSC Organizational Culture Task Group. This has to do with the some of the organizational issues, and it indicates here that as part of this effort, DTSC will be pursuing a statewide employee engagement survey to measure levels of cultural awareness as well as employee satisfaction, knowledge, information, and perceptions of management, communication, and processes. Director, what is the rough timing of that effort, if you have a sense at this early stage?
Well, we want the task group to inform the development of that survey, and so convening the task group and engaging them is probably the most important thing. We are also bringing on outside facilitation and resources to support this, so a facilitator for the group as well as a contractor to develop and design that survey. Survey design is a science and an art. You can't just throw out a bunch of questions and get statistically significant and useful responses. And I am not an expert in doing that, and we don't have that kind of expertise here in the department. So we are engaging that, so it takes a little bit of time to get that contract in place. Francesca Negri is working on that, and Francesca and Ana Mascareñas and Dr. Meredith Williams are my executive sponsors of this project, and they have been working on assembling that team and also reviewing bios and talking to different potential facilitators to make sure we get someone who has the full range of skills so that we can have a really effective and productive engagement, because this is intended to be a very real and durable exercise. We do not want this to be, well, we had a task force and now we can all go on with our business. We really want to dig in and get a good understanding of how people are thinking and feeling and what we can do to make the culture more supportive and more engaged throughout the department. As far as the survey itself goes, we expect to have that contractor on by the end of the summer, work on developing the survey, and would hope to have some results by the end of the calendar year. In that time frame, maybe a little bit sooner, maybe a little bit later, but we will definitely keep you informed and would be willing to look at having the contractor come and hear your concerns and questions before the survey is developed, so that if you have specific thoughts or needs, we can try to address that as well as the advice that we get from our employee task group.
Very much for that. If you recall, colleagues, we had discussed sort of doing our own survey and finding ways to reach the staff. And it seems that this is, very much sort of the same type of effort. It seems the department and the leadership is very serious about this as a way to, address, the functioning of the department, the management, these kinds of things, morale, a lot of the same questions that perhaps were important for us. So this might be a way we can sort of dovetail our efforts. Also, frankly, when you're surveying this many people with our very limited staff, there would be real logistical problems, so that perhaps, this survey can play a role for the panel as well, in terms of the panel wanting to hear from and to be listening to the rank and file of the department. So I think this is very positive. I think that we do want to be a partner in this. We feel an obligation also to look at some of these same issues. So looking forward to working with you on that very closely moving forward. Anything further at this time?
No, but regards to survey, as you know, I was assigned, and Larry and I had a few discussions about that and the scope of it, and I have not communicated with the department on this, but I'd come to the conclusion, having done this once before in my working life, that was the only way to do it professionally and successfully. And so,
This way.
yes, exactly. And to hit the point, so very much on the same page. And also, I was thinking about painting the Golden Gate Bridge this morning too, so I was up.
Good. Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Any public comment on the chair report?
There are 3 from Christina Walsh.
Okay. Are they on the topic of the chair report?
Yes and no. Received from Christina Walsh at 2:18. IRP comments, congrats to Mr. Eureka, but why are the IRP emails directed to him? How is this independent when he's going to work for the director? This seems to be a sham, not independence. Why wasn't it stated that he's specifically working for the director, and how does that square with being bound by statute that claims these positions are independent of the department? That's an official crock. Received from Christina Walsh at 2:21. It is a rehashing of our statute once again, but I will read her comments after. That says independent of the department. I specifically commented about this, and now the announcement is done like there's no problem. Like it's no problem to make a mockery of the independent role this panel is supposed to serve. And received from Christina Walsh at 2:23. This is not independent and therefore has no credible believability when this kind of inside job is continuing to be perpetuated against the unaware public.
Anything further? Okay, well, now we'll move on in our regular course to item 10, DTSC presentation on enforcement program. I want to note we have this long presentation, colleagues, as well as all the additional information that Mr. Waugh helped compile. So thank you very much. Ms. Rothschild?
Hello? There we go. Okay. My name is Elise Rothschild, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Hazardous Waste Management Program. Today, we have several speakers that are going to share with you our inspection and enforcement programs. There are 2 divisions that do enforcement work within DTSC. They are the Enforcement and Emergency Response Division, also known as EERD, and the Office of Criminal Investigations, known as OCI. EERD activities include inspecting treatment, storage, and disposal facilities, hazardous waste transporters, as well as electronic waste handlers and recyclers. Conducting investigations of complaints of hazardous waste handling, illegal disposal, and transportation. Leading and participating in focused enforcement initiatives. Initiating and settling administrative and civil enforcement actions. Providing local agency support, including CUPA evaluations, oversight, and support, as well as technical training and assistance. We are the CUPA for Imperial and Trinity counties. We also have an emergency response team responsible for the oversight of hazardous waste removal actions, as well as involvement in large-scale incidents and disasters. OCI activities include investigating complaints of illegal handling of hazardous waste, supporting multi-jurisdictional criminal and civil enforcement investigations in partnership with state and local prosecutors, and planning and participating in environmental initiatives focused on high-priority illegal activities. We have recently created the Enforcement Performance Management Branch, or EPMB, because we don't have enough acronyms. The ultimate goal of this group is to evaluate all the inspection and enforcement processes and determine how to make them more efficient and streamlined for EERD and OCI. This group has begun their in-depth review. In the presentation today, you will hear items that EPMB have identified and how we are making improvements so far. Thank you, and we look forward to your thoughts and suggestions as we move forward in this process. And we will begin with Keith Kihara, who's the chief of the EERD.
Welcome, Mr. Kahara.
Thank you. As Elise says, I'm Keith Kihara. I'm the chief of the Enforcement and Emergency Response Division. I have around 28 years of experience in environmental enforcement and compliance. 25 of those years as an inspector or regulator with DTSC, Cal Recycle, and the Air Resources Board. For the last year and a half, I've been the chief of the Enforcement and Emergency Response Division.
What I think we're going to try to do is, there are natural breaks in this presentation. So what we'll try to do is let Mr. Kahara go, and then when you're done, potentially ask some questions then, but we might also have questions at the very, very end too. Okay? So please go ahead.
So EERD is 111 staff, including me. 83 of those staff are field positions, and of those 83, 65 are dedicated to inspections and enforcement. Our mission is to promote a cleaner and safer environment for all Californians. This is a summary of the laws that we enforce. Because we are the Koopa in Imperial and Trinity counties, there are an additional set of laws or statutes and regulations that we also enforce. Some of the specific core activities of the division include conducting routine inspections of the facilities that receive hazardous waste facilities permits from our permitting division, transporters, and electronic waste recyclers and handlers. We receive complaints from the public, and we either refer them, or for those that we retain, we investigate. We also conduct enforcement action as appropriate for those inspections and complaints. Part of our function is to participate in Cali EPA's oversight role over the Koopas. So we engage or participate in those oversight reviews. We also, as I mentioned before, we are the Koopa in Trinity and Imperial counties. We have a group that does emergency removal actions, our emergency response unit. And part of the time we spend conducting very focused inspections for a specific thing. So for example, prior to a permit decision being made, we'll sometimes go to a permitted facility and conduct an additional inspection. This is just a pie chart that kind of shows you the myriad of funding sources for last fiscal year for the division. There are a number of different programs within the department that we interact with or work with or support. This is just a summary of those groups. The types of facilities we inspect the facilities that store, treat, and dispose of hazardous waste. And generally, those facilities are required to have a permit from our permitting division. Additionally, we will inspect registered hazardous waste transporters and e-waste recycling and handling facilities. The Koopas have the primary responsibility to inspect generators in the state of California, but as I mentioned, we're Koopa in 2 jurisdictions. This is an area we're also reviewing as part of the enforcement improvement process, the frequency with which we do regular inspections. The inspection schedule or inspection frequency is set largely due to commitments we have with US EPA, CalRecycle, or based on the type of activity that facility has. So, for example, facilities that are either owned or operated by the federal government, we inspect on an annual basis. The operating hazardous waste landfills, we also inspect annually. Because of the level of activity at Kettleman and at Buttonwillow, we inspect them twice a year. E-waste recyclers, we inspect annually. The handler operations, we inspect in a 5-year cycle. The other permitted facilities, that is the permitted facilities that are either not federal or are not operating hazardous waste landfills, we inspect every 2 years. Unless there is a significant enforcement issue. So, for example, if they have Class 1 violations or we have an issue with their compliance history, we will inspect them on an annual basis. Operating facilities that have a standardized permit or a state-only hazardous waste permit, we inspect every 1 to 3 years. And again, just like a regular permit, if there's an issue with their compliance history, we'll inspect them annually. And then finally, facilities that are in post-closure, that is, they have a post-closure permit, we inspect at a frequency of 3 to 5 years, depending on their last groundwater monitoring evaluation. So the Health and Safety Code requires us to maintain a telephone number. That is the DTSC Waste Alert Complaint Hotline. So we receive complaints from the public. All those complaints are entered into our online database, which is on our internal EnviroStore site. Those complaints are evaluated and graded as either emergency, urgent, or routine. Our Office of Criminal Investigation has the first option on all of those complaints to decide whether or not they want to investigate it. If they decline to investigate it, then we evaluate those complaints and decide whether the best option is to refer the complaint to another agency, for example, a CUPA, if a CUPA is the more appropriate agency to investigate, or we retain a complaint to investigate. We use CalEnviroScreen as part of the triaging process for those complaints that we retain. So if the complaint is in a community that has a high cumulative impact, according to CalEnviroScreen, that complaint will get priority over one that has a lower cumulative impact. So our regular routine inspections, we develop an annual work plan. So we start doing that process this month. In fact, next week I'm meeting with my branch chiefs to start developing the annual work plan. Once we have that set, we distribute that work plan to the supervisors for review. The supervisors will distribute assignments to their inspection staff so that we're ready to go on the the routine inspections on July 1st. So, and as I go through this, I wanted to tell you that all of these things also apply to our field staff in the Office of Criminal Investigations. So we won't repeat it for you. This information is all the enforcement field employees are required to have a baseline or an initial medical monitoring physical, and they're required to have physicals every year. They're also required to be fit tested for use of a respirator on an annual basis. They're also required to have a 40-hour hazardous waste operations and emergency response training class, at least initially. And then they're required to have first aid and CPR every 2 years. And annually, there's an 8-hour refresher for their HAZWOPER class. This is an example of 8 classes that the inspection staff have to attend. There's also an additional 20 classes that we've identified that inspectors, or at least new inspectors, are required to go through and complete in a 3-year period. To give you a better idea of what happens on an inspection, I'm going to walk you through the typical steps to prepare and to conduct an inspection. Safety of the public and our staff is a priority for DTSC. The hazard appraisal recognition plan is basically a site safety plan as required by the OSHA regulations. In order to prepare a HARP, that's what we refer to it as. In order to prepare a HARP, the inspector or field staff person has to do a lot of research. Often it's a file review. They'll look at online databases to try to determine what sort of waste is being shipped or handled by that facility. They'll look at online sources about the type of activity that business engages in order to get an idea of what the potential hazards are. The main thing about the HARP is that it's a recognition program for our staff to determine what sort of level of personal protection they need. Depending on the type of hazard represented by the chemicals and waste that are handled at that facility, they'll try to establish the proper personal protective equipment, or as we refer to it as PPE. And there are 4 levels of personal protection. So as I go through this, we have some staff from Office of Criminal Investigation and ERD that are going to actually don 3 of the levels of personal protection for you so you can get an idea of what is needed to do that. I'm going to warn you right now that as they don this equipment, you will see some of them will not be done by the time I finish this slide. Okay, so the lowest level of protection is what's called level D, and basically it's safety shoes, a hard hat, safety goggles, and our industrial hygiene, our health and safety people require a safety vest. Above that, if there is a potential hazard from inhalation, to that ensemble, we'll add chemical-resistant coveralls, which it looks like Taryn's donning. Okay, and a air purifying respirator. If the inhalation hazard can't be regulated or controlled by that air purifying respirator, or there isn't sufficient oxygen, we step up to the next level, which is level B, which is the same ensemble, but adding, instead of an air purifying respirator, is a self-contained breathing apparatus, which is an air tank and a full face mask where the air is supplied. And then the final level is something called level A, which is a fully encapsulated suit over the respirator or the SCBA. We don't typically or routinely run into situations where we need level A, although we do have a limited number of staff that are trained at level A. Oops. Okay, so once we get past preparing the HARP, having our health and safety branch review it, having the supervisor approve the HARP, the staff also have additional things to do. So for an inspector, normally...
Like my stack of IRP documents.
Pretty close. So what happens, especially with inspecting a permitted facility, is our inspectors will contact our permit project managers. They'll talk to other people. So like if there are issues with groundwater, they'll contact our geologic support. But one of the things they also have to do is a document review. So what you're seeing here is a photograph of what's called a Part B, which is basically the operations plan attached to a permit and incorporated by reference to that permit that an inspector has to review prior to going to the site. Now, I could be deceptive and tell you that this is for every permit, but it wouldn't be true. This is actually the Part B for a very complex facility. They range in size. I apologize, I left it on the desk, but they range in size from a smaller binder, which is the most simple facility where it's just merely a tank storing used oil, all the way to something like this. Okay, so this is a photo and it's not a city. This is one of the facilities that we regularly inspect. As you can imagine, it's a fairly daunting task for our inspectors to mount. By the way, the Part B, the photo that I showed you before here, this is the Part B for this facility. So many permitted facilities are very large and complex. This is a good example of a complex facility. Because this facility has many units that are under the permit, we have to look at the variety of requirements or conditions for those units, and we have to look at all those units. So this facility will take several days for our inspection staff to go through. It's not a one-day inspection. It's not a couple of hours. It's several days. So when we inspect a facility, again, like I mentioned, we look at every unit that's identified in the permit. So whether that's storage or it's a treatment activity, or for the landfills, whether it's the disposal site, we look at all of those units. We also, as part of the interview, obviously interview several people at that facility. So we document whatever the results of that interview are. So we'll ask questions, they'll respond, and we document what we're told. We also take notes. We review any records or documents that are available at that site. And then we collect evidence to prove any violations that we may find. And evidence can go all the way from copies of documents to photographs to samples. So if necessary, we'll take samples. This photo depicts some drums located at a permitted facility. I guess I should point out to you the issue in this photo. There appears to be a bit of standing water on these drums, and there's no what's referred to as secondary containment. Storage areas for drums or containers of waste are supposed to be within an area if the drum leaks, that it's captured in a basin or some sort of thing to hold the contents of the drum. There's no secondary containment for these drums. So what my inspectors do is they look around. They're very careful to look for things out of the ordinary. Here's a pretty good example of something out of the ordinary. There appears to be deterioration of what appears to be the siding of the building, and obviously something is coming out of the building. So that would probably be a release. Some of the facilities we inspect are, like I said, very complex. So here's piping at a refinery. One of the things our inspectors do is they look at a process. So they'll start from where waste is generated and any kind of piping that conveys it to a storage tank or a treatment unit. So you can imagine, in order to track that waste as it comes from the point of generation to where it's stored, you'd have to follow the exact pipe that conveys it. So in this particular case, you would have to very carefully follow through the pipe runs in order to determine whether or not it's going to where the facility actually is saying it's going, which would take time. We also look very carefully at any kind of signage at the facility. Again, this is a refinery. This is a sign having to do with the sulfur complex. This particular sign identifies the hazards posed by this complex. And I know you can't read it, but it actually says that the unit contains compounds ranging from ammonia acid gas to sulfuric acid. So obviously those pose health risks to my staff. And so again, this is really important why it's important for us to assess any potential hazards as we do the inspection and to be ready in case there is a release. We also want to look for things, again, like things that are out of the ordinary. So if you look at this photo, you'll see that the piping is corroded, and as a result of the corrosion, there is buildup of something coming out of the pipes. So this would be a violation as well. And these types of releases we'll document in our inspection report. Obviously, we took a photo of it. We'll document it in the report. If there's a contention with the facility, we'll take a sample as well. So here's a photo showing you some of the staff taking hazardous waste samples. So that's an example of level B, which you're seeing some of our staff, right, are donning level B. And it's required if we don't know what's in the container. So in this particular case, we don't know what's being stored in the drum. So to be prudent, we'll wear self-contained breathing apparatus as we take the samples. Oh, sorry, let me go back. What you don't see in this photo is also there's two people doing the sampling. And what you don't see off camera in the photo is there's two people outside the sampling zone also suited up in level B. Now, they won't have the hoods on, they won't have the air on, and they won't have the mask on, but they're ready to immediately respond. If there's an incident, if these two people need assistance immediately, we're ready to have people go in. Our policy requires a minimum of 4 people be on a site if we have to do sampling in level B. So this photo shows a decontamination line. As I mentioned, we don't typically wear level A. And the nice thing about this photo is it actually shows you what a level A ensemble looks like. And that's the 2 individuals in the white suits. And the reason it's level
But
A...
Mr. Areka's going to do now that he joins the department, right, I hope? No? Okay.
He should get used to it. When I first came to work for this department, everybody joked with you at a Christmas party, so do you glow yet? So anyway, this is level A, and the basic distinction is with level B, the air pack, the air tank is outside. In level A, it's within the suit. That's why the suit is actually ballooned out, because the air stays in with you. So you can imagine what a pleasure it is to be doing something that takes any kind of effort in a level A suit, let alone level B. Here's an example of some of our staff actually taking samples at an abandoned plating shop. And you'll see they're in level B. Oh, sorry, let me go back to this slide again before. A decontamination line is really important. So if you're sampling in a contaminated area, we want to make sure you're not tracking things out. So what we'll do is the staff in the green suits will be cleaning the people in the level A suits off as they leave the contaminated area. So I know that came up earlier about whether or not our contractors were actually deconning or tracking things out of the neighborhood around X sites. So this is an example of how decon would occur. Okay. So as soon as they're ready, they'll come up and I'll describe to you what the different levels are. Also, we have, if you've heard the beeps and the buzzers, that we have some typical field survey equipment that we take into the field to determine whether or not there are unseen or unknown hazards that we can detect. Okay, so modeling in the white and the safety vest is that Dylan? Is it Dylan? Okay, is Mr. Dylan Clark, and he's wearing level B, which is a self-contained breathing apparatus, a chemical resistant suit, and I know you can't see it, but he actually has 2 gloves on. He has an inner glove, chemical resistant glove, and an outer chemical resistant glove. He's also taped up and into that suit. The nice thing about, or the terrible thing about a chemical resistant suit is basically this is a paper suit that's coated in saran wrap. So you can imagine if you're sweating inside there, it doesn't get out. So, oh, and what does he have there? He has an XRF. So an X-ray fluorescence device, that's the one that looks like a gun. And the other one is that a mini ram? A multi-ray, sorry, a multi-ray. So that's a particulate meter, right? No, I'm sorry. It's a gas chromat CGI, a gas
Been out of the field too long, huh?
I know I remember the CG, I remember gas techs, I mean, that's how long it's been. So I apologize for that. So what it's detecting is, CO2. It's measuring oxygen content in the air. It's also seeing if there's any ignitable vapors. So are we ready? Taryn. Okay, so this is Taryn Stokel Buck, and she's wearing also a chemical resistant shoe. Oh, sorry. And so if
Starting
you
to
look,
get nervous up here. I don't know why.
she has boots on, chemical resistant boots. She also has a chemical resistant suit. She has a powered air purifying respirator. So basically, it's just a filter attached to a pump that pulls air through. It's a full face respirator as well. Let's see. The other thing is she's carrying a Jerome. A Jerome is I just took my health and safety refresher too, and we played with instruments. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, so it's a mercury vapor analyzer. So it detects mercury in the air. Yes, it's as Elise says, it's very trendy. It's purple. So next, Justin. I'm sorry, Justin. I don't remember your last name. So Justin's wearing a paper suit. It's a Tyvek suit. You'll see asbestos contractors usually wear them. And he has a rad meter. That's the one you should be worried about. Yeah, if it starts clicking really fast, then there's a concern. Oh, see, they're messing with you now. Okay, and then he has shoes with steel toes. So.
They're wearing it at the Exide in the residential areas?
That's a good question.
They're wearing washable coveralls as well as the safety boots, the hard hat, the gloves. And then the coveralls are removed before they leave the site in the decontamination zone, and they also go through a boot wash to make sure that their boots are cleaned off and any equipment they've been using is also decontaminated before it leaves the site.
Okay, and then finally, Sean is dressed merely in a hard hat, safety goggles, again safety shoes, and a safety vest. So, yeah, so very typically level D is what Sean's wearing, and the majority of the time on an inspection will be dressed like this. If we end up having to go into a contaminated area, we'll step up, depending on what the hazard is that's presented.
That's what they dress the lawyers in when we do site visits.
Yeah, so there's a hint there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to clarify, in addition to thanking my staff for demonstrating this, there are two other points I'd like to make. One, the length of time it took them to put that equipment on is short compared to the process involved in taking it off when leaving the contaminated site, trying to get out of all of that gear when there could be contamination on it, and making sure it doesn't touch anything that would leave the site is very challenging and takes some time. The other thing I wanted to clarify is I did say that the workers in the residential cleanup around the Exide site are wearing coveralls that are washed. They're collected by the contractor, and the contractor takes them to a special facility where they're washed. The workers do not take the coveralls home with them for washing, so it's all contained. And this is what's worn in the residential area during the cleanup on site for the work being done on the Exide site, in the containment buildings on the site. It's a higher level. I think it's a level B protection that they have to wear inside the containment building.
And the expense wasn't mentioned, but well, I can't remember what a Jerome costs. I think about $8,000, but the more expensive mercury vapor analyzer is $17,000. I remember that. And a level A suit's about $5,000, and I think the Gore-Tex one's about $8,000, and you throw it away after one use. But they don't use them much. But and the other limitation is the tanks have so much air and human, because they can't, they don't want to pass out on the site. So that's a very expensive group of people over there when they're fully dressed and trained.
Yeah, the XRF is about $30,000. So after we get done with an inspection, the inspector will come back, discuss the findings of the inspection with the supervisor. If they take samples, we send our samples to our environmental chemistry lab. I'm requiring our inspectors to enter the inspection results, the inspection data into our internal EnviroStore system. We're currently working on a policy to require inspectors to enter the data in within 2 working days after the last day of the inspection. And if we determine, and then an inspection report, a formal inspection report is prepared, and we will attempt to send it to the facility within 65 days. If we determine that a formal enforcement action or further enforcement is necessary, then we will consult with our Office of Legal Counsel. So,
Pays for those inspections, are they billed out to the regulated entity per inspection, or is it a fee, or the department pays for it? How does that?
No, the department pays for the inspections. An exception is there are some out-of-state used oil treatment facilities, and they will pay us to come to their state and inspect them. But that's the only place where we have fee for service for inspections. We get some money from US EPA under the RCRA grant. We have some money for used oil facilities and for e-waste facilities from CalRecycle. And then the rest of it is paid from either hazardous waste control account or the toxic substances control account. The main source, yes, HWCA. I think the pie chart showed it was roughly 50% of our funding. So if, as a result of the inspection, if we find no violations, then we basically close the inspection out. If we find violations, we have to classify those violations. So a minor violation is something that doesn't require further action, further enforcement action. A Class 2 violation, it doesn't typically require further enforcement action. However, if they fail to correct that violation or it continues, then we will sometimes pursue, or we usually pursue further enforcement. A Class 1 violation is something that represents a significant threat to human health or safety or the environment, and further enforcement is warranted. So when further enforcement is appropriate, we calculate a proposed penalty using our administrative penalty regulations found in Title 22 California Code of Regulations. There are 2 primary factors that we consider when calculating a penalty. One is the potential for harm represented by the violation or the waste handled, and the extent of the deviation.
Actually, so with those bins that didn't have a secondary container and there was water on top of it, what would that score be?
It would kind of depend on what the waste was in the container. So when we look at that, we consider the condition of the container, whether the container is adequately labeled or marked, how long they've been there, what the waste stream is. So sometimes you'll find containers that the waste doesn't pose that great of a hazard. So those violations may be Class 2 as opposed to Class 1. It kind of depends on the circumstances.
Okay. And for example, the one right after that, the deterioration, that again would depend on the type of chemical you find in there?
Generally, where there's deteriorated conditions and there's obviously a release, that's probably going to be a Class 1 violation. It would be an extremely rare case where that would be a Class 2.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so telephone? No, sorry. Okay, so there's, as was mentioned, as Elise mentioned before, we have a couple of different options if we find violations. It's on this slide. Really, the last one, referral to a DA for a criminal case, that's pretty much Hanson's group. My group doesn't really end up with criminal cases. So by and large, our two enforcement options are an administrative order or a civil action. So what happens is when we have either an administrative order or civil action, we'll work with our legal counsel and the Office of the Attorney General, and we'll attempt to negotiate a settlement with the violator. If we reach that settlement, then we'll put in provisions in the order to bring the facility back into compliance if they haven't already come into compliance, and agree to settle the case for an appropriate penalty. The Office of Legal Counsel drafts those enforcement orders or consent orders, and they're reviewed by not only my group and our legal staff, but very typically by the Office of the Attorney General as well. And then once we conclude a case, when we settle a case, all those documents are uploaded to our internal EnviroStore site. And again, when a case is concluded, for the permitted facilities, those documents will become on the public side as well. Okay, here's a table about our routine inspections for 2014, 15, and up to the first quarter of this year. One thing I'd like to point out is that referrals, there's no correlation between the year that the inspection occurs and the date of the referral. Okay, then this next slide is about our complaints. The chart includes the number of complaints that we assigned, the number of complaints that we investigated during 2014, 2015, and the first quarter of 2016. To explain about the difference between complaints assigned, the site visits, and investigations closed, again, there's no real correlation between it. Also, what you're seeing is some actually open cases as well. So, you know, we may have an active investigation, so the numbers aren't going to total up exactly. Okay, so I mentioned the 65 day report date. So we're required. Sure. Okay, so we've retained a complaint. It's been assigned to one of my staff to investigate.
So in 2.5 years, there have been 110 complaints assigned?
Yes.
Thank you.
2 years and 1 quarter.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes. Okay, so I mentioned mailing inspection reports out. We're required to provide a copy of the inspection report to the operator of the facility within 5 days of completing the inspection report, and in no case more than 65 days from the date of the inspection, unless there are circumstances that prevent us from doing that. And if that happens, what we have to do is we send a letter to the operator letting them know that there are extenuating circumstances, and we typically will identify what those circumstances are and give them a projected date when we will mail the inspection report.
So are you satisfied with the first quarter of 2016?
Well, okay, so this is sort of not every inspection falls within the 65 days. So that 93, there are some inspections that were done in April, for example. So you wouldn't hit the 65 days, or I'm sorry, we're done in March. So you wouldn't hit 65 days by April 1st.
So to the extent this is a performance metric, you feel you're meeting it?
Meeting it. We're roughly running about 90% of the time where we hit 65 days or less. Can we improve? Sure. I mean, ideally, I'd like to see 100%, but I think 90% is a pretty good number for us to hit.
I would also add that we are right at the beginning of this effort to evaluate our enforcement program, to look at whether these metrics are the right metrics, whether they provide meaningful information. To the extent that something isn't 100% that nominally could be, we want to look at why it isn't and find ways to track that why, so that we are able to distinguish between, you know, some facilities are very complicated. There are inspection reports that are, you know, hundreds of pages long. I had an inspection report brought into a meeting that I was part of that was 2 binders worth. So some of those would take longer, perhaps, than 65 days. Sometimes there are test results that we're waiting for from a lab, and it takes a while to get those. So there are, in fact, reasons why an inspection report could take longer. What we need to do is look at the process from beginning to end and make sure we've identified the legitimate situations when it takes longer, so that we can distinguish and understand for the ones that aren't happening within 65 days why, and is that a reasonable amount that we're hitting there. And we're just at the beginning now, so we don't have the answer to your question entirely, Mr. Chairman. We would hope that as we go through this process and we have an exchange of ideas with you and the other panel members, then we will be able to develop the kinds of metrics that will be able to shed light on the question that you've asked.
Thank you. And can you go back 2 slides to slide 30, if possible? So we're going to receive some public comment, I'm sure. Oh, the next slide. Sorry. That some may question whether this would indicate that we're being aggressive enough with referrals. Do you have any thoughts on that kind of comment?
Mr. Chairman, bear in mind, not all inspections are going to result in violations. There may have been inspections done there where no violations were found, so there wouldn't be a referral. And then the violations that were found may have been minor violations, which would not result in a referral. So it would be inaccurate to look at that and say there were only 6 cases that came out of, you know, the all of those inspections. The number of referrals there doesn't tie directly back to the number of inspections. You want to measure it against other things.
So you don't believe that? So how would you? So you would think that people who are questioning whether this shows we're being aggressive enough.
You would need to know a lot more information. You would need to know of the inspections, how many violations were found, what kind of violations were they, of the violations that were not minor violations, what was the follow-up. Not all cases result in a referral to the Attorney General. We may find a violation and get the violation corrected and get a penalty for that violation without a referral to the Attorney General. The system is set up, as you know, to make the best use of the time in our courts so that not every case goes to court to be resolved, and we have a tiered process for resolving cases so that only the ones that really can't be resolved through other means ultimately end up getting referred and prosecuted.
I think we have other information on this point, but you could probably put a column in that would indicate how many of these were administratively settled too, I suppose.
Keith, are you going to mention informal enforcement at all? I mean, I think it's important for the public to understand that if you see a violation, you make sure it's corrected. Your inspectors either correct it, observe it being corrected
Right.
while they're at the site, or have some kind of documentation. So effective, I'm putting words in your mouth, tell me if I'm wrong, but effectively, once you're done, there's no violations. But
Right.
the
I mean,
process is over.
generally, if a violation can be corrected immediately while the inspector's there, it will either be documented as a minor violation or it won't be cited as a violation. So I think that's what Mike's referring to is informal enforcement. I try to encourage my staff to always cite all violations, even if violations are corrected while the inspector's there, because then we have a record that the violation occurred and that correction has occurred as well. So that if an operator is recalcitrant in the future or fails to correct in a timely fashion, then we have that documented that they know they're supposed to be correcting violations or not committing the violation to begin with.
And the other aspect is the sites, particularly that DTSC inspects, might have it's going to have 1 to 20 or plus environmental health and safety specialists on site, and their job is to make sure that they're in compliance with all these rules and regulations. And there's a lot of them. It's quite a challenge. But most of these businesses, people's bonuses are based on the number of violations. They fight them jealously. They don't want any violations. And I just ran some numbers, and as a percentage, DTSC takes enforcement about twice as frequently as the San Diego County CUPA used to. I mean, as a percentage. The numbers are different because of the types of inspections, but
yeah, and these numbers don't
formal
really,
enforcement.
They don't really reflect open cases. We have about 80 open cases currently. So you're not going to see that in these numbers.
So I'm looking, for example, and this is very helpful, and we are going to need to take some time probably in our next meeting as well, just to be honest with you, to go through all this information that you presented. But so we have this document here, the compliance information request, and what this is it's a EERD compliance data report, and then the second attachment is the EERD inspection enforcement data for permitted facilities, and it goes through, each of these facilities, inspection section, violation section, and then enforcement section. So, it's going to be important for the panel and members of the public to sort of understand how all this stuff fits together. This document here is CY 2014 to April 1st of 2016, and at least on the enforcement section, Mr. Kahara, I only see $5,000 in penalties in here in 2.5 years or 2.25 years. Maybe I'm not reading this correctly or not understanding it, but we're going to have to understand how all these things fit together and how the department.
Right. Well, and again, there's a lot of open enforcement cases. As much of a time sink as it is to do an inspection, doing enforcement is a huge time sink as well.
Right. And I don't want to interrupt you. I want you to, but I do have questions about that document in particular. But why don't you continue? Thank you very much.
Sure. So let's go back to where I left off. Okay. So again, as has been mentioned, not all inspections lead to violations. So we also look to make sure that facilities return to compliance. There's no actual specified date, either in statute or any kind of regulation that says what that return to compliance deadline's supposed to be. So what we utilize is a 240-day date that's based on guidance from US EPA. And even if a facility doesn't return to compliance in the 240 days, what that means is if otherwise we weren't going to do enforcement, we will do enforcement on that facility. So that's, some of these the facilities that aren't meeting a 240-day date to return to compliance. They would have otherwise not had further formal enforcement actions taken if they had returned to compliance within the 240 days. But most of them are facilities we were going to do formal enforcement on anyway. So.
I don't understand that. Can you say that again?
Okay, sure. So we have this metric. It's 240 days that the facility has to report to us that they've returned to compliance. We occasionally run into facilities that don't tell us they've returned to compliance or we know haven't returned to compliance. EPA has basically a performance metric that they've suggested by guidance that says that a state should take formal enforcement action against that facility if they haven't returned to compliance. For us, the majority of facilities that are in that category where they haven't returned to compliance in 240 days, we were taking formal enforcement anyway. So I guess for us, that's not a real, it's not a really worrisome metric for us because they're in the queue to have a formal enforcement action taken. However, if we do run into a facility which otherwise, for example, if it's only class 2 and minor violations, but they still haven't returned to compliance in 240 days, then we would follow EPA's guidance and take formal enforcement action against them.
So in this same document that I just referenced, it says here, not every inspection results in a finding of noncompliance. In 2014, 126 facilities returned to compliance within 240 days. In 2015, the number was 155. For the first quarter of 2016, 30 facilities returned to compliance within 240 days. Of the 27 formal enforcement actions in 2014, 10 were initiated within 240 days. In 2015, 5 of 64 were initiated within 240 days. So what does that mean?
Well, I'd have to look at that again.
Okay. And again, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm just trying to understand the.
No, I appreciate that.
Attachment 1.
Right.
The narrative, the last sentence.
Okay, so what you would need to see, though, is for the 126 facilities, or in 2014, how many facilities had violations cited? Because not every inspection of these 327 inspections had violations cited,
Right.
the first thing you would need to see is how many of them had violations cited, to compare that to the 126
So
facilities
what does that
were.
last sentence mean? In 2015, 5 of 64 were initiated within 240 days. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but maybe you can explain that. And if you're not familiar with it, we can come back to it. And I guess the overall question, I don't need a particular answer to that, but is whether you feel in general, it's assuming that that's a metric, how the department is doing and whether you're satisfied with making sure that we're achieving compliance within that 240 days.
Well, again, I think, as Barbara said, we're looking at everything we're doing in the program. And as we'll come up to when we talk about the Lean Six Sigma process we're going through, I think we're going to find that there are certain things that we can change to try to improve these metrics. We do have this metric because, again, US EPA identifies this as a metric for them. And so even if we and I personally don't have that much faith in this as a metric, we're still going to follow it because EPA is expecting us to report on this. Some of these metrics are historic. I mean, they very well predate me, and we've been doing this the certain way for a long time. And again, maybe some of these things that we look at are not necessarily appropriate and really don't measure performance for us. And certainly as as my new group goes through that process and evaluates things, that I'm interested in finding things that are more reflective of the performance of the program and identifying those as metrics.
I think, again, it comes back to the why. If a case isn't, if a formal enforcement action isn't brought within 240 days because there were laboratory samples that were needed or follow-up site visits had to happen, if there were elements of the case that were not in place and could not have been in place within 240 days because the case was being built, then it would make sense that it isn't initiated in 240 days. And we're just beginning, as I said earlier, in the process of asking all these questions. We'll have answers for you about whether this performance is reasonable or not reasonable after we've looked at what really it's reflecting. It's hard to say just based on a number of days at this point.
Yeah, I understand that. And, you know, but I'm not sure our panel is going to be able to wait until you're done with this whole process. We're going to have to write reports in the next 3 months. And there's a couple things in here that we're going to have an honest discussion about. When I see here that 5 of 64 were initiated within 240 days in 2015, you know, that jumps out a little bit. So there's some things like that. And, you know, I know that there has been some prior work done around enforcement. And so, you know, we want to make sure that the department takes the time to do these things right. But I know that the people we're answering to here also don't want to wait forever on this.
I absolutely appreciate that. And I agree with you. The numbers jump out, and we're definitely looking at it. You're asking Keith and me whether we're satisfied and we think these are good numbers, and I'm telling you we don't have enough information to answer that question yet. We do have enough information to agree that we need to look at it. In the same way we're looking at how long it takes to refer cases, just as they did, the Office of Criminal Investigations did. We are looking at these things to see where they can be improved, but I don't want to prejudge it and tell you what I think about it before I've had a chance to actually dig in and look at what's really going on.
May I also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just one last question. So there was, at some point in time, a budget augmentation to conduct a thorough assessment of DTSC's inspection and enforcement program. It was called the Enforcement Performance Management Branch. When was that?
So that is this budget year, and this is the group that Elise mentioned at the beginning of her program that Keith also mentioned. We have brought these people on, we have done some training with them, and they are beginning that work, and it was envisioned as taking a couple of years in the same way that the permit enhancement work plan took a couple of years. So that when we are saying we are working on this and we're at the beginning of it, that's exactly what we mean. We have a group that's focused on it. They are beginning to excavate all of these numbers. They are going through the statutes. They are looking at the targets that the statutes give us, that our grant programs give us, that others are using, evaluating what makes sense, what doesn't, and looking at where it looks like we could be doing better. But it's not just, that looks funny. It's really a much more data-driven exercise, and it's going to take a little while to complete.
Who's in charge of that? Who's the person? Is there someone who's in charge of that effort?
Yes, I have Mr. Adam Palmer.
Okay. Hi, Adam. Okay.
If I may make a suggestion, a quick suggestion, I think the problem may not be with the numbers themselves, but an explanation of what the numbers mean. I think the problem here is that there's not enough information for us to be able to really interpret what 5 out of 64 means. I'm kind of confused with that entire
And I want to
paragraph.
clarify, I think what that means, I know what it means to me. And I used 180 days as our metrics. It used to drive me nuts because that was to try to get that, and we didn't get it because it means from citing a Class 1 violation, and you could cite a Class 1 violation and get lab results back 30 days later says, oh, never mind, that wasn't a hazardous waste, therefore it can't be a hazardous waste violation. But to go through that process, and DTSC's is more involved than ours. They have legal review, but it's failure to give the person that committed the violation a speedy trial is what it is. They're more than 240 days later, they're getting notified that we're asking you to either show cause or the district attorney's take it or whatever the thing is that they're put on notice that there's going to be an informal enforcement action and likely penalties involved. But so that's what that means to me.
And the number for 2015 it's so low is because we're in process. And like Keith mentioned, we have 80 cases that are open right now. And so a lot of this number is caught up in that because we're still processing through those.
And that's something that worries me about these metrics a little bit, is that the numbers are really not descriptive of what is going on with DTSC and the process that...
Right, and that's part of our new process and our new initiative then to really dive in and figure out how can we best look at these numbers and report them out. We, as Keith was mentioning with EnviroStore, we have some challenges in terms of the data that goes in there and the data that we can pull out. So we're going to be working on that. So as we move forward in this process and as we're giving you this information, we're really taking a look at it and realizing where we have some gaps and we know what we need to do to make that happen.
Exactly.
And that's where we're just in the beginning stages of this. And so it's helpful to be up here and discuss it with you and really like crunch down on these numbers and get an idea. So moving forward, we will be able to better respond to you and to the public and be a lot more transparent on where we are with these.
And I think that the strategic group that are going to hopefully, if the budgetary needs pass and that we can get that going, can address some of these points. I think it is true that some of these numbers do jump out, and sometimes for me, I don't really quite understand what they mean because it's not very in line. For example, if you have 10 enforcement actions, then 5 out of 64, 5 out of 64 what? If there's only 10 enforcement actions. So there's a little bit of discrepancy in regards to what each of the numbers mean. And so I think that just having numbers there can sometimes be a little misleading.
It's definitely also misleading because of the timeframes. So we have some crossover, and so some things look more inflated than they really are. So without drilling down into the specifics of each facility, like we did give you that spreadsheet, and we can talk about that in the next meeting more, is that's why the numbers look a little askew also because of the timeframes.
Are you going to be around at our next meeting?
Yes.
Oh, you are?
In theory.
Okay.
I'll be watching you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that it is a little bit misleading, but when you look at the raw data, like what you sent us, and you look at the number of Class 1 violations versus Class 2 violations versus minor violations, there were only a couple of maybe Class 1 violations. And so it makes sense that there weren't that many enforcement actions because of that. So kind of raw data doesn't go hand in hand with some of these inflated numbers. And so that can be a misconception to the public as well as some
Right.
of us.
And it's also an indication of what kind of education program do you have as well. So really this is an indicator that there's some good education going on out there and there isn't that many Class 1 violations, and therefore we're running a pretty darn good program. So that's part of it as well.
So what's Adam's last name?
Palmer.
And where in the org chart is the Enforcement Performance Management Group?
So it reports directly to Keith.
How many people are in that group?
9.
This is their exclusive job, is enforcement performance management, or are they also doing inspections and things like that?
No, this is their job.
Okay.
Sort all this out.
So I would ask, hopefully, Mr. Palmer, you can attend all the meetings we're going to be having on enforcement, which is this meeting, next meeting, and July. I know you've got other things to do, but I think we're on this together a little bit here. We chose enforcement second, colleagues. Maybe we should have chose it later so that Mr. Palmer could have done a little bit of his work and we could have been informed by that process. But it's, that train's left the station a little bit. So, it is what
Well,
it is.
and it's also very comparative to what happened with the permitting program that started a couple years ago. So you're right in terms of that. So we're just starting to really peel back all those layers and really look at where we have some discrepancies and where can we make some more efficiencies.
Right. I mean, the thought of this group was they would be doing the activity of the CPS report. And so we're not even to the analysis to figure out how this process works and what we need to change and what can be changed. But, I mean, jumping ahead, when we talk about some of the things we're already working on, we do recognize there are certain things that we can change or that we can try to adapt, or certain areas that we have already recognized as deficiencies that we want to work on.
When are you going to tell us what those are?
In about, I think, 10 slides.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So again, as I mentioned, we have some active cases. Actually, there's 70 active enforcement cases, open enforcement cases. We're in the process of making enhancements to improve efficiency and effectiveness. As part of that process, we're going to establish milestones and metrics to assure the public that DTSC is achieving its mission and goals, and to ensure facility compliance with hazardous waste requirements. Okay,
Look,
so
we jumped ahead. Okay.
Okay, so this is the new branch. Okay, so this is Adams Branch. It was established through a BCP that started in July of this year, or July of this fiscal year, sorry. These are some of the projects they're already working on. The last one, the Lean Six Sigma process, is actually not housed within the branch, but the project obviously is related to everything the branch is going to be
And does
doing.
Mr. Harper work out of Sacramento?
Mr. Palmer's here.
Palmer.
Yes.
He works out of Sacramento?
Yes, he's here in the building. Okay, so, and I'll get back to the Lean Six Sigma process in a bit. Okay, so the Certified Unified Program Agency, CUPAs, the program was started in '93. The statute required counties to apply to become CUPAs. Local agencies such as fire departments could also apply. The certification process began in '97, and then the secretary for CalEPA had to certify CUPAs. We are part of the evaluation team at CalEPA. And then there are 6 program areas within the CUPA: hazardous waste generators, underground storage tanks, above ground petroleum storage tanks, hazardous materials management plans and inventories, business plans, and the California Accidental Release Prevention Program. Okay, I mentioned that we're part of the evaluation process. CUPAs are evaluated on a 3-year cycle. Our evaluation team, the evaluation team is led by CalEPA. It's comprised of 1 evaluator from each of the state agencies involved. Each month, my staff that are part of this CUPA evaluation team do 2 to 3 CUPA evaluations. So we average about 32 CUPA evaluations a year. We also are involved at the board.
Sorry, can you go back for a second? I
Sure.
apologize.
Sure.
And so where in the org chart are the CUPA evaluators?
Okay, so the CUPA evaluators are under Maria Soria in Berkeley.
And how many, name rings a bell? Oh,
Maria's here, yes.
hi, Maria. And how many staff does Maria have? One of the CUPAs that was just evaluated was the city of Los Angeles. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Kahara?
No, I don't.
Okay. I know that the city of LA just received, from my understanding, a very critical review of their CUPA activities, and I was wondering what's going on with that. Do you know anything about that, Ms. Rothschild?
Not in detail, but the report will be on the CalEPA website.
They are on the evaluations and corrective action are, for every CUPA, are posted on CalEPA's website on the Unified Program page. And that's consistent with my understanding too.
Since we're asking some questions, I just want to quickly clarify, how come DTSC is a Coupa for Trinity and Imperial Count?
Oh, it's a long and tortured history.
Basically, the county government did not want to have a Coupa, and DTSC is the default Coupa. And one Coupa, City of Oakland's been decertified so far. There's another real big one in Southern California that they're looking at, but I mean the DTSC evaluators in the Coupa process, as are most of the evaluators, do not give us any slack. Yeah, they want to see these programs exactly like Keith is describing them today, and I've certainly had many fights with Maria and her evaluators. They're certainly not. If anything, they err on the side of perfection. How's that? I mean,
So the Coupa report for LA has not been finalized yet, or it has
I
been?
don't know. I would have to look at the website.
Yeah, some questions about that, because I'm hearing some folks from the public on that. Larry, the LA Coupa evaluation, City of LA. Please go ahead. Sorry, the border.
So we participated in the U.S. border, U.S.-Mexico border 2020 environmental program. Okay, Border 2020 is the latest environmental program implemented under the 1983 La Paz Agreement between the United States and Mexico. We conduct inspections of vehicles carrying hazardous waste shipments across the border at Otay Mesa and Calexico Port of Entry. We also participate in binational meetings with the Mexican equivalent of the EPA. We monitor and enforce the import and export notification requirements. We also provide training and compliance assistance to the maquiladora industry. This is an example of a port of entry. These are the kind of vehicles. We also have a contract with San Diego County, and they supply one inspector, right? It's one inspector to help us with border inspections. Yeah, so my supervisor of the San Diego border unit is here and present. It's Mr. Alfredo Rios.
Hello. Thanks for coming.
In case you guys had too difficult a question on the border for me. And there's an example of sampling of a container in one of the southbound shipments. Northbound, sorry. Hanson will talk about we're looking at northbound shipments as well. Sorry. Okay, so accurate, complete, and timely reporting is critical to our regulatory program. There have been several enhancements to our internal EERD EnviroStore over the years. One of the most significant in terms of transparency is the development and launch of our public EnviroStore website. Currently, the data that's put on that website is related strictly to permitted treatment, storage, and disposal facilities. It contains inspection, violation, compliance, and enforcement data. Other enhancements to EnviroStore are being discussed and developed to address the tracking of violations in more detail. If you look at the spreadsheet, it doesn't give you a lot of detail about what the exact violations are. It just gives you what's called an area of violation, which can tell you roughly where it is in Title 22 where that violation is, but not the specific section. We're seeking to add that information in EnviroStore so that we can provide it to the public as well so they can see it.
And are you satisfied with the timeliness of the uploading of data to EnviroStore?
Well, again, one of the things is that I have an expectation supervisors will feed data in EnviroStore as soon as their inspections are completed. I realize that in order to memorialize that, we have to develop a policy that requires it within 2 business days or 2 working days after the conclusion of the inspection.
How many supervisors do you oversee directly?
Okay,
And
so
what are their names?
I have 6 branch chiefs. It'd be Adam, Maria, Denise, Adam Palmer, Maria Soria, Denise Suji,
And where is Denise?
Denise is in Sacramento at our Cal Center office. She also is the branch chief over our emergency response group.
She's here as well.
Yeah, Denise is here.
Hello, welcome.
Roberto Ku, who's in Chatsworth, and Carmelita Lampino, who's in Cyprus. She's also over our San Diego office. And then as the manager of the Imperial and Trinity Coupa is Roger Vince. And under them are, I believe it's 13 supervisors. Yes, 13 supervising scientists.
How often, if at all, do you and those 6 talk together all at the same time?
Okay, I have a weekly conference calls with them. We meet face-to-face once a month. I gather all my supervisors and the branch chiefs every other month for a face-to-face meeting.
Thank you.
And I've started visiting each of the regional offices to meet with staff twice a year. Okay, so
And how long have you been the head of the Enforcement and Emergency Response branch?
for a little over a year, almost a year and a half.
And where were you before that?
Before that, I supervised the financial assurance group here at Toxics since 2005, I believe. 2005 or 2008.
Thank you.
Okay, so AB 1329 in 2013 required us to prioritize enforcement actions affecting communities that have been identified by Cal EPA as being most impacted by environmental justice, or I'm sorry, most vulnerable communities. I'm going to cover the topic, each of these topics on the slide in a little bit more detail. So we're using OEHA's CalEnviroScreen as a tool to determine communities that are most adversely affected or have high cumulative environmental impacts. Using JS mapping, we identify communities that are most seriously impacted, and we try to prioritize inspection and enforcement work in those communities. As I mentioned earlier, one of the ways we do that is we triage complaints. Complaints that are in high cumulative impact areas are given priority over ones that aren't. We also participate in environmental justice initiatives. Cal EPA has an annual environmental justice initiative at a different locale in the state. This most recent one was done in the Los Angeles area in 2 communities, Boyle Heights and Pacoima. Boyle Heights, we participated, or we led 12 inspections. As a result of those inspections, let's see. Those 12 inspections included 3 hazardous waste transporters, 5 electronic waste handlers, 3 auto records, and 1 metal recycler. We also assisted the City of Los Angeles Coupa and the LA County Coupa inspecting an additional 11 facilities, which were 10 hazardous waste generators and 1 electroplating shop. We coordinated with US EPA inspecting hazardous waste generators, Department of Pesticide regulations on inspecting pesticide manufacturing facilities, and Cal Recycle on those e-waste recyclers and at least 1 used tire salvage yard. Of the 37 inspections we conducted during this time period, 22 of the facilities were in compliance. During the inspection, or at the time of the inspection or by the end of the inspection. Of the 15 facilities found with violations, 8 will be facing a formal enforcement action.
So these are, looks like some generators, other things that you're doing as part of this joint effort with Cal EPA. But I'm just trying to understand, as a general matter though, your inspectors are typically looking at your 120 or so permitted facilities, is that correct?
Yeah, this is additional work.
But for the most part, your inspectors are focusing on the 120 or so facilities that we permit.
Well, I don't know that I'd say that we just strictly focus on them. I mean, that obviously is a priority because we issue permits to them. But we also, as I mentioned, we inspect transporters, we do e-waste facilities, we participate in these inspections, we respond to complaints. So there's a myriad of work that my inspectors do.
Just as a pure estimate, but I would appreciate an estimate. Can you give me a sense as to how much is of your inspector's time is spent on these main facilities versus all the other stuff?
I would say it's probably close to 40 or 50% of the time is on the TSDs, on the permitted
So it's
facilities.
almost like 50-50.
I think it's probably pretty close to 50-50.
Thank you.
But again, we're doing workload standard analysis. We're looking at the work plan. So I hate to commit to saying that
I'm
because
not asking you to commit.
right. So, but if I had to guess, it's probably 40 to 50%. I would think. Okay. So the second part was Pacoima, November through January of 2016. November 2015 through January 2016. We also assisted the City of Los Angeles, Coupa, and the County Coupa, and the State Water Board on 6 joint inspections. Of the 18 hazardous waste facilities that we inspected, 10 of the facilities were in compliance. During the inspection or at the end of the inspection, 8 of them had violations and 4 will be facing formal enforcement. Also, as part of the EJ initiative, we provided 2 California Compliance School classes. California Compliance School is a business training program that's operated out of the Kern County Community College District. It was created by a SEP the department set up decades ago. The idea was to help small businesses or generators in the state of California learn what the hazardous waste generator requirements were and to help them achieve compliance. The secondary part of this is that the school was set up so that it would be modeled on traffic school. That is, if you were found in violation, we would reduce your penalty if you agreed to send employees to California Compliance School. So because we don't actually do it and Kern County Community College District does, we paid for 2 classes to be done as part of this initiative in the Pacoima and Boyle Heights areas that would be provided free of charge to businesses in those 2 communities. Of the 2 classes, the Pacoima class was done on November 14th of 2015, and the Boyle Heights class was done November 21st. One of those sessions was presented in Spanish. Again, both were free to local businesses. Approximately 20 people that were cited as part of the inspection effort attended those classes. And again, the purpose of providing compliance school is to try to improve the business community's awareness and knowledge of hazardous waste requirements. Okay, so IVIN, or identifying violations affecting neighborhoods, is something that community groups set up. The original IVIN was set up through a supplemental environmental project in Imperial County in 2009. We helped support that first IVIN in Imperial County. We provide staff to address any DTSC related topics that come up that are identified by the IVIN. In the first 2 years, that IVIN identified the violations that were identified by the IVIN led to $90,000 in penalties. We participate in the other IVINs to receive, refer, and or investigate environmental complaints and incident reports submitted by community members. We support all 8 Ivan task forces, including Imperial County, Coachella, Wilmington, Bayview, Hunters Point, Kern County, Kings County, City and County of Fresno. The City and County of Sacramento apparently is setting one up. So I mentioned supplemental environmental projects. Our policy went into effect on May 5th.
Congratulations.
Of this year. Thank you. I've been waiting for a long time for it. The projects need to have a community nexus in order to receive priority. We will prioritize projects that benefit disadvantaged communities or that are adjacent or in close proximity to the potential or actual harm from the violation. SEPs can be included in the settlement of any administrative order or civil judgment that is a result of our enforcement. Not more than 50% of that penalty assessed can be transferred to the SEP. And if a SEP project is identified, a completion report has to be submitted to the department within 60 days after completing that SEP project. Sorry.
Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
Hi. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Campbell. Ana Mascareñas, Assistant Director for Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs. Thank you, Keith. In addition to what he just mentioned about supplemental environmental projects and the department adopting its first policy, thank you for recognizing that. I also just wanted to add that this policy is one of the first in the nation to identify federally recognized Native American tribes as potential recipients of SEP projects. And we went through an extensive public engagement process to actually develop the policy. And so that work was largely underway before I got here. I wanted to thank all the community members, 5 workshops across the state who were involved. Roger Kintz, Environmental Justice Coordinator, who helped shepherd that. We'll be working with Keith Kahara and Maria Solomon of ERD to implement the policy, and also thank Richard Driscoll in the Office of Legal Counsel and our advisors at Cali PA. So we'll be holding a June 2nd information session so community members can learn how to be involved in what that public process is going to look like.
Thank you. So just a time check, colleagues. It's 4 o'clock. Salud. We're about 50% done with the presentation here. It is acceptable to go till, let's just talk about the panel first, and then we can talk about the DTSC. Can we go till 5:30 today?
But we need to adjourn at 5:30.
Okay. So we're about halfway done. Do we want to take a 5-minute break right now, or we want to just keep plugging through?
I think slides.
Which is, okay, fine.
But before I lose this thought, with the Koopas, we're always looking for good SEP ideas too. And if you could find up some model ones, it'd be good, kind of a model. This is a good thing, I think the Koopa Forum Board would be interested in your thoughts and ideas on that, and it'd be appreciated.
Okay, so I mentioned Lean Six Sigma earlier. We're in the process of a Lean Six Sigma process to improve response time on enforcement cases. The team has identified a goal, and that goal is, I can get this thing to work, 90% of administrative cases with assessed penalties up to $75,000 settled within 180 days.
That doesn't mean initiated, that means settled.
That means settled, yes. Okay, so this is a flow chart that kind of describes all the things involved in any kind of enforcement cases, from inspection all the way to settlement. Because that's so hard to see, if you look to the right of the dais on the wall is a printed version of it, so you can take a look at it. The team is in finishing up the analysis phase, so they'll start looking at implementation, or I'm sorry, they'll start looking at things that they can try to suggest to change as part of the process to streamline it.
Streamline it, that looks perfectly simple.
Perfectly simple. I figure it's much simpler than the permitting process
Yeah,
because I don't have any swim lanes on
yeah.
it.
That's not saying much.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so the thing for me that's sort of frustrating is everybody thinks enforcement's like really quick and simple, and it's a lot more complicated process.
I think next 2 months, and I do think we're going to really appreciate having all of the staff here today, and we understand that this may not be, appropriate to continue to have all of your folks here who should be in the field, but we're probably going to have you back and some of your folks to answer some of the questions we're going to have at our next meeting in June, which is going to be here in Sacramento. Probably for our July meeting may not be necessary as we sort of deliberate based on what we've learned, but I do think based on the amount of information you're giving us, plus all of the supplemental information, we probably are going to need to have you back, and we can talk about that. We recognize the value of having your time, but just want to make that comment.
Sure. So if you may recall, I made a presentation back in March on the violation scoring procedure. We developed the concept as part of the permitting enhancement work plan. The primary goal of the draft scoring procedure is to clarify how a facility's compliance history would be used as a basis for determining when a violation would support denial of a permit application or revocation of a permit. This is going to become a tool for DTSC that will help inform a permit decision process in a consistent, transparent, and accountable way.
So just to interrupt you, our
Sure.
counsel, Ms. Barnes, has an excused absence, has to leave at 4 o'clock, so just wanted to comment for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for having to leave early, but this has all been really educational, so thank you for all of you.
Okay, so at the direction of Director Barbara Lee, we reached out early in the development phase and conducted informal feedback sessions with community groups, legislative staff, and representatives of the regulated community. We received significant public comment during our outreach session. Overall, we received a positive response to the outreach sessions, and the attendees requested additional outreach once the concept was further developed. We're moving forward with the development of regulations to implement the concept and create objective metrics to determine the seriousness of violations. This aligns with SB 673 that states that DTSC adopt regulations that consider the number and types of past violations that will result in a denial of a permit application. We're refining the approach to reflect recommendations, comments, and feedback from outreach sessions held late in 2015 and in early 2016. We're also evaluating existing screening tools such as CalEnvirusScreen and reviewing other states' enforcement policies. Once we have a draft regulatory package, we'll be reaching out once again to community groups, the legislature, and the regulated community, and this panel for additional comments and feedback. We'd like to move to the formal rulemaking process by January 1st, 2017. A little bit.
And who does the rulemaking process?
We do.
Your group?
Yeah, I have a staff person that will be working on the rulemaking.
That in the policy and program support, or that's something different?
No. I suppose it was a moment of weakness. I agreed that my group would go ahead and do the rulemaking for this.
Does your group have experience doing rulemaking?
The person that's assigned to it, I trust. I believe she's more than competent and capable of doing this rulemaking.
Does she have experience doing rulemaking?
No, she does not.
But we will be making sure that all of the rulemaking steps are appropriately followed. This is a team effort. There will be legal folks involved. Our public participation group will be involved. Our Office of Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs will be involved. So I think the panel can be confident that we'll follow the appropriate procedures.
I can share with you, I've done rulemaking at 2 different agencies. So, okay, so AB 1075 became effective January 1st of this year. It gives us additional authority to deny, suspend, or revoke a hazardous waste facility permit when there have been specific serious violations of the hazardous waste control law. It creates a new definition of violation or noncompliance as one that creates a significant risk of of harm from acute or chronic exposure. It states that DTSC shall consider a repeating or recurring pattern of 3 or more incidents of these types of noncompliance within a 5-year period as a compelling cause to deny, suspend, or revoke a hazardous waste permit. The section adds that a person or entity must previously have been found liable or convicted of a specified requirement. AB 1075 would expand DTSC's existing authority to temporarily suspend a hazardous waste facility permit prior to a hearing if DTSC determines that conditions may present an imminent and substantial endangerment to public health or safety or the environment. Finally, the enhanced penalty structure for repeating or recurring violations of all type would provide an added deterrent and serve to further encourage hazardous waste handlers to comply with all hazardous waste management standards. DTSC continues to track and identify permitted facilities which may meet the above criteria. Now, I'd like to transition from the inspection and enforcement part of the program to talk very briefly about our emergency response group. Sure.
You are aware of a comment that the panel made in its last report that we are unclear about the relationship between the VSP and 1075, as well as other overlapping federal sort of requirements, and want to be sure that you're holistically looking at all of these things. Are you aware of that comment?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Sorry.
Also, I want to note colleagues, that we did get from Ms. Rothschild a brief discussion of AB 1075 that concludes that DTSC staff could find no hazardous waste facility with an operating permit that met all of the criteria of that statute, which is an interesting initial determination. So, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so our emergency response staff have been very busy the last several months. Just this week, my ER staff responded to a mercury spill that occurred in a residential neighborhood in Livermore. You may have seen it in the news. ER staff and their contractor arrived on site Tuesday morning and, coordinating with the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department, removed the visible mercury from the street by Tuesday evening. This is an example of the type of responses that we routinely require our ER support. The bullets show you some of the different funding sources of the first two. We have an off-highway cleanup account and a drug lab cleanup account. We will respond to requests from local agencies to help do removal actions. We also coordinate our activities with US EPA, which has a similar function, other state agencies, and CUPAs on disaster planning and response. Recently, we've responded to the wildfires in Lake, Calaveras, Trinity, and Monterey counties. And I just wanted to leave you with this picture. This is a group of drums. This is pretty typical for a wildfire response. We'll find things like this that the locals can't address, and so we'll come in with a contractor and remove things of this nature. I can tell you that 55-gallon drums, which is what these are, don't normally have dome tops. They're usually flat. And this was the Butte fire in Calaveras County. And with that,
thank you for 2003 and 2007, the bomb house and other support that we get from your emergency response group throughout the year, your local DTSC office. Really great relationship in San Diego County. Really appreciate the support.
Thank you.
Okay, should we take a quick break, colleagues, and maybe reconvene at 4:20 with Mr. Peng? Sense? Okay, we'll reconvene at 4:20.
Adam was down. Hey, Ross, wait for me.
God.
No. Oh, I have not, but I know him.
Are we back on, Eric? So we're going to talk with Mr. Peng now. Again, the whole panel, we want to thank, all of the department staff for being here. And we realize that we're not going to have you, like this at every meeting, and we wouldn't expect that. But we want to emphasize that there's a lot of different stakeholders here. And certainly the residents and the communities that DTSC serves, and the public safety is paramount. But ultimately, this, just to emphasize it again, this panel can make all these recommendations and write all these reports, but it's up to you folks to implement these things. So, I know we've got a lot of the leadership here in the department. We need to understand what is going to work. Otherwise, we're wasting our time up here. So having you here, having you engaged in this process, having your candid discussion with us about what we can do is extremely valuable to us and the folks that appointed us, because we know that ultimately it's up to you to implement these things on the ground. So we want you to know that that's how we are coming into this, and not just you folks as the supervisors and the managers, but all the folks that work at this department. We understand that we are here in some ways to help you as well. We want, the only way this panel succeeds is if you collectively succeed. So we appreciate your feedback. I know we're going to go to Mr. Peng. There are several people up here, though, that I don't think we do know. So I would like, if you could, Director or Mr. Peng, introduce the other people that we haven't had a chance to meet yet. Thank you.
Good afternoon, IRP. My name is Hanson Peng, and I'm the Chief Investigator for the Office of Criminal Investigation. To my left is actually Senior Scientist Taryn Stokow-Buck. She was the, I believe, level C. And behind me is my EMP1 scientist manager.
Antonia Becker.
Antonio Becker, I'm sorry.
And to Antonia's right is Orchid Kwai. She's one of our assistant chief counsels.
So I was appointed to this position last August, and I've been in law enforcement for about 30 years. Lived the last 16 years in the environmental crimes area. Previously, I've worked as a investigators or inspector as well as supervisor investigator for both Alameda and San Francisco DA's office. As you know, on July 1st, 2015, the OCI has moved from the Office of Legal Affairs to the Hazardous Waste Management Program under Deputy Director Elise Rothschild. Our mission statement remains the same. It is to prevent and investigate violations of California hazardous waste control laws for the safety of the public and the protection of the environment. This is a graph of the OCI funding source for this fiscal year. OCI has a budget of $2.7 million. This is our current organization chart for OCI. OCI has a total of 33 staff, including myself. We have an office technician as well as an associate governmental program analyst. We have a total of 15 investigators as well as 15 scientists. I also have a forensic computer examiner. In addition to staff at headquarters, we have investigators at Cal Center, Berkeley, Clovis, and Cypress. Our scientists are located at the Cal Center, Berkeley, Chatsworth, and the Cypress office.
And just for the panel's information, the other branch head, Enrique Beza, is also here in the audience.
As stated before, we have a total of 15 investigators. We are the only sworn full-time police officer living the Cal EPA system. Our authority comes from the California Penal Code 830.3 subsection H. Our main focus is to investigate the most serious, egregious offenders. We conduct investigations, interview suspects and witnesses, collect evidence, write and execute search and arrest warrants depending on the severity of the cases. We then refer our cases to either our Office of Legal Affairs inside DTSC, the district or the city attorney's office, the Attorney General's office, or the United States Attorney's office. Most of our California law enforcement agencies participate and follow the guidelines of POST, which stands for the California Peace Officer Standards and Training. DTSC OCI is one of these agencies. So in order for a person to be an investigator at DTSC, this is some of the minimum requirements that we need. Either the candidate has to graduate from a college, live either a criminal justice or equivalent degree, or he could have 2 years of college and 2 years of work experience, or he could have 2 years of college and 1 year of state investigator experience. After that, the candidate had to score at least 70% on a written online test. The candidate then go through an oral interview where we select the most qualified. After that, the candidate goes through a stringent background as well as a psychological and medical examination. Candidate pass all the above, he or she is then sent to a post-academy, a police academy, which is a minimum of 16 weeks. After the candidate graduates from the academy, then the candidate is then to complete and pass various courses mandated by DTSC for field staff. And as Keith mentioned earlier in this presentation, and it includes some of the courses that are like the 40-hour HASWAPer, the medical monitoring. The investigators also has to maintain their peace officer certifications by attending a 32-hour perishable skill course every 2 years. And some of these courses are defensive tactics, firearms, and legal updates. The cost of hiring one investigator from start of recruiting and to have him trained is approximately $50,000. Our environmental scientists at OCI are the leads in the Target Industry Enforcement Initiative. They conduct complex civil investigations and provide support to our criminal investigators. In addition, our scientists also provide scientific and technical support, such as sampling and evidence collection, to agencies such as the deputy DAs, the DA investigators, and the CUPAs. We're fortunate to have our own computer forensic examiner. She is trained in preservation, identification, extraction, as well as documentation of computer-related evidence that has been seized in search warrants. OCI also has several surveillance cameras like poll cameras and license plate readers. Our examiner maintains these equipment, prepared them for its use by our investigators, as well as other environmental agencies. She's also our liaison between OCI and other departments such as OEIM, which is our Office of Environmental Information Management, Office of Legal Affairs, and other outside agencies such as Department of Justice when it issues live out CLETS network, which is our California law enforcement network. This year, she's also the president of the Southern California chapter of the High Technology Crime Investigator Association. My computer forensic scientist. Now we're going to go talk about how OCI gets its cases. One of the ways that we get our complaints is through the Cal EPA online complaint system. We've put up the website on the slide. OCI has the first priority within DTSC to accept the complaint. The supervisors evaluate the complaints based on the severity of potential criminal activity. Another way that we get our complaints is through a DTSC Waste Alert Complaint Hotline. The phone number is also listed on this slide. We also generate our own cases through enforcement initiative and self-generated compliance audit. We also get referrals from our local, state, and federal agencies, such as the DA's office, the US EPA, and the CUPA.
How do you work with Mr. Kahara's group? Does he refer you cases also, or are you folks independent of each other? How does that work?
I think we work well together. When he thinks that a case might have criminal activities, he would refer it to me, and we work on the same floor, just down the hall. I'm going to now take you to what a typical process of how we conduct our investigation. After a complaint is accepted, it is assigned to a staff. It's either a scientist or investigator. It depends on the nature of the alleged violation. Cases that has potential criminal violations are assigned to investigators. In the preliminary investigation, the staff contacts the complainant and review any additional relevant documents. One way of preparing for the field work might be research and gather information from various sources, such as from the Secretary of State, the CUPA program, Air Resource Board files. We may also look at the company websites and any internet such as social media. Additional interviews with witnesses and suspects may be conducted to gather more facts. If allegations are confirmed and enough probable cause exists, a search warrant or an inspection warrant may be written to collect additional evidence. When the search warrant are served, usually it's done by the lead investigators and supported by other OCI investigators and other law enforcement agencies. Once the site is safe, then the OCI scientists and the forensic examiners are brought to the site to collect additional samples and or evidence. The staff then will evaluate the evidence and any sample analysis and write a report of its findings. Then the case would then refer to either the Office of Legal Affairs, the District Attorney, the Attorney General, or the U.S. Attorney's Office for civil or criminal prosecution. This is a list of current project that OCI is working on. We're going to touch on each one on a different slide. We have several key initiatives. They're the metal recycler enforcement, the transportation enforcement, task force and statewide activities, program improvements such as the Lean Six Sigma, and the last is our performance metrics, the ongoing cases, and data management. Now I'm going to have my environmental program manager, Antonio Becker, to speak about our metal recycler enforcement initiative.
Hello.
Good afternoon. I've been with DTSC for approximately 25 years. I was a senior environmental scientist in our enforcement program for most of that time, and I now manage the environmental scientists in OCI. The Metal Recyclers Initiative is a special project intended to focus inspection and enforcement efforts on non-compliant metal recyclers located in EJ communities throughout California. DTSC made the decision to focus its efforts on this industry as a result of findings made during a number of metal recycling inspections conducted by DTSC's enforcement program between 2012 and 2014. During those inspections, we discovered that many metal recyclers were not complying with hazardous waste regulations. Vehicles, appliances, and electronic waste were being processed in a manner that failed to minimize releases of oils, refrigerant gases, heavy metals, PCBs, and other hazardous waste. The failure to properly manage hazardous waste has also resulted in numerous fires at metal recycling facilities throughout the state. The photos on this slide are examples of metal recycling facility fires which occurred last month in Montclair and in Sun Valley. Compounding this situation is that there are over 1,000 metal recycling facilities, and many may be posing a significant health and environmental threat to California's most vulnerable communities. 1,000 metal recycling facilities is a conservative estimate and is based on information obtained primarily from our databases, other government databases, and trade association listings. DTSC staff realized that this was a very serious problem which required additional resources, and in 2015, DTSC requested and received 9 positions to tackle the threat being posed by metal recyclers. These 9 positions are as follows: 4 senior environmental scientists to inspect metal recycling facilities, 2 research scientists that will work in our environmental chemistry lab to process the samples collected by the environmental scientists, 2 environmental scientists to evaluate the need for additional operating standards, and 1 research program specialist to identify and map locations of metal recycling facilities in the state. Our primary objectives are to eliminate the threats to EJ communities from metal recycling operations and activities, to significantly improve the environmental regulatory compliance rate through increased metal recycling inspections and enforcement actions, and to evaluate the need for additional operating standards for metal recyclers. Targeting metal recycling facilities located within or near EJ communities. We will be focusing on metal recyclers that accept and process vehicles, appliances, and electronic waste. We will be collaborating with several agencies to address environmental violations and releases of toxic chemicals to the air, soil, and surface waters. We are also coordinating with law enforcement agencies to address metal theft issues. By July 1st of 2017, we expect to have completed at least 42 metal recycling inspections located within or near residential communities, homes, schools, and daycares. We will be targeting metal recycling facilities that operate unpermitted metal shredding units, as these have historically been sources of hazardous waste releases and will likely require a permit from DTSC. We will target facilities with uncontained soil piles likely to contain hazardous waste levels of lead, mercury, copper, zinc, and PCBs. Thus far, OCI staff have inspected 9 metal recycling facilities since January 2016 and will be inspecting at least 11 more before the end of the year. The most common violations that we have cited include failing to remove the hazardous materials from the appliances, failing to minimize the releases of hazardous waste from the crushing of appliances, vehicles, and other scrap metal, failing to make a hazardous waste determination of the scrap metal residues that are generated on site, such as contaminated floor sweeps, soil piles, and debris, and failing to maintain records pertaining to the management of hazardous waste. We have identified violations at all 9 facilities that we inspected, and these cases are being prepared for administrative or civil enforcement actions.
We've gotten some letters from the State of California Auto Dismantlers Association wants to ensure a level playing field and to target those folks that are the bad actors. Are you coordinating with industry so that they can help educate their members about what you're doing? Have you yet?
We have not yet begun.
There is, Elise, you want to?
Yeah, actually, we have had some preliminary meetings with them and heard their concerns and have talked to them about this process and how we're going to be doing this, and as well as talking to them about their concerns about these ones that are not part of their association and kind of the bad actors. And we've asked them to supply us with that information so that we can follow up as well. So yes.
So Mr. McHugh, from McHugh, Kopke and Associates, if you're out there, I think the panel would also like to hear your thoughts on how this can be done appropriately.
I want to be very clear, though, for those who are listening, especially from communities, that we don't coordinate with industry on the specific inspections and investigations that we do. Those are done on a surprise basis so that we find the evidence that's there.
To follow up on that, a couple things. I think it's largely a Cooper responsibility, largely. And maybe, stormwater, there's multiple, but it's also one of the, in my experience, probably of an industry sector, it's the one that when we're coordinating with law enforcement and everything, they say don't go there. Without a peace officer, because of other activities that they're aware of. And that's why that popped in Gideon. I don't know if we were thinking the same thing, but that's what I was concerned about, is we really like, my experience, I really like to have a peace officer with us if we're going into a place that the person we're inspecting has been known to, use force and is involved in criminal activity. They're just trying to prove it. But at some point, I think we need to go there. I think I know in San Diego, Elise, their concerns are legitimate. It's a challenge.
On several occasions, during our inspections, we've had the police show up and totally different, independent from what we were doing.
Thank you, Antonio. Our next project is in the OCI is the Transportation Enforcement Initiative. When I took office last year, I wanted to take a look at the hazardous waste transportation compliance. DTSC issues permits to hazardous waste transporters, and we have approximately over 800 companies. DTSC inspects the facility, but they do not inspect their trucks while they're in transport. Although DTSC is authorized to inspect these trucks, but DTSC has no authority to stop the trucks while they are in transit. DTSC must rely on the CHP to stop these trucks. This year, our goal is to inspect 500 trucks while they're in transport and see if the company are complying with the rules and regulations on the hazmat and hazardous waste transportation. We hope next year we'll be focused more on our inspections on the major violators that we found, if any. So I met with members of the commercial division of the California Highway Patrol, and we agreed on a joint partnership together to inspect hazmat, hazardous waste vehicles at the CHP truck scales. So far, 5 days of inspections were conducted at the Livermore scales in Alameda County. during the month of January and February of this year. A total of 38 trucks were inspected, and 31 of the trucks has violations. We hope to have these types of hazmat inspections on the highways throughout the state. We're also planning to host an 8-hour hazmat transportation training in San Diego next month and follow up with a hazmat hazways truck inspection the following day in that area. Also, on June 16th of this year, CHP will be opening up the Mountain Pass Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility. It is along Highway 15, and it will be a joint port of entry with Nevada. One of their priorities will be the inspections of hazmat hazways transporters coming in and out of California and Nevada.
Are the borders both north and southbound now?
Correct.
We do routine inspections of all the trucks coming northbound, and then we're doing sting operations on an occasional basis going south.
Thank you.
So as Keith mentioned earlier, DTSC, the San Diego Coupa, along with the U.S. Customs Border Patrol conducts hazmat and hazways trucks inspections coming into California from Mexico, but there's no routine inspections from truck going into Mexico. We want to ensure that trucks are not transporting hazardous waste illegally into Mexico. So we collaborated with the U.S. Customs Border Patrol, and I want to thank their office for providing overtime for their officers to assist us in these truck inspections. In September 2015, as well as in March of this year, our office, along with California Highway Patrol, the U.S. EPA Criminal Investigation Division, San Diego Coupa, and the U.S. Customs Border Patrol were part of a multi-agency commercial transportation enforcement that inspected hazmat and hazways trucks at the U.S.-Mexico port of entry, both at Calexico and Otay Mesa border, as well as on highways leading into Mexico. Approximately 125 trucks were stopped and inspected, and 2 of the trucks had violations. DTSC are now taking a more active road and working in collaboration with other agencies. We hope to be working with the U.S. Coast Guard next to begin joint inspections at the port in the near future. There are approximately 30 plus environmental task force in California. Each one of us at OCI is assigned to a region or county, and we'll be attending at least 2 task force meetings a year. This is to continue building partnership with agencies and participate in joint investigations. We also have quarterly meetings with the District Attorney's Office to collaborate and discuss issues and concerns. OCI has partnered with the DA's office and the Attorney General's office on statewide cases that has far-reaching impact. These partnerships were created to investigate allegations that retail stores were illegally handling and disposing of hazardous waste. OCI is relied upon to assist and conduct waste examinations. Sometimes we call it dumpster inspections or dumpster dives, and to provide scientific and technical expertise.
I'm really pleased that you're attending it. I know you can't spend all your time going to meetings, but I think attending the task force meetings periodically so they know who particularly the criminal investigators are is very important. The other thing I want to point out on this slide is I think there's something wrong with the data you gave us on the penalty amounts. I mean, you know, this is more representative of and you're really talking about, when talking about statewide cases, that's only a small portion of what DTSC does. And so something's wrong, or something needs to be further explained on the penalty amounts in that data you gave us.
Right. So the penalty amounts that we gave you prior were for EERD. And so this number's for OCI over an 8-year period, where we were talking about EERD for 2 years, a little over 2 years. So that's part of the difference as well.
I mean, they were like less than $10,000 total, I think. That's based on my knowledge of your organization. That seems a very abnormal, unusually period.
We'll get to the bottom of that next time. So are you completed, Mr. Peng?
Yes, I'll now turn it over to my senior environmental scientist, Terrence Stockwell-Buck, who will present to you our Lean Six Sigma for OCI.
Before we start with Ms. Stockwell-Buck, you're new to the department since August.
Yes.
So do you want to share with us any candid observations since you've been here for about 8, 9 months? How's it going? How are you feeling?
I'm still learning, I think. Although I have been working closely with the department when I was at the Alameda DA's office as well as the San Francisco DA's office. I was working on environmental crimes, and I rely heavily at DTSC Berkeley as well as their lab for their results. I think they did about 80% of my cases for analyzing my all my samples that I collected.
Do you have any general observations on how OCI is functioning?
I think I will get to that in a couple slides, what my thinking is for OCI, as far as how we conduct investigation cases and how many cases we should have.
Okay. Stokelbuck?
Thank you. And actually, I think my quick presentation is going to tie in nicely to what Hanson's talking about. So in addition to being a scientist for OCI, I am also a Lean Six Sigma Green Belt. I went through the spring 2015 training cohort, so last year. And I completed the OCI Referral Improvement Process Initiative as my training project for Lean Six Sigma. So we decided that we wanted to participate in the Lean Six Sigma training program because we observed, looking at our EnviroStore database, that it appeared over the last 10 years, the average amount of time it was taking for OCI to investigate and refer a case had grown from about 5 months on average to over a year and a half. And so we learned that Lean Six Sigma was, this process improvement technique that was being offered to state agencies. And so we applied to participate and ultimately worked with one of the master black belts and came up with this goal of completing this project to get to a position where we're investigating and referring 95% of our cases within 6 months, while also maintaining the level of attention to detail that's required for these criminal and civil prosecutions. So as the green belt for this project, I analyzed the past 5 years worth of OCI's case data for OCI-led cases, so this is not including any assist work that we were also doing. And following the Lean Six Sigma technique, I used various statistical analyses to tease out the root causes of those delays that we were observing in our investigation and referral process. So there were kind of 5 main root causes I'm going to talk about. First, we found that staff were mainly redirecting their focus to competing casework in a way which was strongly correlating to the amount of time it was taking to refer our cases. So what this basically means is that while you may think the amount of time you spend working on a case would have a strong correlation to how long it takes for you to refer it, using statistics, we found actually it's the amount of time that you're doing other work, other casework, that had actually a stronger metric in terms of dictating how long it was going to take for a case to be finished. So that time that you're not working on that case was deemed to be called, we termed that wait time, and that actually, so it had a stronger correlation than the amount of time you were working on the particular case. Going along with that, we also found that staff vacancies and extended leave periods were also significantly contributing to that wait time. Thirdly, we found that of the time that was being worked on a case, the majority of it was deemed to be what are called in Lean Six Sigma terms non-value added activities. And those are activities that either aren't immediately and directly beneficial to the entity who is receiving the referral, don't transform the work product, or aren't done correctly the first time. So in other words, non-value added activities are those that they extend the time to complete the investigation and referral in ways which are inefficient or unnecessary. Fourth, we found that search warrants were taking more time than other cases to investigate and refer, regardless of the amount of wait time occurring during the investigation. So these are inherently more time intensive than the other types of investigations that we perform. And fifth, the amount of time that was required to complete the post-fieldwork steps of our investigation. So if you remember Hanson's flow chart, there's a point at which we go into the field to collect our evidence. The steps after that were exceeding, the time that was taking to finish those steps was exceeding the rate at which new cases were being opened, and that was resulting in a backlog of cases. So to address some of these root causes, we developed an improvement technique, which we call a case tracker. You can see an example of the case tracker cover sheet and the fieldwork page here on the screen. And what the case tracker consists of is a series of forms that are filled out by staff through the progression of the investigation with supervisor input. And we use a matrix to rate cases based on impact to human health and the environment, as well as the amount of resources that are anticipated to complete that step in the investigation, and then use that rating system to find corresponding time periods of how long staff should plan to and need to spend to complete that phase of the investigation while still completing it in its entirety within 180 days or less. And the kind of deliverables and expected deadlines for each step in the investigation are documented in the case tracker to keep staff aware of their timeframes. So this project was completed in July of 2015. Shortly thereafter, OCI was moved from the Office of Legal Affairs into the Hazardous Waste Management Program. At that time, we started an intensive review of that case backlog. And as a result of the review, over 200 cases have been closed due to insufficient evidence, statute of limitations, or overall likelihood of resulting in a successful prosecution. In addition to addressing the backlog, we have further refined the case tracker, condensing the number of steps and forms and paperwork to make it easier for staff to use. All of OCI's scientific staff have been trained to use the case tracker and are now using it for all cases opened effective January 1 of 2016. Scientists are also entering information that relates to the case tracker in our time entry daily log system to allow us to keep track of the actual number of hours that are worked in each step of the investigation. And then lastly, we've created a new report in our EnviroStore database which essentially flags all cases which are getting close to that 6-month investigation time limit but have not yet been referred. So that concludes my portion of this presentation unless you have any questions. I'm satisfied with EnviroStore. I think that, Lean Six Sigma, as you may have heard, is a continuous improvement process. So part of what we are supposed to do is continue to monitor our progress. And it's my understanding that the main statistical software that we used in Lean Six Sigma, the Minitab software, our licenses expire for that, I believe, around this time. So I'm somewhat concerned moving forward how we'll be able to, do some of that robust statistical analysis to really see how we're progressing. Just using EnviroStore, that might be challenging.
You kind of have to extract the data manually or in some form and then use it.
Exactly. And the Minitab software, does a lot of very advanced, robust statistical analysis essentially with the click of a button. And within the Lean Six Sigma training program, they give you very detailed information of how to tease out the types of reports you're looking for. So that's something that we'll have to deal with moving forward.
Does EnviroStore have the capability to say, you're overdue on this case referral or?
That's with the 180-day report that Hansen created. That's the intent of that. So kind of on the largest scale, we are now, able to track and flag, okay, this case is getting close to that deadline and it looks like, things need to be moved around in order to get it out and referred in the amount of time that, we're looking at. So it's just some of the more advanced statistical analyses that EnviroStore is not capable of doing. We can probably do some of them using Excel. But other than that, I'm happy with EnviroStore.
The one thing I noticed in my experience is typically government agencies don't have 30% more people than they need to do the work. And there's a lot of vacancies on that org chart. That's got to be a concern.
Yes, and actually moving back a few slides, that was one of those statistically significant root causes of this delay in wait time. So, even if someone's working very diligently on their cases, if they leave and go somewhere else, or if they, are unable to work for an extended period of time, obviously that's going to impact not only their own caseload and progression, but also, their fellow staff who pick up the extra work for them. And that leads back into that being redirected to other casework.
Okay, and so I suspect that. So you've identified it as a root cause, and so the next step is corrective action and implementing it. Is that
Yes, so that the case tracker form, that is the kind of implementation takeaway that we developed from the Lean Six Sigma program. So there's obviously elements such as the vacancies that will be addressed outside of the Lean Six Sigma program. But the case tracker is what we're doing to address those root causes.
Okay, thank
Mr. Vizier, I would add to that the department has undertaken a pretty serious effort to reduce vacancies, and we've cut our vacancy rate nearly in half.
you. That's
Catch, that'll be something we're going to want to look at. So Mr. Peng, this is the big finale we're waiting for here? Slide 85?
Slide 85. So one of the Enviro Stores upgrades that we did is also, she talked about the 180 days turnaround time. Now there is a program to send me information at 150 days when the case is coming up to the 180 days. So we'll better look at that particular case to see if it goes through. Now I'm going to show you our performance metrics, our ongoing cases, and data management. You have just heard Taryn what was recommended through the Lean Six Sigma. This chart was provided to you earlier, and I'm going to dive a little more on the numbers. The chart shows the number of active cases that OCI have from the calendar years 2014 to the first quarter of 2016. On the left-hand side of the chart, you can see the number of cases that was active at the beginning of the year, cases open in the calendar year, and then the last is the total case open during the calendar year. We're averaging in 2014 and 2015 about 300 cases. After the intensive case review in the third quarter of 2015, it results in closing of 200 cases, like Taryn said. By the end of first quarter of 2016, we now have 66 active cases. I believe this is a more manageable, productive caseload that we have, and this would lead to an increase in case referral without compromising the attention to detail. You also look at the center of the graph, you'll see the active cases are broken down into 3 areas. First one is the enforcement investigation. They consist of our complaints by the DTSC Waste Alert Complaint Hotline or the Cal EPA online complaint system. Any referrals that we get from the local, state, and federal agencies, such as the CUPA and the DA's office. Inspection through enforcement initiatives and self-generated compliance audits are on that column. Prosecution assists are cases that consist of complaints investigated by the DA's office, and they then request our assistance. Toxic assists are cases investigated by the local agencies such as the CUPA, the local Air Resources Quality Management Unit, and the Regional Resource Water Board when they request our assistance. These assistants might be part of assisting with interviews, records, gathering, dumpster inspections, sampling, or lab analysis. And then it's on the right side of the chart. This is where, when the case is complete, where it is referred to. It's broken down to administrative action, civil, and criminal. And the last 2 columns is further broken down to where it was referred, either to the Attorney General's office, the DA's office, or the U.S. Attorney General's office.
Are you satisfied with these kind of numbers? If we come back here in 3 years and the ratios look like this, are you going to be satisfied?
With the numbers of investigators and scientists that I have so far, with the vacancy rate, yes. If I complete all the hirings, I expect the caseload to be higher.
So, I mean, to the layperson, this is an Office of Criminal Investigations with room for 33 full-time employees, and I see 5 criminal cases in 2.25 years. Am I wrong?
That is correct. That was referred.
Does that seem appropriate to you, Mr. Vice Chair?
Again, I can remember using the Cal EPA enforcement report going, I'm going to say it was 4 years ago, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, and comparing our numbers to DTSC's numbers, the criminal cases that were being done at that time exceeded this number by at least 2 times, I think. So I'm a little bit concerned because peace officers, I mean, you know where I'm going. I mean, with that is about that. But my other concern is the middle column of, case closed, no enforcement action for DTSC. I think that needs, if this, just looking at this slide without any other context, a footnote or something, could be used in so many different ways to say DTSC's taking cases and then closing without doing anything.
Well, let's bear in mind that we may have a case referred to us. Someone may be suspicious of something, and that constitutes a case that we investigate, but the investigation may show that a crime did not occur. Or we may suspect that a crime did not occur, but it may not be possible to prove it. The bar to prove a criminal case is higher, as I'm sure the chairman understands. And so, again, we are at the beginning of this effort, so I don't know enough about these individual cases and the why they ended up in the bins they ended up. I do know that for 2015, the department did clear out a number of cases that, as Taryn mentioned, had been on the books for a long time and the statute of limitations had run, or they had lingered because there was insufficient evidence to take them forward, or a variety of other reasons, and those were all closed out, and that's why that number is so high. Part of the reform that has been implemented as a result of Taryn's Lean Six Sigma project and the work that Hansen has done is more close tracking of the time we're taking to process these cases and make a decision if there's sufficient evidence to refer, so that we don't lose cases purely on the basis of the statute of limitations running. But beyond that gross level of evaluation, I don't have enough data to tell you, are these numbers appropriate?
Yeah, and that explanation is good, and I understand the detail. My really underlying concern here is that people are going to go on the website, look at this thing, and say, and infer from this what they choose to infer. And I don't mean that they'd have bad motivation. It's just that's going to be their perspective. That once again, DTSC is not, following up or letting the statute run on these cases. But so, I mean, maybe I'm just suggesting a footnote or a little bit of explanation, or maybe notes might be beneficial.
And I think that, again, some of these numbers may be misleading. I'm trying to make sense of it, and I see that 2014, we have 296 active cases at the beginning of the year, and there were 37 cases that opened, and that gives us 333. But if out of those 101 were closed, so is that where the 232 comes from then for
Correct.
2015?
That will be the cases we start at the calendar year 2015.
Okay, and then 83 new cases were added in 2015.
Correct.
And out of that, 229 cases were closed.
Correct. And then we started with 86 at the beginning of 2016.
Yeah, that's a dramatic decrease in cases. And
You could also, from my perspective, I could read it, oh, good for DTSC. They decided to go in and clean up their data and close the cases that were just hanging there and nothing had been done.
That's exactly what happened. So when we took over OCI, I sat down with Hansen and Enrique and Antonia and said, all right, let's go through these. And when we did that, there were some, like Barbara said, or Director Lee said, that had run the statute of limitations, just needed to be closed out in the database. So there was a lot of activity that needed to happen to get down to a manageable workload, and that's what working with the management team to get to this workload that we can then sustain and move on and not lose track of the statute of limitations and that kind of thing.
Okay. So, so colleagues, we've gone through 85 pages of the PowerPoint. The rest of the PowerPoint presentation, and I looked at last night's version, but I think it's mostly the same, are case profiles. We're going to have to save those case profiles for next time. We learned a lot today. We've got all this other information that we have to crunch. I think the bottom line from what we're getting here is an appreciation for the director, for Ms. Rothschild, Mr. Kahara, Mr. Pang, Ms. Becker, Ms. Stokel-Buck, to give us this information. Let's talk it through. Let's try to get to these explanations that we need for all stakeholders to understand the data. Let's not be afraid of the data. The whole purpose for this panel is to be transparent. We're going to have a lot of public comment on this topic as well. Do we have a lot of public comment today?
No, sir.
None. So what I would propose, colleagues, is, again, we have all of our next meeting purely dedicated to this topic. What I would ask is that Mr. Kahara, Mr. Pang, Mr. Palmer, Mr. Palmer, at a minimum, be here next time. Director, if you feel that you need to be here, I know you've got a lot of other things to do. Mr. Rothschild, if you're still around, we'd like to have you where we can sort of dig in, ask some of the tough questions, try to get to an understanding of these things. Another couple observations. One is we are going to have to work with you to understand some of these key metrics. Now, you may not be ready or fully vetted them all, but we're going to have to rely on you to let us know what some of the key things are, what some of your initial priorities are. Mr. Kahar, you've been in the role for a year. Director's been here for over a year. You, not quite, Mr. Pang, but given those, you know, and we've been at it for 8 months, so you've been here how long? All right, so based on what you've learned, we're going to have to, at least at this phase, try to work together. The other thing is, Mr. Vice Chair, you have a lot of experience in this area, so I think the panel is going to be relying on you to help us understand, you know, how you, looking at all of this, and with all your experience, what do you think are some of the meaningful enforcement priorities that we can work cooperatively with the department and all stakeholders, moving forward, so we can have a meaningful report, in a couple of months. So I, certainly encourage you to take the lead on, thinking about these things. And if you've got questions, perhaps you can speak with folks in the interim. But we have a little bit of housekeeping matters. We do want to leave at 5:30. We can also, hear about these last profiles perhaps at the next meeting. But above all, want to express the appreciation, not just for this report, but these 5 or 6 other things that you put together for us today. I think that's exactly what this panel should be doing. We know it's a lot of time for you, but we appreciate it, and I think that together, that's going to help all of us do our jobs, that much better. So I think that would be the initial sort of plan here. Does that make sense, colleagues?
Yes. The question I'll definitely answer, prepare for is, do you have enough people? To do the workload, and because you really appreciate you got to collect evidence. When you go out, you probably need to make the standard to get in a criminal trial, and you got to have due process. It's a lot of work to do this right. It's not an easy job, but it takes a lot of training and expertise. But so. And I think, appreciate that.
Yeah, and what we also could do potentially, panelists, is not collectively, but maybe independently, if we do have questions independently that we think are important, we could forward those to Mr. Rolfus, and Mr. Rolfus could give those to you folks so you could prepare a little bit for some of the questions that are going to come next time, just to make that as meaningful as possible. I think we're going to do it at Cal Center probably on June 8th.
June 8th, pending this room for June 8th.
Okay, but it'll be June 8th probably. It'll be in Sacramento, and so you'll figure out who you need to staff that. Again, it's this balance between doing your work and helping us, but this is the enforcement period, so we need you to be here with us. Any public comment on this topic?
No, sir.
Anything further from the panelists at this time?
Just want to ask a question regarding our next meeting. We're only going to have a one-day meeting.
We're going to get to that in a second. Let's close this item first. So this is going to close the DTSC presentation on enforcement program. Next time, we will have a similar, not so much a presentation, but a little bit of a back and forth, not just on questions on this document, but also on those 5 or 6 other documents that you put together. But again, I want to thank you and applaud you for getting us the information in a timely fashion. Yes, Director.
I would just like to underscore, as I've said during our presentation today, and as Elise said opening it up, we are at the beginning of the process to evaluate our enforcement program broadly and to do the kinds of things that Taryn described doing for one segment of OCI's process. We want to do that sort of work on a number of different aspects of our enforcement program altogether. With that in mind, it would be very helpful for us to hear from the panel the kinds of questions you would like us to be asking, the kinds of things you would like us to be looking for, ways you can think of that we might be able to measure the sorts of things that are important to you and to the public. It's harder for us to say now, as you have asked us to do, and we've been reluctant to do a number of times, are we happy with these statistics? And that's because we're not confident these statistics are even meaningful. They are meaningful in some respects, but not in others, and a lot more information is needed to have a full picture of the performance of the program. Where you can be helpful to us is in helping us figure out what information you need to understand the performance of our program so we can do the work to identify those metrics, gather that information, and start to put together a picture that is more helpful for everybody.
Tried to do that a little bit with those initial document requests that you responded to, so we'll have to crunch that. But I think in the meantime, what we all can do, again, not collectively because of Bagley-Keene, but reviewing all that stuff, forward some questions to Larry, where he can kind of aggregate it, simplify it, and then maybe send it on. And then we can have perhaps, as meaningful a discussion as possible in June. Anything further on this, colleagues? Okay, so we're going to close this item. Thank you very much for staying late with us, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Your success is our success and the community's success, and vice versa, and all that stuff. Moving on now to organizational, operational, and administrative matters, discussion and possible action on organizational, operational, and administrative guidelines of the IRP, including meeting procedures and work plan. On this, we had 2 different topics today. The first is the matrix that Larry put together. Mr. Rolfes put together extremely helpful matrix on the status of our information requests as well as our recommendations. So this is a great document, Mr. Rolfes. I think it's extremely helpful for our tracking. There might be, potentially some color coding, green and red maybe, or, orange. Think about that for the future, if that's at all technologically feasible. I didn't have any other particular comments on this other than to indicate that it's very important and probably something we're going to have to start attaching to our reports, and wanted to applaud you for putting this together. I don't know if my other colleagues have any particular comments on this.
Yeah, I looked at it and it looks pretty comprehensive. I think color coordinating, just like highlighting sections that have already been received versus ones that are pending, it kind of gives a little bit more of a, it'll help us kind of visualize it a little bit better, but really well done. Thank you so much.
Comments, Mr. Vice Chair?
The one thing I think at some point we might want to look at and actually consider prioritizing them. This within permitting, this is our number one concern. Within enforcement, this is our number one concern. Our number one recommendation might be something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our last report, this isn't it, but our last report covered site mitigation too, and we were working on this, Larry and me, and it ends up getting a little dense, and at some point in time, there's so much in there that it becomes less meaningful. So I think we have to think about that with our future recommendations, and I think, nobody's better situated to really figure out what's important, Mike, than you are on enforcement. The other topic on these matters is the draft questionnaire that for the individuals on the contact list. Now, Mr. Areca, we have this contact list. Is that pretty much completed, all filled out? For the most part, we have all the people's names and at least an email for them?
At last contact with the list, it was 98% done. I think it was missing 2 contact numbers.
All right, so we have this contact list. This is about, what, 60 people?
58 to be
58,
exact.
yeah.
So it's semi-manageable. It's not 1,000 people. Looks like we put together this survey here. You can speak to this, Larry, and Vice Chair. Basically says what's the biggest challenge and how do you overcome that, and then do you have other challenges? What do you want to do with this, and are there any other comments on the questionnaire?
Yeah, I would like to make a comment, actually. I think it's a good start, and I think it's very general. I think that since we have decided to focus each of the presentations on a specific area, perhaps we could make this a little bit more focused too. So perhaps with this initial one, we can actually say what is DTS' biggest challenge concerning enforcement. And then when we talk about site mitigation, we can go ahead and just focus it on that.
What are you saying? We would have one document with sort of 6 different topics, or we're not going to send out 6 different surveys, right?
Well, I would imagine that if we want to really focus it, because this seems to me very general, and I don't know how we're going to really take that data and map it and decide when we need to discuss it, basically.
What do you think, Mr. Vice Chair?
Maybe in the preamble put that, that specify that we're specifically tasked with looking at permitting, enforcement, public outreach, and fiscal management. Maybe do that, but if we expand it to these same questions for each one of those, that's a lot of information, and putting that together in a usable format. Of course, I'm assuming that probably only half the people will respond. I don't know what the odds are, but still, it's going to be a lot of information to correlate and find out what's useful and how we can use it, or even if we want to use it.
But maybe we need to discuss it more before we move forward and decide to send it out. I think making it more focused and more to the point would make it easier for us to be able to get useful information from the people that we're surveying. Presently, I think it'll be too general, and I don't know what we're going to do with that data or what we can do with that data.
I think what Larry and I struggled with is really what is the purpose of this survey? What are we trying to get? And so the better we can define that for him, any suggestions that I just say send them, individually, so it's not a meeting, or any suggestions. I think to help this.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Dr. Campbell that that we should identify these sort of main areas. I do think that asking these folks, what is the single biggest challenge, I think is helpful. But I would, this question 3, do you have another challenge? I don't really like that. I would think that we would sort of follow up with a few other things, but I don't mind sort of a general question. I think that's helpful, and but then sort of finding a way to incorporate the other areas that we're doing and to try to get some specific things. Like we could say, what's the biggest challenge? What are the solutions? I like that. And then the next one, these are the 6 things that the panel is looking at, particularly. Do you have comments and what you would recommend in any of these particular areas? Something like that.
Yeah. See, I like the open-ended question, but I think we need to also have more of a rubric type questions where on a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you think DTSC is working to decrease permitting problems or something like that?
So you would want more of a survey? Numeric survey?
That is kind of give it a little bit of a rubric so that we can take that information and analyze it.
At this point, because
Yeah.
an individual comment.
I agree. I agree.
Make sense and put them. He's very good at that. shown that,
Well, I mean, I think you sort of get the individual comments. I think that if we do that, then you can't work with him because of Bagley Keene.
Right.
So why don't we can you continue to work with him, incorporate what you've heard today? And let's see if we can try to get something, finalized maybe at the next meeting or after that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And the audience is extra
Right.
Okay, got it, okay.
And you can also talk with Mr. Areca about the contact list if you haven't seen it already.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see that.
All right, anything further on number 11? Any public comment? No, sir. Hearing none, we're going to move on to item 13, our last item, the future meeting schedule. I think we're looking at June 8th at Cal Center or here if we're lucky. The main topics are going to be a continuation of enforcement. I would like to get a little update if possible on the budget for IRP, see how we're doing. We have a request to talk about Kettleman City from the community folks that weren't able to attend the tour. And I think those are going to be the major topics, but there might be some other things that will be added in the discretion of the chair. But again, that meeting, I don't think there's going to be any other big presentations like we had on blood lead. I think we're really going to try to focus on enforcement and really get through these questions.
And can we put the survey on that agenda also?
Fine. Whether it'll be in that catch-all, but yeah.
July 13th, the second Wednesday, will be, for planning purposes, will be what for all, I mean, obviously we can move, but.
Yeah, so that would be the next meeting would be July 13th.
Yep, because I just realized I've got jury duty on June, but I think I can get away with moving it again.
All right, so looking at 6/18 and 7/13, so try to make reservations somewhere for us, Mr. Areca? Mr. Rolfus?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything further on future meeting schedule and agenda items?
No?
Any public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, so we'll take adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn? Vice Chair moves. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
A second by Dr. Campbell. Any objection? This meeting is adjourned. 5:30.